North America, this split has been different than any other split. Cloud9 and TSM, the teams that everyone's like, oh, they're always going to be in the finals. It's a Cloud9 versus TSM finals every time. No, that's not how North America is anymore. Team Liquid's emerging, CLG's emerging, Gravity came out really strong the last half of the split. Any team can really take the title for the best team in North America.
이번 서머 스플릿이 가장 안 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있기 때문에 조금 압박을 느끼고 있긴 하고요.
Every single year that I play League, people are trying to get me to get benched, or they want a new top laner, or I'm sick of Dyrus. Going up there and winning once again would be a really great feeling to prove people wrong.
Playing on the Madison Square Garden stage is going to be fucking awesome. Something that you can look back on and say, wow, I did this, I was there.
It's going to be the biggest arena I'll ever have played. Playoffs is where some teams are going to show up. Now that we're in first place, we have some standards to meet.
이번 플레이오프에서 사실 정규 시즌 순위가 엄청 그렇게 관련이 있을 것 같진 않아요. 많이 바뀔 것 같아요.
If we can get back into our form, we can easily take playoffs.
거기서 제가 제가 증명해야 된다는 거 그것만 남은 것 같아요. 기회가 생길 것 같아요.
Honestly, we are ready to take on anyone.
It would just feel right. It would just feel like it would be the right thing for CLG after all this work we put in to finally hold up the trophy.
Our major goal and prove that we're the best team in NA.
And you're going to see a new TSM at playoffs.
어떻게든 그냥 이겨야 된다 생각.
I think this is our split.
Madison Square Garden in the finals, you'll see us there.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our first day of the 2015 Summer Playoffs. Now, from 10 teams down to 6, we are still standing here looking to continue their fight for the crown of North American champions. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me to kick off the day, we've got Aiden's Irene Moon and Rivington Bislin III. Riv, I never get to say your name.
This is fantastic. I'm really excited to be here. Maybe a little more excited than the players since they have all the stress of what is actually going to be happening today. Everything's going to unfold.
Yeah, and after the series that we just saw in EU, I'm even more hyped for today, looking to see what these teams come out with. After a couple weeks of practice, too, let's remember that they've had some time to prepare for this playoffs. Now, we'll be kicking off our games as scheduled at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European, but we've got a lot to talk about here. So starting with a look at how the teams are arranged in the bracket. Team Liquid and Counter Logic Gaming grab the top seeds and have a first-round bye straight into the semifinals. Then third-place Team Impulse starts our quarterfinals with the first best-of-5 against 6th seed Team Dignitas. Tomorrow we'll bring you 4th-place Gravity versus our 5th seed TSM. All of our teams are fighting for the title of North American champions, but they've also got an eye on Worlds. At the end of playoffs, our first-place team will automatically secure the first seed to compete for the Summoners Cup. The second seed goes to the team with the most championship points, and the third ticket will go to the team that wins the regional qualifier, which will be seeded by those very same points. Now, right now, our top 3 finishers from the spring split, TSM, Cloud9, and Team Liquid, have guaranteed themselves a spot in the regional qualifiers. And with their number 2 finish in the summer split, CLG have also locked in their spot. So, gentlemen, this is a lot of information that we have to digest here. Let's start off with the playoff bracket, how we feel about these quarterfinals first, and who's looking at grabbing that first seed, 2 Worlds, and then subsequently the second seed based on points. What are we thinking?
Oh, man. So if you want to just say who's grabbing first seed, I'm probably going to go with Team Liquid on this one. I think that they're looking very strong, that they're only going to improve with this time off, and that they had a surge near the end where they were definitely asserting their dominance. And then for second seed, it's probably going to be TSM based off of points. So that tiebreaker, or at least that semifinal matchup, which will most likely, if Gravity ends up losing to TSM, is going to be TL TSM. Winner of that will get first, but I think it's going to be TL, and then I think TSM's going to have second in points.
Riv, do you have any?
I agree with the drop in the hat that TL is actually going to be able to one to take first place. It's going to be very, very grueling for obviously all the teams going in there. A race at the bottom for Dig and all those guys to try and scrap their way in through every game. It's going to be very tough for those guys.
Yeah, interestingly enough, you pointed out the fact that if TSM wins here, they do have to go up against Liquid, and with Cloud9 out of the playoffs, those are the 2 teams with the most points going in. So that semifinal matchup is going to be, very important, rather, in terms of securing a certain number of points moving forward. But most likely the team, that loses it will end up with enough points rather to grab that second seed. We flip down to the other side of the bracket. Today we've got Tip versus Dignitas. The winner of that moves on to play against CLG. CLG moving into the playoffs with a first round bye. That's not something we've been able to say before.
They've never done that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that for a moment and what that might do for CLG, coming out of that kind of midseason slump they had, ramping into playoffs, grabbing that second seed. There's a lot of confidence. We heard it in that feature from Doublelift that they will be playing in that finals at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, it's exactly what they wanted because they always seem to fall short in quarters. So if they just pass quarters and go straight to semis, maybe they're going to have a better time. But CLG looked like when they were putting, let's just go back to the half point of the split for them, because when they started putting Zion on these carry top laners, they brought out the Olaf, they brought out your favorite, they brought out the Kennen.
Yeah.
And then
it was like that game we said, why aren't they doing this? When they brought Zion on, when teams took Zion on, they said, we're not going to try to change his playstyle that much. And finally, they let him do that and go back to his playstyle.
I absolutely love that, though, because it took pressure off of Doublelift, because right before that, they were running Doublelift on single threat compositions, and then Poe Belter was playing like Lulu mid, supporting him, and it was not working out. And honestly, at this point in time, playing around just your AD carry, if it's not a Kog'Maw, I don't think is actually a very good strategy because mid laners just bring so much damage to the table. So CLG adjusted, and now they play the same style with different champions falling into the position.
It's that adjustment. This is the first time we really see Chronologic Gaming going into the playoffs, anything like this, when they're on their surge and not in that downfall.
Yep. We're moving down the list of teams, kind of focusing in on today. We've got Tip versus Dignitas. Talk about looking at those last couple spots into the gauntlet with these teams that aren't coming in with a ton of points. I mean, Tip has a slight advantage there, coming in with a few points.
These are the guys not guaranteed, along with Gravity.
And that puts even more pressure on this quarterfinal matchup because you have to win this one. Not only if you just want to go to Madison Square Garden and have a shot at the first seed by winning, you have to win this quarterfinal if you even want to make the gauntlet.
It's true. Loser of this is just knocked out of all hope of Worlds.
It's just added pressure when you think about the stakes of coming into today.
It's always strange because when you're in these types of matches, you aren't really focused on, let's not lose. You're like, okay, quarterfinals, let's win, let's get to the semifinals, let's move on. And having Worlds in the back of your head, I think, is actually going to be a detriment because it's just adding pressure on top of it. So I think they're just coming in here focusing on who's across the rift from them today and trying to take them down.
Well, Riv, when we look at Dignitas, the younger of these two teams in terms of the roster, you've got veterans like Impact over on Team Impulse, who you like to think will be able to lead the team through this mentality of like the play not to lose thing.
They've been past this. They've seen down the golden road.
Right. You do have Kiwi Kid on Dignitas, but you look at Gamsu, he's relatively new. You look at I have to wonder if Rico coming back is going to be able to refocus them, coming off of a kind of a poor finish of the split.
Well, coming back, even to get back into the split, it was off a huge play from Kiwi Kid. They were struggling in that game in the first place. So coming into these playoffs, I think they really need to sturdy themselves, finding their form. As Kiwi Kid said, I think there's a lot more to it than that for them because their form was kind of being consistent in the laning phase, and then they didn't have really what it would take to win the game themselves. The other team would have to make an error. There would have to be something on the other side of the game. So I think they have to go past their form to really do well here.
All right, well, we are going to get a chance to talk to Rico a little bit later, so it will be interesting to get his thoughts on the matter. Now, when we talk about Team Impulse, you have to talk about their jungler Rush. We're going to take a closer look at Rush's journey from the top of Korean solo queue to the big stage here in North America.
리그 오브 레전드를 제대로 시작한 거는 얼마 되지 않았어요. 왜냐면 저는 일단은 공부 먼저 하고 프로가 되길 선택한 거라. 작년에 한국에 있는 고려대학교에 진학했고 프로를 하고 싶은데 부모님께 실망을 안겨드리기 싫고 뭔가 대학교는 가야 되겠다는 생각이 있어가지고 사실 저한테 우선순위는 학교보다는 게임이었어요. 시즌4 때도 초반부 잠깐 하다가 제대로 시작한 거는 8월 말부터인데 3-4달 만에 1등을 찍으면서 나는 어느 정도 잠재성이나 가능성이 있고 비록 솔로 큐지만 정말 열심히 한다면은 못 이길 선수는 없구나라는 자신감을 얻었고 그런 거에 대해서 막 되게 자부심 느끼고 그랬었는데 어쨌든 그 1등이라는 성적 때문에 중국, 유럽 북미, 한국 거의 모든 지역에서 팀에 들어오라는 콜을 받을 수 있었어요. 9월쯤에 SKT가 거의 한국 모든 챌린저 전 포지션 대상으로 선수를 새로 뽑겠다는 공지를 했었고 모든 아마추어 선수들이 지원을 했고 결국 그런 서바이벌 방식의 그 테스트를 통해서 포지션별로 각 포지션별로 한두 명의 선수들이 남고 SKT 숙소까지 실제로 들어갔었는데 그 선수들이 탑은 훈이랑 스맵이었는데 훈이는 결국 푸나틱이랑 계약해서 푸나틱 갔고 정글은 레인오버랑 저였고 그 미드는 지금 SKT1 스카우트 그다음에 원딜은 퓨리 그다음에 서포터는 피카부였는데 한 일주일 정도 거기 있다 보니까 SKT에서 생각하기에는 자기 팀에 정말 필요한 사람은 피카부밖에 없다고 생각하고 나머지는 탈락했었는데 저도 계속 팀을 찾으면서 솔로키 하던 과정에 가장 빠르게 저한테 제의를 넣은 팀이 어떻게 보면 팀 임펄스였고 그냥 빠르게 계약해 버렸죠. 어떻게 보면.
Now this is a guy, he's coming from the top of Korean solo queue. There's a lot of weight on Rush's shoulders to see if he can actually come from solo queue as a jungler and translate that into competitive.
다른 정글러들은 들어가지 않는데 저는 2대2가 되더라도 2대2로 싸우면 무조건 이기는 거 아닌가 이런 약간 자신감이 있어요. 어쩔 때 보면 그런 걸 성공시키면 되게 잘해 보이고 근데 만약 그 실패하면 정말 멍청해 보이거든요.
There's the knockup gonna miss, but the death mark comes in. Boom, down he goes, but Rush still has aggro! And he Saint smites him, how's that?
다른 팀이 하는 픽을 잘 안 따라하는 경향이 있어요. 저희가 잘하는 챔프, 뭐 야수, 피즈, 리신 이런 거 약간 고집해서 좀 색달라 보이는 것 같아요. 저희 팀은 일단 리스크를 감수해야 하는 팀이에요. 어떻게 보면은. 일단 저희 팀은 그냥 무난하게 지는 걸 되게 싫어해요. 수비적으로 있다가 그냥 그대로 넥서스 밀리는 것보다는 한번 밖에 나가갖고 일단 싸우고 안 되겠다 싶으면 이제 그냥 지는 그런 걸 더 좋아하고.
Triple kill coming in for Rush, and it looks like they're trying to back up. Where's the ult from Trashy? Can he get the pentakill? Going in. Xiao's gonna take the turret for him. They're giving it. Salami. He goes in, and Xiao steals it on the accident.
첫 라운드 때는 저희가 강팀으로 분류되는 CLG, C9, 뭐 TSM 이런 팀한테 다 졌어요. 그 두 번째 시즌에는 강팀으로 분류되는 TSM, CLG, C9, 뭐 팀리퀴드 이런 팀 다 잡고 그 순간이 우리가 정말 연습 많이 해서 발전했구나 이렇게 느껴서 그때가 제일 좋았던 것 같아요. 다른 사람들이랑 같이 막 이렇게 부대 끼면서 막 같은 목표를 위해서 막 일하고 그런 경험이 없었는데 이번에 오면서 약간 서로 다른 문화적 배경 가진 5명이 더 잘하려고 노력하고 그런 과정 속에서 뭔가 배우는 것도 있고 그런 게 저를 좀 성장하도록 도와주는 것 같아요.
I always love getting those closer looks into the players, their individual journeys. And when we look at Rush, a phenomenal player. We always talk about his aggression, his playmaking, the way he opens things up for the team when
really
he's
made
playing
an impact.
Well. Oh yeah, there you have it. And what champions he does that on, right? Nidalee, Lee Sin being the big two. Will teams decide to attack that pool? Because the last playoffs we saw him struggle on the likes of Nunu, Sejuani when he tried to move outside of those comfort picks.
Yeah, that was an unlucky meta shift for him at the time because right now it's actually really good because they have blue side 4 times today on TIP, and even if you ban Evelynn, Nidalee, Lee Sin, he has Elise still. So he has 4 junglers in his pocket that are near the SA tier. So if you ban 3, he's going to get the other one first pick. So I don't think attacking the champion pool of Rush is going to be a good strategy today. But I know that Rush, we talked about his aggression and things like that. His improvement and his dedication is something that I think we don't actually touch on enough compared to those things. Because this is a guy who didn't know what a lane swap was week 1 back in the spring split, right? He's like, how do I even play this? Now he's dominating lane swaps. He's causing pressure on the map. And this guy is looking for the opportunity to go to Worlds and play the team that denied him a spot.
Wouldn't that be something? watch him go up against SKT, playing against 1 year later
with
impact
at his side. I take your old numbers and I beat you with them.
All that growth allows them to keep pushing the play style as well that Fly has said in their interviews on stage and whatnot for the team, is that they don't really care what people play. They don't strategize for certain people. Rush said it in there, is that whatever champions they're going to play, they're going to play. We don't really lock on to that. We play our game, and I believe, as you were talking there, with even if he gets focused in the champion pool, they still have their game to play, and it's going to be tough to beat Tip.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, for a little more on Rush, we are going to send it over to our guys on the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am David Freak. Turley with me is Joshua Jat Leisman and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. How you guys doing, both of you?
Doing well.
Great. Doing well, doing great. Kobe's doing better than Jat. That's fine.
We get a fist bump for that.
Right. Do that again. Do that again.
Oh, okay. We blew it up. I like that. All right, guys, what's up? And actually, yeah, I do want to talk a little bit more about Rush. And I know Zyron is talking about the fact that he's got more carry champions out there, but this guy is very committed to playing that very aggressive, I'm going to take over the game style.
Yeah. So it's always fun to talk about Rush because most junglers are always looking for that excuse to not buy wards, because it's way more fun to just buy combat effectiveness and then go kill people. And Rush has shown that you can have this playstyle and find success. It's actually really funny because we talked about, within North America, he has really low warding numbers on Lee Sin even, but actually worldwide, no one has been able to ward less per minute
and still win
than Rush and actually win a game.
Oh, God.
So
Rush he's an exceptional player, and we've been saying this pretty much since he joined the LCS, but the beginning of the split was obviously a little bit rough, and it's been this constant just wave of up and down for Rush because he finished the regular season spring split so well. The meta changed, and he just completely collapsed into his Sejuani and Nunu tiers. From there, though, this split, he's went right back to carry junglers, basically Lee Sin and Italy, and a little bit of Eve. And we, right now, coming into the playoffs, we'll have a small meta shift yet again. We haven't necessarily seen him play Elise. Elise is one of those junglers that a lot of the old school will be able to pick up very easily, the people that played in Season 3 and early Season 4 when he was an incredibly strong champion. But now I really wonder how many hours Rush has actually logged on Elise and whether he's going to be able to adapt.
Yeah, definitely not as many as people like Dominate who have been around and been playing longer. Like you said, multiple seasons. Rush is fairly new to the game.
Yeah.
He just skyrocketed to the top of solo queue when he started playing.
Yeah, and you can see, as the players get themselves set up, we are going to be starting the games in about half an hour at noon. The players came in at their allotted time. We had a 3-0 in Europe, so we're kind of sitting at the games for a bit longer than normal.
Very fast 3-0.
Very fast 3-0. It was dominated by H2K.
Yeah. I do want to stick more on Rush and his jungle style because it's so fun and interesting to talk about. Well, of course, because we're also junglers. But so the thing is, it's funny that his ward numbers went up when he played tank junglers. And that's because you can play this style of not warding as much if you only have to ward enough to execute your game plan. If your game plan is that you are confident you can beat anyone in 1v1 or 1v2, then you don't care if the counter gank is there. And that is how Rush plays. Yeah. He will buy the combat effective parts of his smite upgrade even before upgrading his smite, so that he has the Sheen or he has the Brutalizer, the long swords, to be able to take that 1v1, even if the opponent is there and it is an even fight.
And I'd also say one of the more important things about Rush's jungling style is being able to track the other jungler and track the other jungler's wards. Because like 3/4 of the point of warding early game is to either see the support roam or the enemy jungler and see their ganks. But if Rush is able to predict where he's going to be, find him, kill him, stop him from ganking, or just be stronger than 2v2s, you can get around that. But it's a high-risk style. You guess wrong, guess what? Your lane died. Yeah. If you fall behind, well, now you don't have any wards as a fallback pattern. But Rush is so good that 8 out of their 9 last regular season games, they were able to win with Rush playing that style.
That's why also he plays a lot of these champions that are good even at lane ganking, so you don't always have to go through the river or through the obvious
to your Gnar and kill
pass.
Someone.
He's either on Evelyn, which you go wherever she wants, or Lee Sin or something like that.
Yeah. And I think it's really interesting as well. You talked about sort of tracking the enemy jungler, right? Just by virtue of counter-jungling into the enemy jungle, going over and taking wolves, you're like, okay, his wolves and Gromp are up. He has to be on the bottom side of the map. Hey, bot lane, be ready. they have to be here because he's not over with me. And just the extra vision you gain just by being a body in the jungle helps a lot, too.
Yeah, it's cool how it affects the rest of the team, too, because Adrian's ward numbers skyrocket. The other people have to fill in at least one spot on the map to gain some amount of information. And Adrian has done a great job of that. He basically has to keep all 3 green wards and his pink ward up at all times.
Yeah, and to transition off of Russia a little bit, I actually think, I know they've only played a couple games with them, but Gate coming into the mid lane actually I think helps that game a little bit. Xiaowei a player who wouldn't upgrade his trinket for like 35 minutes. I realize Xiaowei is a great player, but in the Vision game, right, being able to mold a new player who's newer to competitive, saying, yeah, you know, you're going to play more like Hai, you're going to help keep the ward game up. Like, this can totally work as a team style.
Okay.
It can.
My counterpoint to that is that Rush was more confident in a 2 versus 2 mid lane with Xiaowei having his back. Having Gate have his back, it actually throws this team a curveball and kind of forces him more into the top lane because you know he feels confident with Impact. Russian Impact combined for the most pre-15-minute kills of any top lane jungle combo.
Yeah, and
that's totally fair.
One thing that I'd also mention, while obviously having a mid laner who can play a control style and ward well can help you when you're not placing that many wards on a jungler, I'd say one of the biggest strengths of Team Impulse is an overall pressure game. And that requires your mid laner to either be even or above in their matchup, because when your jungler is constantly engaged in enemy territory, if the enemy mid laner can freely collapse and your mid laner doesn't have lane pressure or presence, it makes it really, really dangerous / bad to go into the enemy jungler. And Gate had actually 2 games with incredibly low lane presence where he was late to almost every fight. But with that being said, their last game, which was a tiebreaker, he played Orianna. He had a much better lane, was able to bully a little bit, and could then support Rush. So that's, I think, obviously we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. That's one of the keys to this matchup. Is whether or not
we still got 30 minutes to kill. We're good. Let's dive deep.
Dive in.
Deep dive every player for about 12 minutes each, and that's not the correct math here. But guys, thank you very much for your insight, though. We've still got an analyst desk on site. Going to toss it over to them. Dash, take it away.
Thank you, Freak. Now we swapped out Riv and we picked up Renegades jungler Alberto Cruz Rengifo. So first of all, welcome to the desk. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Really excited for this game.
Now, we just did a lot of talking about Rush. I do want to transition to the other side of the matchup to Helios, the guy who's tasked with taking on Rush in this all-important best-of-5.
You know, funnily enough, these 2 players have a very similar champion pool. They both play Lee Sin in the regular season as opposed to many other junglers. Elise, obviously picked up by everybody right now. Nidalee as well, and Rek'Sai with the Gragas. Like, they have very similar champion pools, but quite different styles. You know, a lot of times, Helios will go ahead and buy a sight zone even before completing the jungle item. That is something Rush is definitely never doing.
There may be some overlap, but the way that they actually prioritize their champions is very different. Like, if you look at Helios' stats, he's played, out of his 14 games, 9 Rek'Sai games. And even then, his Rek'Sai doesn't seem to be that impressive. He's going around trying to control things, and he's not doing it as well as Rush would with his aggressive style.
Now, another player on Dignitas that is kind of tasked with a tall order here is Gamsu in the top lane going up against Impact. So let's talk about that matchup a little bit, because when Dignitas was doing well, we generally saw Gamsu being kind of the forefront of that push for the team.
Yeah, when they played each other in the first half of the split, that was Gamsu's Hecarim game where he went 11-0-10. So we've seen Gamsu have the capacity to carry against Impulse and to take down Impact in the top lane after he gets fed off of TP plays and making some plays across the map. So preying on the bottom lane is, I think, what he'll try to do instead of bashing his head against Impact.
Well, I think with the recent shift in the meta, you know, Gangplank is actually making a resurgence with this rework and is super strong.
Zyrene just got so excited.
I have a bet that Gangplank will at least be picked or banned sometime during the playoffs, or else I eat my shoe.
Gangplank is pretty strong, and there's so much room for counter pick in the top lane. You know, people are picking Fizz into Maokai and just killing them over and over, and then there's Riven into Rumble. Like, so many strong picks that just have counters, and it leads to a lot of aggression in the top lane that if the first kill happens, bot lane's over. TP's into bot lane, and the game just takes over from there. So I think the counter picks in the top lane are going to be super important.
There's the man right there on your screen, getting his stuff set up, and probably a lot of thoughts going through his head. You know, interestingly enough, we just saw Trundle. You talk about the different picks up in the top lane in EU. We just saw Trundle, and we actually saw it played very well into Fizz. Unfortunately, was not enough to carry for Giants there, but the damage output that was coming from it was pretty significant.
It's something that was like unexpected from Trundle. It was much higher than you would think, but that's also a whole symptom of we haven't seen a whole lot of that.
Right.
You don't always have a good gauge of how much it's going to do. And I do actually want to jump over to something that I think is actually very important in the current meta, because it used to be just all tank top laners. Now you're seeing top laners that try to get priority over the other top laners so they can make TP plays across the map.
Like the Olaf.
Exactly. I think Olaf is actually a very high pick on most top laners tier lists now, and it's only getting higher over time because you bully the other laner. And once you do that, you get the TP play. But right now, it used to be a very mid-centric focused game. Like mid laners used to be able to carry. Now I think top lane jungle synergy is becoming much higher in terms of what makes a really good team.
It really telegraphs how the game is going to be played, though, because usually it's put aggression in the top side, get TP advantage, 4-man bot, 5-man bot, and then just do it over and over. Then the other team has a TP advantage 2 minutes later, and they do the exact same thing. Gank top, then go bottom, 5-man it. And it's going to be which team can really tell when the gank is coming and defend against it, because if you just back off, wait the TP disadvantage window, you can strike next.
Yeah, but also when it comes down to if you think that style is coming and you bring your jungler top, then it becomes who can 2v2 better, right? And that's why we're seeing the Nidalee be so popular. Not only is it dominant in the jungle and it's able to clear so quickly and has pressure, it's so good at skirmishing.
Takes 2 towers in 1 push, too.
All right, well, yeah, we'll get into I'm going to get into turret pushing because I had some interesting discussions with Freak about Tristana. We continue to talk about that champion and what she does. But while we're on the topic of top laners, when Gamsu moved to the U.S. to join Team Dignitas, he took up cooking for a familiar taste of Korea. But his home-cooked meals have become much more than that for the rest of his team.
게임을 할 때 실수하는 걸 정말 싫어해서 게임적으로 평균적으로 제가 데스가 엄청 적은 편이에요. 안전한 플레이 위주로 하기 때문에 그게 요리에서도 이렇게 실패에 대한 두려움 같은 게 잠재적으로 있어가지고 좀 실패 안 하려고 노력을 많이 하는 것 같아요. 미국에 와서 보니까 한국 음식을 찾기도 힘들고 그래서 엄마한테 막 하나하나 물어보면서 막 코치를 받으면서 요리를 하게 되는데 실시간으로 사진을 찍고 막 메신저로 막 지금 이렇게 하고 있다, 뭐 지금은 이 단계까지 왔다 이렇게 하면서 처음 이렇게 배우기 시작했거든요. 처음 요리할 땐 완전 실패한 적은 좀 요리가 많이 달았거나 그런 적은 있어도 뭐 달아도 특히 못 먹을 게 아니라서 팀원들이 다 맛있게 먹어줬어요. 엄마의 특별한 도움 없어도 막 여기저기서 정보를 습득해가지고 막 맛있게 이제 만들 수 있어요. 어쩔 땐 엄마가 한 거보다 맛있다고 막 생각하면서 그렇게 하다 보니까 정말 요리가 재밌어졌어요. 오늘 첫 번째로 만들 거는 제육볶음인데 제육볶음은 뭐 대부분 한국 사람이 좋아하고 양념이 골고루 배이도록 지금 다 떼내주고 있습니다.
감수가 요리를 시작하고 나서부터 점점 팀 분위기도 더 개선된 것 같고
대판 어슷하게 제육볶음의 양념부터 먼저 만들겠어요. 아까 쓰다 남은 마늘마저 다져줍니다.
Everybody in the team basically really likes Asian foods, Korean food. Also,
Gamsu have a good talent for cook, I think. Better than any restaurant. 여기서 마법의 가루가 필요해요. 양념장은 이렇게 해서 섞어주기만 하면 완성이에요. 두 번째로는 계란말이를 만들 건데 계란말이는 보통 한국에서 한식집을 가면 꼭 나온다고 하는 음식인데요. 그냥 사이드 메뉴 정도로 생각하시면 되고요.
Korean food in general is such a strong smell to it. It just smells so good, makes you hungry. Whenever I'm doing with Core or like Helios, we're just like, okay, we're stopping at this game. We're gonna eat Gamsu's food.
오늘 제일 의미 있는 음식은 미역국인데 한국에서는 생일 때마다 미역국을 먹는 문화 같은 게 있어요. 이틀 전엔 헬리오스 형이 생일이었고 오늘은 코어 형이 생일이기 때문에 굉장히 맛있게 해야 될 것 같아요.
There hasn't really been an instance where he's only cooked enough for himself. He always like kind of cooks like more thinking about the whole team.
참기름을 조금 두르면 미역국을 맛있게 만들 수 있어. 조금만 더 익히면 소고기가 거의 다 익을 것 같아요. 미역국 자체는 처음 시도해보는 건 확실하지 않은데 솔직하게 처음 시도해보는 음식들은 그냥 막 혼자 만들어서 막 그냥 실험을 해보고 싶은데 애들이 막 먹고 싶어하는 것 같기도 해서 막 그래가지고 막 만드는데 막 좀 불안하기도 해요. 막 맛없을까 봐.
Bon appétit.
Bon appétit. 우리 끝나면 실패를 하든 성공을 했든 뭔가 경험이 쌓인다는 기분이 들어가지고 다음엔 더 잘하게 될 것 같다는 그런 생각을 많이 해요.
It's freaking delicious. Look at some of this green stuff.
So it's my first day. Gamsu make chili soup for me. So I'm really thankful for him.
This time he really outdid himself. I felt like he really wanted this one to be special.
Other people said, 감수가.
Yeah, I gave him like an S-.
팀원들은 막 내가 생각해도 이건 별론데 생각해도 막 늘 좋은 말만 해주고 막 이거 맛있다 막 그러니까 전 늘 기분 좋게 요리를 해줘요. 누군가 내 음식을 맛있게 먹는다는 게 기분이 좋았어요.
You know, the closeness that we see between those guys in that video is the closeness, the camaraderie that we saw in the earlier half of the split when Dignitas had made their huge winning run. And the question is whether or not they can get back to that, especially with Rico rejoining the team. Can they get back to that going into this series here?
Yeah, first half of the split, 7-2 was their record. And then Rico took off. Some of the synergy seemed to fall to the wayside. Knowing when to start those calls and when to follow them just seemed to teeter off.
Well, I think they've got nothing to lose as well here, to be honest. They're coming into the underdogs. They're the last place seed in all of playoffs. Like, to be honest, in the beginning of the year, they're just barely trying to get out of relegations, and now they made it to playoffs. So why not just go all out and see what you've got?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Let's
not forget where they were last split. The fact that they
one play away.
Yeah,
one play away.
Yeah, exactly.
From being relegated.
And here they are. They made it back in, went on a pretty solid run. They've made it into the playoffs, have a shot at Worlds. I mean, that alone is a phenomenal trajectory there. We'll see if they can turn it around. Now, we did mention that we were going to have an interview with Rico. Unfortunately, well, not rather unfortunately, he has elected to stay with the team a little bit longer in preparation for Game 1. We respect that decision, as of course they're going to want all the time they can get to plan and prep. So unfortunately for us,
yes,
we are not going to get. It's unfortunate for us, we are not going to get to talk to him. But we are going to take a quick break. But when we return, we'll dive into our quarterfinal series, Team Impulse versus Team Dignitas. We'll be right back.
North America, this split has been different than any other split. Cloud9 and TSM, the teams that everyone's like, oh, they're always going to be in the finals. It's a Cloud9 versus TSM finals every time. No, that's not how North America is anymore. Team Liquid's emerging, CLG's emerging, Gravity came out really strong the last half of the split. Any team can really take the title for the best team in North America.
이번 서머 스플릿이 가장 안 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있기 때문에 조금 압박을 느끼고 있긴 하고요.
Every single year that I play League, people are trying to get me to get benched, or they want a new top laner, or I'm sick of Dyrus. Going up there and winning once again would be a really great feeling to prove people wrong.
Playing on the Madison Square Garden stage is going to be fucking awesome. Something that you can look back on and say, wow, I did this, I was there.
It's going to be the biggest arena I'll ever have played. Playoffs is where some teams are going to show up. Now that we're in first place, we have some standards to meet.
이번 플레이오프에서 사실 정규 시즌 순위가 엄청 그렇게 그 관련이 있을 것 같진 않아요. 많이 바뀔 것 같아요.
If we can get back into our form, we can easily take playoffs.
거기서 제가 제가 증명해야 된다는 거 그것만 남은 것 같아요. 기회가 생길 것 같아요.
Honestly, we are ready to take on anyone.
It would just feel right. It would just feel like it would be the right thing for CLG after all this work we put in to finally hold up the trophy.
Our major goal and prove that we're the best team in NA.
And you're going to see a new TSM at playoffs.
어떻게든 그냥 이겨야 된다 생각.
I think this is our split. Madison Square Garden in the finals, you'll see us there.
Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the North American LCS Summer Playoffs, coming to you live from Los Angeles. Now, the crowd is pumped and ready to see which team will advance to the semifinals and which team will see their playoff dreams end today. It is time for our quarterfinal series, Team Dignitas versus Team Impulse. For Team Dignitas, they currently have 0 championship points from the spring split. So if they lose today, they will lose any shot at securing a world's berth. Now, they've got their coach back with them. Rico was instrumental in Dig's early season success. After he had to take a leave of absence from active duty, the team had a serious drop-off. So the question is, how quickly can he get them back into shape in this postseason run?
Yeah, and it's no question that he was instrumental. They were third place when he was on the roster and he was, here in person. They fell quickly to 6th place when he left, and they've stayed there ever since. So Rico's contribution, all the players shout him out all the time, and he's been remote coaching. So if the question is how quickly is he going to transition back, it's going to be pretty smooth because he's almost save for not being there a couple times, he's still been coaching them. So that problem, though, is that there's new problems. The problem before was, getting the synergy down. Now it's the entire league has gotten a little bit better, and Dignitas preyed off of mistakes. So when you're no longer able to see as many mistakes from your enemies, you're not going to have as good a game.
I think the game that comes to mind about Dig where they did not do that was the one where they ran the Twisted Fate Alistar with that Heck Rim, where there was an all-in just dive composition all the time and go. And that's the way they want to play. They just want to go all the time. And I think that if they go with a hyper-aggressive composition like that just allows all their members to be the aggressors, then they have a much better shot at this game.
Yeah, that's when they beat them last time.
Yes, exactly.
All right, we touched on it already a little bit, but another component of Dig's success was Gamsu. When they were on a winning streak, it was usually off of incredibly strong performances like his Jarvan and Heck Rim.
Yeah, his Jarvan and his Heck Rim that he played against Impulse last time, where he went 11-0-10 in the game you were talking about, Crumbs. Those were landmark games for his career. But outside of those performances, he's very punishable. And he needs to outdo himself today because he's against Impact, who has so many things over them. He has versatility, lane dominance, and he's got an aggressive sidekick.
I feel like when he gets really far ahead, he just takes over the game. But if he's not he's not getting those leads by himself, as the game is not going in his vision, he's going to be falling a little bit behind, maybe a little bit of tilt. Just has to keep it under control and realize that the champions that he picks have high damage, and no matter what can really turn the tides of a game regardless of his score.
Right, you mentioned the tall task that he's got going up against Impact. Impact has proven himself to be a top-tier top laner, but he also has been a positive force for change among his teammates.
좀 좋은 모습 보여서 NA에서는 그래도 지금 가장 잘하는 탑3를 말할 수 있는 사람은 많을 것 같아요, 지금은. 근데 그래도 국제대회에 나와서 증명한 게 없기 때문에 아직은 그렇게 말할 정도는 아닌 것 같아요.
Playing with someone like Impact, at first it's kind of intimidating, but I do have a lot of respect for him. He has a lot of knowledge. He's really patient with the game, so it's been quite a big learning experience for me.
We all look up to him. He knows way more. He has way more game experience. He taught me how to play as a team, how to lane swap, and how to end games.
He does have friends, but are they going to be enough? The answer is, yeah, Maple Street going to be going down, turned into tarmac on this one, and now Dota Wade also going to fall. Porpoise stuck under his turret in a 1 versus 4, now a 1 versus 5. Goodbye, double kill for Impact. Out he goes.
탑이랑 정글은 서로 한국어로 되게 디테일 있게 얘기할 수 있어서 미리 상황을 3분 전부터 만들어 놓을 수 있는데 미숙한 분 되게 많고 라인 사업이나 그런 경우가 사실 솔로캐에서 만나볼 수 없는 경우잖아요. 그런 경우에 많이 리드를 해줬었는데 이제는 서로 이제 맞춰가면서 하고 있어요.
게임적인 부분 제가 많이 도와주기는 하는 것 같은데 모르겠어요. 도와주는 것 같긴 해요.
My ulti up. He's dead. Rush gets the ulti into Impact. Here comes the push towards Keen. Keen does have flash. Pops it. Impact's gonna go with the taunt flash. Gonna land that a big shockwave, but is gonna land out of time. Rush! Oh, he flashes out! You gotta be kidding me! He makes it happen!
딱히 부담감 없고요. 그냥 제가 할 수 있는 범위만큼 그냥 좋은 모습, 그러니까 이기는 모습 보여주는 게 일단 목표라서 딱히 부담감 없어요. 근데 러쉬 형은 부담감 있을지도 모를 것 같아요. 여기서 제가 제가 증명해야 된다는 거 그것만 남은 것 같아요. 좀만 더 열심히 하고 좀 더 좋은 모습 보여줘야지, 이기는 모습 보여줘야지 그래도 다 베스트 탑이라고 부를 테니까 기회가 생길 것 같아요.
I'm so curious when Impact says, I have not proven myself in an international tournament. You won Season 3 Worlds.
Well,
did he feel like he was carried by FLICKR?
Yeah, that might have been it, shadowed by somebody else. Now he's kind of the star of his team now, so now he gets to be, the one that's carrying everybody else.
Yeah, hey, I like the mentality, right?
Yeah.
He's still clearly motivated to do well.
That's aiming high.
Exactly, and stay motivated. That's good, I like it. All right, well, we're looking at the rest of Team Impulse. Now, they were the hottest team in the second half of the split, only dropping 1 game, finishing 8-1. But a note of caution here, we saw a very similar hot streak in the spring split, and when they hit playoffs, they lost momentum and ultimately ended up in 4th place.
Yeah, I think a lot of that was meta shift for the jungle. Rush wasn't able to keep up with Cinderhulk, but they also have another factor now, and it's the new mid laner of Gate. Gate, oh man, he's only played 2 games, so it's a small sample size, but out of the 14 mid laners that have played in the NALCS this split, he is 14th for CS at 10. In Gate's favor, though, he is going up against Shifter, who's number 12 out of 14, and is very not punishing in his game.
Yeah, that mid matchup is going to be very interesting because we saw what happened when he went up against Phoenix, where he really was punished, and subsequently Rush was punished as well because he had to cover for Gate more often than he would have liked to.
It's actually very interesting because Gate, although we see these stats and things like that, there are intangibles that he brings to the game. He's a very positive guy. He's always got a positive outlook on the game, and also he doesn't mess around in scrims, and I've been hearing that their environment is better and they get more out of their practices now because he's taking the game very seriously and he wants to get better.
Yeah, and it's no surprise, but I think a factor of the situations where he has faltered a little bit is the matchup. A lot of times we see Victor versus Azirs, and people think, oh, this is kind of more of an even matchup, but there's so many factors like, oh, is the blue buff being denied from one guy? Because the Azir has full-on pressure for some levels until Azir can Victor can full-on wave clear. And then the matchup is so volatile, and if the junglers or the supports aren't really pressuring that then one lane can lose horrendously without even fighting.
Yeah, well, another matchup that could heavily influence this series is the junglers, Rush versus Helios. We touched on it a little bit, especially the jungler top synergy. The play around the top lane will be very interesting. Rush has been an all-star for Tip, dictating the pace of the game with his early aggressive moves. Now, he has the most kills, highest kill participation, and has dealt the most damage per minute among NA junglers this summer.
Yeah, and Helios, it's just night and day difference between them. He has the highest average deaths per game and lowest kill participation among junglers in playoffs. Helios Helios has also been very predictable. He's taken Rek'Sai in 9 out of his 14 games, and now his style is becoming predictable as well, where he's going to pick the fight if he sees one.
One of the things that worries me for the Dig versus Tip matchup is that I know Dig has a lot of respect for Rush, maybe a little bit too much. So if they go into the game, they'll be thinking he's going to gank my lane. He's here. He's going to camp me, especially if they're up against something like an Evelyn that can just be anywhere on the map. It'll put so much pressure that Dig will just collapse under the idea that he could be there, but he really is not. So they really need to have a lot of vision control, which hopefully Helios can do his job as he's been doing very diligently throughout the split. Keep tabs on Rush so that his lanes can feel more comfortable.
Yeah, we'll see if they can shake the fear of Rush being in every lane all at once. Now, before we send it over to our casters, we want to add a little spice to the conversation taking place on Twitter. Today, we're going to have a Q&A session with our resident Salty Doge, Zyrene, right here. So tweet your questions to @LolEsports and use the hashtag Ask Zyrene. We'll be combing through for the cream of the crop for Zyrene to answer at the end of our broadcast. With that, let's send it over to our casters to get the series underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hey guys, it's time to check out the starting lineups for this match. It's gonna be a very fun one. We're gonna start with the blue side, Team Impulse. Impact setting, he wants to be a massive performance in this one in the top lane. Rush in the jungle, Gate the new guy in mid, Apollo on AD carry, Adrian on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Dignitas. Up top is Gamsu. In the jungle, Helios, mid, Shifter, AD carry, Core JJ. Supporting Kiwi Kid, and of course, Coach Rico is back in the building.
Yeah, and I want to see what kind of impact having Rico back will have on Team Dignitas. It seems like, especially after some of their defeats, Rico is very good at calming the team down, figuring out exactly what went wrong, and figuring out how to fix it. So even if they drop the first game, I want to see if they can come back in a subsequent game, because we know coming into this one that Team Impulse is just a massive favorite.
Yeah, I feel like it was critical for them to get him back in time for playoffs, because yes, he was helping coach remotely, but having someone here on stage is crucial in a best of 5. When somebody comes up with a counter pick and champion select, you have to send the team into the game with a game plan ready to go.
All right, we'll see how good Rico's game plans are as we get ourselves into Champion Select for the beginning of the North American LCS quarterfinals summer split. This is the split that leads to Worlds. Dignitas must win this series for a chance to head there.
Yeah, and I actually just love the first ban right out the gate by Team Impulse, banning Ahri away from Shifter. It's the one champion Shifter's had a huge impact in lane on.
Right out the gate? Really, Jack? Come on. Starting early. But I think it's a good place to start in the mid lane with all this focus on Rush and Impact, the junglers and the top laners for both sides. With Helios also having a very small champ pool consisting of mainly Rek'Sai, I feel like Alistar might go under the radar here, and it's huge for both of these supports. This is the champion that Kiwi Kid got Dignitas back into the LCS with. This is the champion that Adrian keeps calling for people to ban against him because he doesn't even like playing it. It's so overpowered.
There's a lot of power picks in this matchup, and maybe Alistar would be right up top there. I'm wondering what Team Dignitas does. They're heavily targeting Rush here, but this would still technically leave the Elise and the Evelyn. Even though Evelyn's received some nerfs, it still seems to be meta in a lot of things, and it's the Elise that they go with right up.
Everyone's having questions. Has Rush picked up Elise?
Well,
yes, he has. It's still locked it in first.
That's the hope.
Now, before its impact on the top.
It was a good point that you raised, though, previously, where there's a lot of these players that have been playing the game for so long. They have hundreds upon hundreds of games of Elise log from the time where she was overpowered. Rush is not one of those players, so he's recently had to put in the time and training on her. And it is a champion that, while the early game combo is very easy to execute and you just use all of your skills for the full execute, her late game team fighting is very complicated, and you could really tell the poor Elises from the great Elises during the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and with how contested she is, she's banned half the time anyway, so even if you wanted to practice her, sometimes you don't get to. So we got to see how that training shows up. Team Dignitas taking plenty of time for their 2 pickups. They're going to grab the Alistar for Kiwi Kid, as you mentioned, and Echo comes through here.
I mean, Helios' Rek'Sai was banned away. He really doesn't have games on hardly any other junglers. Echo kind of fits the moving tank that he wants to be able to play. The Alistar is something we already touched on. If it wasn't going to be first picked by Team Impulse, it was almost certainly going to be early picked by Team Dignitas.
I think that Sivir also, because Alistar has gone under the radar, Sivir going back to second round pick here for Impulse side. They could very well lock that in. It's been huge for them all season long.
Yeah.
It's been actually huge for every team across the world all season long.
Yeah, the most picked AD carry across all regions.
Wow, they're not going for it.
But that's the thing. I mean, the last 2 games that they've played, they've actually run with Kog'Maw. And if they can, they like comboing it with Janna. So Janna already going to be a nice counter against Alistar in the lane. They also have Elise to play a little bit of more of a poke game. It works for Team Impulse to be able to pick Kog'Maw right here instead of Sivir.
I was actually cheating before this game, and Helios was in a game practicing Echo. Apollo was in a game practicing Kog'Maw as well.
Yeah, you still said
that's
Sivir.
Just bad form. I gotta keep the mystery.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's really interesting. I want to see how Helios will perform on this Echo. But you talked about him not, having put in a lot of time on anything but Rek'Sai, especially against Rush. Giving up a lot of the early presence as you do when you play Echo is fairly dangerous because he concentrates so heavily on his early clears.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how Rush is able to utilize the extreme advantage of Elise in the early game.
Yeah, what's interesting with the Echo pick is, yes, he has a slow clear, but if he's able to fight early, he's generally effective. I think Elise is going to be more effective than him in that case, but if they were planning a bit of a collapse, Team Dignitas does have the counter pick for mid lane, which is what you want, a strong mid laner and a somewhat potent skirmishing jungler if you're going to be invaded by Elise.
Yeah, especially if we're looking at a 2 versus 2 scenario, Echo thrives in counter ganking. It's so much easier for him to get off the stun from Fog of War. If he's in a brush or if he's just behind the lane, Echo can turn that around. Elise is a champion that's pretty much all single target, and she's trying to burst a single person down quickly.
I was going to ask a question, though. What's the chance that it's actually Shifter playing the Echo, just if he learned another assassin and it's a flex pick in the first place? We talked briefly about
Zingy here.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, it's a nice one for Kiwi Kid, but I mean, we talked in the pregame about Gate being small sample size to be fair, but statistically the weakest mid laner in the NALCS right now. If Shifter could beat him up, again, unlikely, but
I told you I cheated though, Freak. I saw Helios in game previously.
He was thinking a level ahead. He expected that.
Okay,
No, you're right. Okay, Victor in the mid lane. Shifter's playing Victor. It's Jungle Echo after all. I just wanted to ask after all. But the 2 big team fight mages are in now. Gate back on his ear for another repeat performance here. Shifter on a Victor for some team fight damage.
Yeah, as far as the performances we've seen from Gate so far in the LCS, his Azir, while it did win the game and have a good KDA, was weak in lane. But with that being said, it is one of his most played champions in solo queue, so there should be a large amount of comfort there. And I really don't know how much value Team Dignitas gets out of the last pick, Victor, since that's one of the champions you kind of pick regardless of your lane matchup. It's one of the early pick mid laners. While very powerful, not necessarily a counter by any means.
Yeah, I mean, we've been spending so much time on individual champions for individual players here. This team comp as a whole for Impulse is far more defensive than we've seen from them throughout this split. They've got the Kog'Maw waiting to scale up, Azir for the backline, Janet disengaged, and impact on Shen. While he has been great on Shen, and he's even played it in previous seasons,
we had a highlight of it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a good Shen.
It's not that solo killing top lane champion that people were looking for him to go head to head with Gums.
But he can help Rush kill people, and that's going to be a fun one regardless. So guys, we're going to check in with you guys throughout the series to see who you guys think is going to be victorious. So keep updating your votes throughout the series. Tweet at LLable Esports. Use the hashtag TIPWin or hashtag DIGWin to let us know who you think's going to win this one. It's going to be a very interesting match, guys. The beginning of the North American LCS quarterfinals are here. Team Impulse versus Team Dignitas.
Yeah, let's get into this game 1 because we know that Team Impulse, it looks like they got almost everything they were going for in this draft. Looking back at some of the past trends as well, Core JJ had played Kog'Maw in Team Dignitas' 2 Week 9 games as well. So Sivir neither picked nor banned. A little bit surprising, but it does follow some of the more recent trends. Other than that, the only first-time champion would be Elise, but that's going to be a highly picked champion.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to what direction Rush is going to take this Elise, because both the Runeglaive and the Cinderhulk are viable builds for her. If you know Rush as a player, then you would think that he would go for the Runeglaive for the extra burst damage early and look to fight people. But now Kiwi Kid says that he the current meta is actually working in Rush's favor.
The meta right now changed from like Cinderhulk junglers to like more aggressive carry type junglers, and that's what Rush is like really known for playing. And he kind of faltered on the Cinderhulk champs, but playing the the aggressive, damage-heavy junglers, he really excels at that. And we've seen him take over plenty of games the past 2 or 3 weeks, and I feel like it's really good for their team.
Well, if we're playing on Rush's tendencies, he wouldn't be playing a Cinderhulk jungler. But we've had these discussions about Elise in the past. The Runeglaive, faster clear speed, much more damage, more likely to see in solo queue, more likely to carry. But in competitive, so frequently, you just go Cinderhulk, Sightstone, and a Locket.
The thing is, you don't have to even go Locket and Sightstone. If you go Cinderhulk, you can still go Spell Penetration, Cinderhulk, and do significant damage. So many options open to him. The other thing about Elise is that she benefits heavily from vision control. And we went over all the vision control stats for Rush, being fairly low in comparison even to Helios, who doesn't have many stats in his favor. But the awards per minute versus Rush would be one of them.
And to get ourselves into the early game, we did see different jungle starts, actually, I believe. We'd got a minor leash by TFP's bottom lane. They ran right into the lane themselves. Team Dignitas, actually, after getting their initial leash, are actually heading into the jungle, meeting up Team Impulse here.
Team Impulse kind of read this a little bit wrong. They've been outgained by Team Dignitas. They're now trying to go to what is the weak side, but Gate is collapsing before Shifter. It's going to be interesting.
Whole lot of damage already onto him. Ignite plus the Rebuff doing plenty here, but looks like he'll be able to survive this one. Sorry, no Ignite used, but plenty of damage.
Technically, if Team Dignitas wanted to commit to this, Core JJ could force a 5v4, but it does look like they're going back to farm. I wonder if this is the end of the harassment game that we see.
We've already seen Adrian come back here, so yeah, with Apollo staying just alone in the bottom lane, he's going to be happy to get solo farm and not be pressured here, and no more fights for Dignitas.
Yeah, not only is he getting solo farm, but he's got the lane pushing against him. So Apollo's in a great position, whereas Gamsu's going to have to extend far out into the lane, and most of the minions have already been killed off. Helios going mid, though.
A lot of damage on towards Gate. He's got to be real careful. Flash and heal now both down.
Yeah, heal in the early skirmish, Flash there, only 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Team Dignitas already trying to prey on Gate, who has shown some weakness in lane pressure from the start. Helios immediately goes in to try and counter jungle off of that early mid pressure.
Yeah, that's actually a very good early start here for Helios. Gate, that was basically the worst case scenario for Gate. He held on trying to save his summoners, took the damage from the gank, and had to end up blowing them anyway, being a little bit greedy there with the summoners. Usually if you blow them, you want to blow them early so you don't take the damage from the gank, and you'll be fine in the lane. Now he's going to be hurting, though, because Alistar, even Kiwi Kid roaming up, they are just pressuring that mid point here for Impulse. Gate, the new guy on the team, is really feeling it.
And approach gank top, I think. Let's see if they can avoid it.
Yep, Rush is ganking top right now and just got the flash out. Elise's level 3 kit, pretty much unmatched.
Both these teams really, like, a lot of times when you see high pressure games like this one, right, your first playoff series in a while, teams oftentimes play a bit slowly. They're a bit slowed down by the pressure of the game, but both these teams firing so fast and so quickly in this game. So many ganks come out already.
Yeah, I think it really does speak to the preparation of Dignitas and, you know, the effect of having Rico back here in person. They came out with a very early game plan, and you can very much see that their point that they wanted to pressure was Gate from the early point of the game. Both Summer is still going to be down for him. And we'll see if he decides to spend a lot of time warding to try and keep himself safe. Helios does still have Flash on Echo, so he's got to be wary.
Yeah, I really need to see if Shifter can push this lane advantage over Gate. Double Summoner spell advantage, experience advantage. Goes back and just buys a spellbook, though, instead of saving up for the 1,000 gold you normally see on Victor in order to shove the lane. So Shifter won't actually have amazing ability to shove the lane as of yet. And we've seen him actually get a super early advantage in lane a couple times and then immediately lose it by missing some CS later. He needs to be able to push this against Gate if Team Dignitas wants to gain an edge.
Yeah, and the other thing you would look for is continued jungle pressure on that mid lane where both summoners are down. But Helios does not return to try and fight the 2 versus 2 that would be in his favor at the mid lane. Instead, he goes bottom, heads off Rush. In the top, though, Impact doing a lot
the chain vest already from Impact. Knowing he's laning against Trist, not expecting a lane swap back into the Gnar. The chain vest would be a pretty good item against Gnar as well, so
yeah,
it's just the right way of building up towards Sunfire here.
That was actually a very good job of Gate there, playing defensively in his lane as Kiwi Kid came through his own jungle. That Alistar gank just as potent, if not more so, than the Echo gank at this point in the game. Able to keep himself safe, and Rush goes in where he just saw the enemy support come from.
Nice.
Wards cleared so far here for Rush through the roof.
And Rush is actually farming pretty well, even though the CS only looks like it's 2 different. He's up 200 gold over Helios here. His choice in camp's actually been quite a bit stronger. Helios, all right, gets that one, walks out, but yeah, there's actually a small lead for Impulse through the overall laning phase here. They've also been pressuring Gamsu a fair bit. Tristana, of course, playing Demolitionist up in the top side, is getting plenty of turret damage down.
The turret damage is the big difference. It's about 2/3 dead in the top lane for Dignitas, whereas Apollo's only killed about 1/3 of the turret down the bottom side.
Yeah, and I always like to keep up on the game plan of the junglers because every little bit of information you have to react immediately. They just had Adrian scout out Helios on the blue side quadrant of Dignitas jungle. Immediately, Rush goes in and snags a camp. He takes that small window, takes only 1 camp, doesn't overstay, and stick around for the red buff steal. But he's able to get something, little pieces off of Helios' side, and then returns back to his own jungle. Ooh, didn't quite go to see the ward, and Raptor buff procced. That's always a kicker. Hate when that happens.
So now, of course, Team Dignitas knows where Rush is, and they can feel scared on the top side and safe over on the bottom. We're going to see Gams to go for the recall. Now that his teleport is up, I think we see him run back to the top lane here because Dragon, of course, is on the table 8 minutes in, and we're going to have some pretty mirrored lane assignments as a result.
Also, look at the control. The ward, the vision here for Impulse is very impressive. They've got the full defensive lineup plus one of the scuttlers, and the only pink ward on the map. So the entire team contributing here, as Rush has been doing his job clearing a lot of the vision from Dignitas out.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of a surprising swap back from Team Dignitas. In my eyes, they were very close to killing the top lane turret. Obviously, they wanted to have some presence bottom lane because Impact could Shen ult down and create a play to force the Dragon, but all the work they put into the top turret is essentially lost at this point. I wonder if Gamsu's going to be able to push that turret down before it costs them, because they've been giving up farm advantages for that turret damage, but they're not actually getting the gold from killing the turret because they swap back to that bottom.
And taking that initial one with Tristana is huge for her. That's what her
the whole point.
Exactly, that's what her early game hinges on. Right now, though, Pink Ward going to allow Rush a pretty easy avenue to gank. Tristana very difficult to gank, though, especially with an Alistar in the lane.
Rush did go Cinderhulk, by the way. We could tell by the early health crystal, but he upgraded it very quickly. I still feel like, based on his style, he'll be going magic penetration after the fact.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You can go Cinderhulk, and you don't have to go purely defensive. She still does plenty of damage due to her base stats, as well as the double percentage health damage. Qs. Let's see if we have a blue trade here. Helios going to steal this one away. Not quite sure what the timer was for Dignitas side, but Helios getting it done. Looks like he can even hand it off to Shifter.
That's pretty handy.
Nice.
Now the wards have expired, and they've dropped another pink ward inside Rush side of the jungle. As Helios moves in, leaves plenty of vision here, and moves up to try and take down Impact. Gamsu's ultimate, or his Mega Gnar, will run out by the time that gets to the turret, though.
What?
Maybe isn't Bombi Cinder range when he tried to recall?
I think so, because Bombi Cinder, I believe, does aggro unaggroed monsters, whereas Cinderhulk does not. I could be wrong on that one. You guys know more than me.
So what's interesting here is Impact is getting shoved in a little bit by Gamsu, so maybe they'll end up getting that top turret anyways. I think they need to get it pretty quick, though. They don't want to fall behind the curve here.
It's surprising, too, because when they all swapped back, Gnar was 400 gold behind Impact and still was able to push up in the matchup.
Yeah, well, there was a giant creep wave up there that Gamsu was able to get at his turret. You know, at the point that you're talking about, yeah, Impact had an entire level lead over him as well. But the 2.5 minion waves that were sitting there, he was able to collect the majority of it at his turret. which was crucial for him.
It's actually a really minor point I want to bring up. You guys talked about Rush being unfamiliar with the champion, but first, hold on. There's a gank in the bottom lane. Dan with the disengage. Kiwi Kid slowed down. And Impulse will stay safe. So you talked about Rush's familiarity with Evelynn. Ooh. They just keep ganking. Never mind, I can't talk about this yet. All right, her melee W is an attack reset. Last time he cleared a pink ward, he hit the active before his first auto attack, just to get the attack speed. But the right way to do it is attack once, then hit the thing for an attack reset and the attack speed. So a minor misplay demonstrates Rush's unfamiliarity with the champion.
All right.
Really, really
and
minor
he's going
thing.
Sightstone too.
I wanted to see it.
Oh, wow. And everything else. He's doing the more vision control heavy game. Team Dignitas is also playing a very controlled game as well. High priority on getting deep wards. We've seen multiple roams early. They've gotten that second pink ward in. This time Rush hasn't been able to clear it. And they've done a pretty good job scouting Rush out for the entirety of this early game. With that being said though, Apollo's had a lot of time to farm pretty happily in the lanes freeze before they swap back. Shifter hasn't really pushed the heavy advantage despite Gate being down 2 early summoner spells in mid lane. And the result of actually these side lanes from Team Impulse with Impact and Apollo having farm advantages is granting them a big lead. 1,500 gold by 12 minutes.
Just from minions, just from farm, it's really impressive. Almost every single lane down the line has a pretty sizable lead here. Yeah, 500 in the jungle, 400 top lane, 580 carry. Yeah, it's just Gate, as you said. Pretty big deal here, and Rush still just hard farming. Center Hulk, of course, gives him plenty of clear speed. He's just going to be fine.
And he's gone straight into the Sightstone as well. Talked about the importance of vision control with Elise. Her combo so much more effective if she can get the cocoon off from Fog of War and get the entire rest of her kit to chain after that.
Finally clears the pink ward away.
Has to respect Helios. Does get to clear the green ward. Oh no, it gave away Spiderling gold.
One quick thing we should mention as well. Is the Azir changes on this patch as well?
All right, barely though. The guy had to run and hightail it out there, Apollo. Couldn't quite land any more ultis on that one. But yeah, this bot lane's getting worse and worse. And I mean, you mentioned the early Tristana turret pressure, but now the bot lane turret could almost be taken out by Impulse's duo lane.
Yeah, he can't get to the turret. Kog'Maw's already at the point, post level 6, that level 6 harass from Kog'Maw borders on the line of Corki harass with the long range, and he's gotten the early Sheen, so just that W active Sheen auto attack
with a Janna shield
from Apollo is definitely taking its toll on poor JJ.
Yeah. I really love Cog Janna and Cog Nami as duo lanes. Once you get a couple levels in there to where the buffs and the heals can actually beat out what a stun would do, it just gets ridiculous.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that you would think that Impulse would like standard lane setups for the majority of their games, so that Rush gets more freedom to do what he wants. He can control the game. Impact will get a 1 versus 1. However, Team Impulse have opted for quite a lot of lane swaps. They have a fairly slow early tower taking time on average in their games. And it really speaks to the power here that they were able to swap Kog'Maw back post level 6. Kiwi Kid actually going aggressive at the wrong time here. Rush comes in.
And Kiwi now forced to run away, but Exhaust is on after the ult is already popped. He's got no escape summoners left. Cocoon, who gets the kill? They're gonna try to give it to Apollo. There you go, first blood of the 80 carry. Team Impulse starting out strong.
Yeah, and it happens right before 15 minutes as well, so a pretty slow early game we see now, but classic Kiwi Kid in a sense when he's not playing at the top of his ability, overextends to clear some wards, slowly punished, and a great job of Rush being involved in the first blood, but giving the kill over to Kog'Maw. Really everything Tip wanted.
Yeah. Actually, I just realized I said that backwards. Impulse have more lane swaps than average, so quicker early tower kills.
Well, one thing about Team Impulse for sure in previous games is their pre-15-minute aggression, especially between Rush and Impact, and it's actually very subdued in this game, partially due to their more defensive team composition. As a duo, Rush and Impact have 42 kills in the first 15 minutes of the game this split. The next closest team combo is CLG with 26 between jungler and top laner. Across the board, they're way more aggressive. Even just the junglers themselves, if we're comparing the last 7 weeks, Helios had 8 kills, 9 deaths, and 16 assists. Rush had more than double the kills, 20 kills, 12 deaths, and 28 assists. But this game, just the 1 assist. It was very subdued, almost being pushed into Team Dignitas' style, but in doing so, they were still able to get the gold lead, still able to get the first blood, and still able to get the Dragon. So even though they're playing Team Dignitas' game in a sense, they're still winning.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at gold lead, Rush may as well have 3 solo kills. He's 1,000 gold over Helios. So yeah, impact-wise, just getting the farm and denying a little bit himself has been absolutely wonderful. Gate was preyed upon early.
Yeah, the NALCS feature, Team Impulse saying, we just have to win somehow. Yeah, obviously, it makes... Yes, that's true to say, but that means they don't have to win playing the exact Team Impulse style. A gold lead is a gold lead. Doesn't matter how you get it.
And we saw inklings of this during the regular season, where Team Impulse would throw out, a random poke comp here and there, and alternate styles. This is very impressive, though, that they're able to open up game 1 of a best of 5 without having to go to their more high tempo style that they use for the majority of the season. We talked about in Champ Select as well. We're looking for the more defensive start here, especially with the Shen and Kog'Maw pickup. Having that first kill go to Kog'Maw is huge for them.
And this is the cool thing I really like about Team Impulse is even though they have a big carry jungler, a big carry top laner, potentially the best in the league, and at the beginning of the season, everyone's like, yeah, Apollo and Adrian, just be utility. Go follow everyone else. Go let the Koreans win you the game. This is the centerpiece of the composition. It's a big Kog'Maw 80 carry, and Gates, the big damage dealer here, the newest guy in the league. Impulse are happy to play around the new guys.
Oh, this
the
is
non-stars.
This is actually fairly big. Dignitas committing 3 people down bottom. Don't get the dive to work out here on Impact. He's going to get away to safety. Yes, they get the turret. Impulse double pinged up top, though. Looks like they might even try and push 2 here.
Yeah, I wonder how this is going to be matched because there's 3 people top, 3 people bottom. How many will Team Dignitas send to complete this? At the moment, they have no realistic way of defending off that top turret unless Gamsu burn his teleport almost right now.
Gamsu's headed down bottom
they
here.
want to dive him.
Impact's got to be very careful. Kiwi Kid ready with the ultimate as well.
Keep in mind, though, Tristana's not that much faster than a Cog with a lot of attack speed and a Janna shield, so 2 turrets traded
for us.
Yeah, in fact, Cog was faster there. And out gets Impact, out goes the team, 2 turrets for 2.
This is the other thing I like about Impulse. They pretty much never try and play reactively and answer the push from their opponents. They always strike somewhere else.
Yeah. Which is correct.
They'll
can't
take
get there in
that
time
game.
otherwise.
Exactly. They'll take the game of chicken.
Whoa. Well, they got a bird in the mid lane. Looks like the game of chicken is Gate running away right now from Shifter, who is the victor in this matchup. And Helios going to make his way back down to the jungle. And of course, Dignitas do have some room to work with on this side of the map. They could ward up this area. Dragon only spawns a bit from now. 21:01 will be the respawn, so.
There are a few things I like about Team Dignitas going right now. Gamsu, even though he's a little bit behind in CS, going Black Cleaver on Gnar will help him neutralize the Shen split push later in the game. I feel like a Black Cleaver Gnar, especially if he picks up another offensive item, is a really good answer to a Shen split push and is one of the few champions who can kind of push him out of split pushing if he gets the start of a kill. And also, even though Shifter is only 9 CS up, it's still a CS lead. Victor still has crazy kill pressure on pretty much anyone at any stage in the game when he gets farmed. So things are not out of hand by any means for Team Dignitas. They really just are hoping for one Team Impulse overpush, and the gold is close enough that that could then get turned around and give Team Dignitas an advantage.
Yeah, I'm very curious how the team fighting here from Impulse will work out with this more defensive setup. It's going to be up to Gamsu and Kiwi Kid to get to that back line and disrupt the battle lines here for Impulse. They want to do everything they can to keep Azir and Kog'Maw safe at the back lines.
And so far, those guys are doing reasonably well. So Impulse game plan is going okay. Dignitas hoping to hamper it. They're going to get Scuttle. It will live right around the time Dragon spawns up. A couple of pings. They are blocked by wards, but of course, most Dignitas on the other side of the map. It goes down reasonably quickly.
Bail out.
Kiwi Kid moves, so they obviously know that they need to back off here. There's the ward that gave it all away.
Yeah.
Could cost a mid. Honestly, just that little gamble trying to sneak a Baron. Gives him a slow
Kiwi Kid
response.
posturing, goes for the flash, but the entire team's there. Shen ulti's on. Gate flashes out. Now Kiwi Kid's going to be a bit overextended, but the ulti-on's going to keep him safe. Impact on the front line. Rush on the side, also getting chunked out by the Gnar. Down to 1/3 health. Turret does go down. Dignitas retreat.
Impulse going to shove back up mid lane too, but Rush sustained far too much damage, and he he won't be able to help them. 4 versus 5 scenario. Dignitas just going back to farm up the lanes here. Dragon. Is actually charging up his Rage Bar. Should be.
Yeah, so there are 2 ultimates used, the Shen ultimate and the Alistar ultimate. So 2 defensive ults basically down to start this fight.
Yeah, a big summer spell though in the exhaust from Adrian also down. So an interesting even sort of trade there. Basically Impulse just retaining their vision control is enough to retain control of the mid lane here as well. They've done a great job up and down the river.
Yeah, Gates at a really powerful point too. If Azir gets set up for the Dragon, he can really zone out with soldiers. His mana is a little bit low, but honestly, Team Dignitas is giving them a ton of respect. He just needs the Dragon.
Well, here comes Helios. He pops the parallel convergence. Ooh. Doesn't decide to go in for the stun though.
Zoned out rush for a bit though. Team Impulse were actually a bit scattered. Kiwi Kid not making the engage happen though. Dignitas back to the mid lane.
I have to say, especially to your point about Gate Freak, this is probably the Team Impulse game with the most vision control that I have seen from them all split long. They've been able to actually control both the Dragon Pit and Baron Pit simultaneously.
To be fair, Rush bought a Sightstone, so that's maybe not Gate himself.
It's a non-Lee Sin Sightstone, so he doesn't need to conserve wards for killing people, which means he can place them more.
Oh!
Nice
Flash.
little double flash there to avoid the flash taunt.
JJ still has his, though. It means Impact not going to find much to do there. Stopped up.
Whoa, how'd he get there?
Whoa, Rush behind Helios will not chase over the wall. But wow, yeah, that's... I think he didn't even lose anything. He didn't have to flash.
Walked all the way around the top to get into that brush. Definitely caught Helios off guard a little bit.
And me and you.
Yeah.
Vision control, boys. All right, well, here goes the Baron. They've got a sneaky ward on the outside, just outside the entrance.
So they push Helios back, but that doesn't mean they can 5v4 within the pit.
Yeah. Impact's saying half his health in damage there as well.
And with Kiwi Kid having an ultimate, he could engage any fight he wanted. That would have been bad news for Impulse. And so
I'd say send it back. He's got teleport and ultimate available. They want him at full health. And Dignitas have been able to take True Sight over the area now, shoving up mid lane as well. That little Baron start, another false start on the Baron, costs Impulse a little bit of ground.
Yeah. Well, honestly, it doesn't seem like Team Impulse has many ways of starting fights, and they may be showing a little bit of frustration here. Impact already used his taunt flash, so that's down for another 5 minutes. Baron, they've tried twice now, hoping to get either a straggle in or just stealing Baron. They don't have good ways of engaging outside of Rush landing a long-range cocoon or Gate doing an all-out Azir initiation, which doesn't really seem like the role they want him to be playing. So this game is going to be stretching more and more, and the percentage goal lead is incredibly minimal for Team Impulse right now. I do have to credit Team Dignitas, for the most part, getting some pressure mid when Team Impulse does those somewhat frustrated type Barons to try and leapfrog ahead in the game.
Yeah, setting up Baron's definitely hard for them. I do feel like they have the ability to hit turrets. They've got an Azir and a Kog'Maw with a Janna shield.
They should.
I feel like these champions could play other roles than Rush Barons.
Win condition-wise, they should probably, instead of forcing the Baron, just group push those interior turrets. I mean, they've already killed 4 turrets right now, so a lot of the game is vision control, prep the Baron, but that's a lot of wars to clear, and they have not been properly clearing the things specifically outside of the Baron Pit. They've been clearing the inside of the Baron Pit quite well, but they're missing their sweeps on the outside.
Rush has gone for a Riley's Crystal Scepter on his next item there. It won't slow in Cocoon, but he's at least bought some ability power for himself. The slows will be around.
It's going to be a while.
Yep, that had actually no effect on the vision control whatsoever.
Sure,
earned him 30 gold.
Now you only have 4 auto attacks to get that one down.
I meant in terms of like current vision gain, but I guess you're right. It had an impact.
Goes from 10 to 4.
All right. 60% decrease in the health bar of the warding. And Impulse once again milling back towards the mid lane here. They are pushing mid in first. Mid tier 2 I don't think is easily assaulted though. Dignitas continue to hold over Baron control. It's only 2 dragons to 0. Impulse actually setting up for the mid lane siege with a turret coming up from Gate.
Just as we talked about, instead of forcing the Baron, the vision control was unable to be fully cleared. They're thinking about sieging up mid, but there's a lot of split push pressure going on here. Gamsu requires a response.
I think they should push it because Gamsu does not have teleport, and you've got a Shen with not only teleport, but also ultimate. Team Impulse right there had the
they should have pushed.
teleport advantage. They should have pressured that. And and kept the charge up mid lane going, but they back off, they break, and they respect the Gamsu split push. That's probably an inaccurate teleport timer on the side of Impulse, not keeping track.
Which is strange because that's exactly what they burned when they forced the Baron. They forced the teleport in right there, and that's pretty much the only thing they could have potentially gained from that Baron force.
Missed opportunity for
not
sure.
Capitalizing, that's for sure.
Rough stuff here, but maybe Impulse can continue to recover. The gold lead back to 2,500, but honestly this number has stagnated plus or minus 800 for the last maybe 15 minutes or so, honestly, ever since that 2-turret for 2-turret trade on the sides of the map.
Yeah. Has there ever been a Team Impulse game with one total kill 26 minutes and 40 seconds in?
I can't imagine.
I would say no.
That's why I kept going over the sort of odd defensive nature of the composition this time around for Impulse. They just had the ideal scenario for their team right there. Set up an Azir turret in the mid lane so they can continue to keep that outpost and have pressure and force the reaction from Dignitas while they have their split pushing Shen with both of the global teleports up, but unable to gain any lead out of it.
Yeah.
And Gamsu's timer just ticking down the entire time.
And the thing is, I know Impulse can play comps like this. They've played multiple Kog'Maw Janna games before, and they've won the vast majority of them here. It's just, yeah, today they're just not quite making the correct choices here. And of course, to talk about Team Dignitas, these guys are definitely playing better than people had expected them to. This was 6 versus 3, and I think Impulse was the clear favorite here, but Dignitas, of course, keeping it very close.
Yep, staying right in the game. I wonder if they're going to be able to control these dragons, because at the pace this game is going, it seems like Team Impulse may only have the objectives as their win conditions, and if you're going to win with 5 dragons, based on all the times it's happened, giving the opponent even a single dragon can be pretty disastrous towards that goal. This dragon could be Team Dignitas' chance to sneak it, or the catalyst to create a big fight.
Careful though, because Zeke's Harbinger is in, so Kog'Maw can be incredibly scary. And a fight, Rush wants in! He's going for the battle! Does not land this fight, that goes to Helios, but the fight has begun all the same. Rush in the front line, Apollo zoned out. Ulti only knocks really Adrian in, and the fight continues as Rush picks up a kill. Gamsu's a second casualty, and this could be pretty nice. He looks at the trade kill, but it's a 3-for-1 so far, and Impulse run away with a very clean battle for themselves.
Yeah, huge teamfight advantage there for Impulse. Yes, they lost the dragon, but they can shove straight up the mid lane. Kog'Maw will annihilate this turret. Azir can spawn soldiers right on it. That thing is done for. What a good job there. Even though Rush wasn't able to get the steal, he was able to chunk down CoreJJ in the back line, take him out. CoreJJ got almost no auto attacks off in that team fight.
And it's still a catalyst to take a huge advantage because they have a Nashor's Azir as well as an AD carry plus John, and basically the entire turret killing team still up. They get 2 turrets and an inhibitor off of that team fight victory already. That's the big break Team Impulse needed, guys.
3 kills and 2 turrets later. Yeah, Impulse now in a very sizable lead for themselves. And you talked about how hard it was to control Baron, but now with an inhibitor dead, it's going to require more attention and more time from Team Dignitas' members to allow more of that map to be picked up by Impulse.
Yeah, and I don't know if the pressure is going to completely end here. They were posturing towards Baron. It's good to see this fight again because first off, Rush jumped in, but the big thing to watch here is the zones of control and where the rest of Dignitas is. They send Shifter along the side, but he doesn't immediately get the response of Gamsu. Gamsu doesn't get a good Gnarl off, and because Gate is so untouched, he can just wreak havoc on the Team Dignitas assaulters right there. Rush, because he had the shield from Impact as well as being a tank Elise, created the distraction for 3 and got a kill.
Yeah, the front lines there was a huge discrepancy where Impact was able to get his taunt off onto Gamsu via Rush's positioning, plus a little chunk there from Kog'Maw, and the DPS from Impulse far outstripping that of Team Dignitas. 1 inhibitor down, that's going to open up the floodgates here for Impulse. Once again, Impact does have ultimate right back off of cooldown. Yeah, they can make a similar play. All they have to do is keep up the pressure and starve out Dignitas. If they keep them bottled up, they can keep the they can make the wards expire as well.
And then you get to take Baron whenever you want it because they can't spot you doing it.
Yeah, basically, they want to try and strangle the vision here from Dignitas. If they can keep the pressure on Dig and keep them inside the base, just they only have to ward up a smaller area of Team Dignitas jungle.
All right, so risky stuff for Team Dignitas then. They only have so much time to get out of their base and clear things away as mid lane constantly pushes in. Team Impulse still in complete control this game. Back at the mid lane they go. No turret to kill, but they can push Team Dignitas around. Engage comes in on a rush. This is the battle. Big burst of damage, and wow, they almost knock on the support. They get it. QuarterJJ, the first kill. The fight now rushing the side. He wants Gamsu. Gets him in, but Apollo's still around. Apollo can do so much damage. Or gets stuck. Gets by some time. There's a jump on in. He's one hit away. They get him. The shutdown via Shifter. The chase on in. That's the ace for Team Dignitas.
Could be Baron too.
One after the other, Team Impulse just had poor positioning and deaths. That's exactly the mistake that Team Dignitas was waiting for with their passive style that wasn't giving Team Impulse fights that they wanted to create. This time, Team Dignitas takes the initiation themselves. They get the mistake. They already have the Dragon, now a Baron, and the gold is even.
Kiwi Kid does it again. He finds a great initiation there, an immediate teleport from Gamsu.
Yeah,
also, he just completed his Harbinger, so both teams right after completed Harbingers get the huge team fight. QuarterJJ able to get his reset there, and then Gate gets annihilated on the front line.
Gate way far up in that fight, and then since the two main threats, honestly, the Elise and the Azir were down, two of the three main threats were down, it made Kiwi Kid had his round of cooldowns up once again and could just go for it. That was a perfect fight for Team Dignitas at exactly the time they needed.
A rare misstep by Adrian, getting caught at the beginning and couldn't peel for Apollo or Gate successfully. He had to save himself, still building up to a few more items, going for what I think is Ardent Sensor. Adrian was playing the buff the Kog'Maw game plan. And, you know, Apollo could probably solo carry with a build like this, but
one interesting thing about that last fight is there was no Aegis of the Legion on any side for Team Impulse. Rush opted for the Frozen Heart, whereas Adrian opted for the Zeke's Harbinger to then buff up the Kog'Maw even more. But you kind of saw the impact of that when Shifter nearly blew up Adrian by himself. His build would be so much diminished. Keep in mind, Shifter has cooldown boots, no Void Staff, and no magic penetration. So that first bit of magic resist is the most important magic resist you can get, especially against a mid laner who's not building magic pen. And I think that's a big reason that they got wiped out in that fight so heftily.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the item started now by Rush, but you're right, that was definitely a big deal here. And the overall damage contribution pretty high from the members of Team Dignitas. Kiwi Kid has got Zeke's himself, so Tristana is also going to be a very scary damage threat. 90% crit chance when that is on her. We're on 5.14, so it builds really fast and doesn't last quite as long as on live, but still, of course, very strong.
Yeah, this Baron buff also should enable Dig to push both mid and bottom lane enough to get the free Dragon #2 and even up the Dragons as well. While #2 doesn't mean a lot in itself, it does mean that we'll be much shorter to any team ending the game through Dragons. I don't think that is going to be the deal. It's going to be all on the team fights for Barons.
Yeah. And this game just got so interesting because if we're thinking from a hyper-scaling perspective, who scales better? The Azir and Kog'Maw are somewhat unmatched in their roles for how much damage they can output in an ideal situation. But with that being said, Team Impulse doesn't really choose when and where to team fight. That's actually what Team Dignitas is going to be able to do, and they're just getting more and more powerful at doing that.
Yeah, Rush losing a lot of health there, and the interesting thing is until Infinity Edge comes in, Tristana actually is a bit better because of Zeke's. The crit chance is a huge deal for her.
Plus, late game Elise for team fights gets far outskilled by the tank Echo. Helios can do a lot more in these team fights than Rush now can. Basically, all the CC being on Dignitas' side, they have the playmaking ability, whereas Impulse have to play defensively, keep both of their carries up long enough to burn down the Dig front line.
All right, so state of the game. Dragon just got taken. Baron's a few minutes away from respawning as well. Exactly tied in gold right now, 55.2 on both sides. The farm has been going to the major two carries of Impulse. Likewise for Team Dignitas. Yeah. Nars tanky, 3 tanks on one side, really only 1.5 on the other. Rush is not really as durable as Echo, it seems like.
Well, he's done the Rylai's. It seemed like he was going to go kind of magic penetration into a more damaging Elise, but it's really just the slow utility right now since he hasn't built any magic penetration to go with his Cinderhawk and his Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Yeah.
And obviously, as we mentioned, that lack of Aegis will make Apollo and Adrian really vulnerable. Even Gate, 2 shifters damage. So if Kiwi Kid or Gamsu land good CC from Gnar or Alistair and Shifter isn't taken out of the fight somehow, on any of those 3 squishies, they are completely dead.
Absolutely. Makes it pretty scary then.
Yeah.
Impulse peeling away from the burst is going to be a big deal, and they've been hit and miss with that.
It's just a fascinating game because we were expecting, most people were expecting, so one-sided of a matchup between Team Impulse and Dignitas. We were wondering, you know, if Gate can, we're thinking if Gate just goes even with Shifter, it's probably an easy game for Team Impulse. And early on in the game, Apollo and Impact were showing their advantages pretty heftily there. But as this game has neutralized, Gamsu's split pushing is pushing off Impact, so Impact hasn't had any split push pressure on Shen because of the Black Cleaver build that Gamsu's gone on Gnar. CoreJJ has picked up enough farm. He's dead even with Apollo. Carry-wise, with the Zeke's Harbinger, CoreJJ is getting out incredible small, potent bursts of damage and somewhat matching what Apollo can do in team fights.
Yeah.
It's looking like Team Dignitas has a very real chance of taking game 1 here.
Well, Apollo 600 gold from the Infinity Edge himself, and I think that's actually a very important break point. The emergence of extra crit chance really does increase the value of that item here in the current state of League of Legends, but a tied game and a very close one here. Game 1 of the quarterfinals. And again, at stake here, Dignitas must win this series to even have a chance at going to Worlds if that's ever in their sights here this year. Of course, a long way away, but you never know. Impact right now running away from Gamsu.
Nice dodge.
Yeah. Stopped Hyper and the slow itself.
All of the wards you can see for Impulse turning to defensive wards after those team fight losses. Pretty big swing, giving away that Baron. Rush is going to have some God Cocoons, you know, to make it worthwhile. He has been able to get his Magic Resist Aura finally now, but not too big a fan of the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. No penetration, as you mentioned.
All right. Well, Aegis finally does come in here for Rush, so at least he's started getting some of the tank stats. And I can understand Riley's being a build to make the ganks happen, but he's really got a Riley's from Gate, and slows don't stack anymore.
Yeah, and Elise is a lot about, even in the early game for the ganks, she's a lot about the full combo in the duration of a cocoon. You cocoon into your human form Q and into the rest of your damaging spells to try and get a big burst. Slow's not as big of a deal.
I wonder how many of the LCS junglers like Dexter and Meteos tweeting out like, oh, there's a Elise build, I would never build this item.
Or they're like, yes, I love it. Well, at least you do, it does have health on it and you get more out of your Cinderhulk, but
All right, well, Zeke's re-triggers. Pretty much happens constantly.
All right.
Mid lane under fire again, of course, it's an open inhibitor.
I wonder if Team Impulse still feels superior in team fights after what happened last time, because some of the only ways they can find opportunity is through objective conflicts. With Baron being up, they're wondering if Team Dignitas jumps in. Here it goes.
The ultimate. Of course, the ultimate, the Janna disengaged. Agent's forced to run. The teleport comes in, and it is Mega Gnar. He flash ults. He catches Rush, and Rush goes down. A rampage for CoreJJ, and the fight continues. A kill back for Gate. Impact trying to run. Tonson dies. A double kill now, and into the red line. Gate does what he can. A triple kill, and Apollo cleans it up.
Are you kidding me? Gate's able to salvage that bad start. At the beginning there, Rush gets taken out. Adrian had to blow his ultimate on himself. Impact even used the Shen ult on Adrian. But Apollo free firing from the back line. That's the power of that free firing Kog'Maw. Infinity Edge completed, Freak.
Yeah.
There's your DPS.
And the free firing Nashor's Death Cap Azir when everyone funneled into that choke point. Now the question is, with these 40-minute level death timers and a siege minion, can Tip end?
It's just Alistair with no ultimate. He's got flash, but there's still a cannon minion up. They can shove the wave in. Agent doesn't need to take this yet. Just get the minion wave in. And here comes the damage output. 2 seconds on Alistair. The crits up, which doesn't matter much.
I mean, Kiwi Kid has no ultimate to try and take this. He's only wanting to headbutt the damage away. Headbutt him away.
Adrian's doing some damage. He's doing what he can with auto attacks. Here comes the Echo. The teleport in from Shen. This should be enough. There's the game. Team Impulse take game 1 in 40 minutes.
Well, I think it's safe to say that's not exactly the game we expected. Low kills, some mistakes being made by Team Impulse, but then it's Gate and Apollo who carry the team fight that propels them to victory.
Apollo got first blood. ends 5-1-5, 400 CS, highest in the entire game. Just completed the Infinity Edge before that fight.
Yeah.
And the late game Azir, late game Kog'Maw just destroyed Dig as they group up.
And full Enchantress Janna as well. Zeke's Harbinger into Ardent
the
Sensor.
Ardent Sensor as well. I didn't even...
Kog'Maw, kill everyone,
just power
please.
him up.
I
so
mean...
That was a worst case scenario team fight for Team Dignitas if there's ever been one, because we know how much crowd control and burst damage they have, and they just have to use that on the damage dealers. But they burned everything on the front line.
We've seen it so many times. Late game Elise, best thing she can do is take a bunch of hits early. I mean, he got Alistar to blow his ultimate, and then, you take a bunch of hits.
Yeah. It worked out. I mean, it worked out. Yeah, okay, the frontliners died, but yeah, a survived game, and the big damage dealers, the two core players on the roster, Gate and Apollo, they put the damage out, especially that hero play in the team fight. The flash ulti by Gate was huge.
Yeah, Gate flying in at the end there. The analyst desk better go over that fight in detail, because there was a lot of damage that got thrown out right at the end, and I want to see how Team Dignitas used their stuns, because it seemed like a lot of the CC wasn't able to reach Apollo or Gate for meaningful damage to follow up, whether it was a CC problem or a damage follow-up problem from either Shifter or Core JJ, because it did seem like Apollo was pretty much free hitting the majority of that time.
Yeah, and with all the defensive ultimates, Janna ult used for herself, Shen ult on Janna as well, Gate and Apollo kept themselves safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so really, really solid stuff there. Game 1, of course, it's a best of 5. They're going to switch sides for Game 2. Adaptation is going to be a really big deal. The coaches going to be massive for this next one. But for a closer look at that first game and that Team Impulse win, going to check into their analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I see you, Jat. We will discuss that play in full detail. We might even take 30 minutes to discuss it, if that's what he really wants, right?
Nerf mode.
Play the whole thing at like a quarter speed. An eighth speed, maybe? I don't know.
Every ability covered.
Yeah, stick around to find out. But I do want to start at the beginning of the game, because we saw a very slow early game and an interesting lane swap or swap back from Dignitas.
So usually when you see a lane swap, you want to either defend the tower that is going to be pushed, or go and just push your own tower and trade 1-for-1. So a good strength of Tristana in all phases of the game is that now she's kind of a demolitions expert and can take towers super fast with her E, her explosive shot. And they didn't do that. They chunked top tower by a lot, and they realized that Tip was trying to go for a hold. They contested the blue buff, and then they just backed off, and for some reason after that, their whole lane swap idea just collapsed, and they kept Tristan on the top side. Her summoners were burned, and they never took the tower, and then Gamsu TP'd to the bot lane and got zoned off a bunch of CS. He was unable to last hit. He was last hitting pretty poorly as well, but you're not using your Tristan to its advantage. You can push towers very fast, and then they swap the lanes back into a 2v2 scenario where you cannot aggress because they have the Shen ultimate. So it was just all over the place, and they were losing lanes pretty hard. But Tip didn't capitalize on it.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. We noticed that Rush didn't have a ton of presence in the early game on that Elise, so playing that slow game seemed to be working in Dig's favor.
I do want to touch on the Tristana for just a second, because that was a lane swap that was initiated by the Tristana by Dignitas. They didn't get the turret, and on top of it, they didn't even use the Tristana correctly later on. I would have liked to see a different pick, because it's a very team fight-oriented composition. Yeah. And they didn't even need a Tristana, because she didn't even give them that early gold advantage that you get from a turret. That's the big bonus. It should be a passive on Tristana that you get a turret at the start of the game a little bit faster than the enemy, but they weren't even able to capitalize on that. So I think that Tristana pick was just completely worthless at that point.
Yeah, well, let's jump ahead. We have a couple replays we're going to go over, so I want to get into the first one. 31 minutes into the game. It's an ace and a baron for Dignitas off the back end of that. We're going to pull that up just now. Crumbs, I'm going to let you walk us through this one.
So this fight showcases Tip's composition. They need to be grouped at all times, and they are not. Like, Cocoon is already used, and the Janna and Elise are completely by herself. This is all free damage done from Dig. And as Azir tries to go on the Tristana, who looks like it's going crazy and jumping in, turns out there's an echo stun right there. So it's a little acting from JJ over here. And then, like, you just cannot fight as you're split. Eventually, the fight that Tip wins is actually when they're all clumped up. But this one really reminds them that, look, we have to stick to the game plan. Otherwise, we're just going to get aced and lose.
And that was Dignitas actually picking a good fight because they saw them out of position. Kiwi Kid kept the back line in order. And what ended up happening there was this was right as they got their Zeke's Harbinger on Kiwi Kid. And a big part of this is Zeke's Harbinger, the counter to it, is kill the support. If you kill the support, that item is no longer affecting the AD carry. And what happened was Core JJ actually, his turned online, and he turned and he killed Gate in 3 hits.
Yeah, I have to jump in here real quick. We actually had an LCS big play tweet for that replay right there. At Kitasilva wrote for that play. Amazing fight and comeback out of Team Dignitas. Way to go, Kiwi Kid. Again, this is kind of the glimpse of the Dignitas that can win the series. When they play like this, decisive calls, punishing mistakes. You're mentioning that, Tip's composition is not effective when split up. Dig recognizing that and attacking that weakness.
I think in that fight, the big hero happened to be Helios and not so much Kiwi Kid, because Echo's mechanic, the way he works when he throws out the stun, the parallel conversions, if he's in sight, you will hear it. He will say like whatever sound that he says, he makes it, and you hear him, you see him do it, and then everybody, okay, just back off. But he was hidden in the Raptor Rush. Throws it away. Gate doesn't know that there's a stun coming out, walks right into it, and in the fight that they end up losing, the stun only hits a Shen where it could have hit the back line.
Now I want to move us ahead to our next replay. 39 minutes in, this is what you were talking about, Crumbs, what happens when the team is together. We're going to pull this one up on your screen, and Zyrene, I'm going to let you walk us through it.
I think the stun actually hits Gate a little bit on the side too, but what happens is he's got this set up, he's already got soldiers out, and he's just poking, whittling them down, and then they blow a lot. Adrian flashes away so the Zeke stays online, and then they stun Apollo against the wall, but they don't focus him, they focus Rush. And now they're all in the choke point, and this is properly set up by Azir. Boom, throws everybody into where his soldiers are, and he just destroys them. And meanwhile, off screen, Apollo, he has his Zeeks online. He's just throwing so much damage into them. And the fact that, like Jat was talking about where they use their stuns, Gnar hits 2 people, they focus all their damage on Rush while Apollo is stunned right there, and then they aren't able to follow up afterwards. They blew all their damage on some mildly tanky members.
I mean, that's exactly how you want that composition to work. Ideally, you want to be sieging, so it's just in a straight line, tanks in front, Elise in the middle, and then you have Janna, Cog, and Azir way far back. So in that choke, when it came into the brush, reminiscent of being in the lane. You got the tanks in the front soaking up as much damage as possible with the very long-range Kog'Maw and Azir just dishing out damage, untouched, protected by the terrain.
Yeah, you have to have a formation for this team composition because it involves disengage and sieging. And when we saw it locked in, we're like, Azir and Kog'Maw, sole damage dealers of this comp. Yeah. They're just trying to keep them alive with the Janna. And they did exactly that in that fight. And we got to see a fight that Dignitas played correctly and one that TIP played correctly. Yeah. And that last fight, Dignitas was picking that fight. This is the whole story of picking the fights even when you don't have to. And that's the big weakness that Dignitas has been running into, is they fight because they think they can win under any circumstances, but they can't. That's the reality of the game.
I think, if anything, that game proves that this can be a very close series. That's just game 1. We have the possibility of 4 more to come. We're going to take a quick break while the teams reset for game 2 in this quarterfinal series between Team Dignitas and Impulse. Don't go anywhere.
And you should be nothing but happy today. Remember that 3 months ago we were playing relegation game, and now we are playing for a spot in New York.
Fight has begun all the same. Rush in the front line. Apollo zoned out. Ulti only knocks really Adrian in, and the fight continues as Rush picks up a kill. He catches Rush, and Rush goes down. A rampage for Core JJ, and the fight continues. A kill back for Gate. Impact trying to run. Adrian's doing some damage. He's doing what he can with auto attacks. Here comes the Echo. Teleport in from Shen. Shift in should be enough. There's the game. Team Impulse take game 1.
The 2015 World Championship is quickly approaching, so study up on the international scene with lolesports.com. There you'll find player and team profiles, stats, and VODs from all of the major regions available for your viewing pleasure. All right, now we're going to kick it off round 2 between Team Dignitas and Impulse. You're getting a look at Impulse here as they prep for this second game. With that 1 game buffer, though, gentlemen, how do we expect this to affect the way Impulse approaches game 2?
I think they're going to come out and they're going to be much bloodier in this one, going for fight instead of siege, because when you have that 1 game buffer, you come back with confidence, and if you crush them game 2 with your own style, then the series is practically over at that point.
A common thing that happens when you see those teams reconverge and just talk to each other, okay, what are we doing in the next game? Like, how are they playing? Usually you ask each other, it's like, okay, how's your mid lane matchup going? How's he playing? And then usually be like, he's playing a bit like a bitch. Like, how are we going to do? Like, are we going to do well this time? Do we need to play more aggressive? And then, like, I think that's what's going to happen, because I think both these teams were disappointed how they played, and they're going to go a lot more aggressive this time around.
What are the conversations like then on the losing side of it, right? So we got, the winning side, you're coming in with a lot of confidence. Dignitas, though, coming out with the loss, a lot of times the fear is the defeatist mentality.
I don't think they're feeling that way, because that last fight they lost, they were the ones initiating that. So it wasn't them on the back foot by any means. They were in the control of the game after the Baron, and then eventually they started losing.
Okay. What about you? Do you think that...
I wouldn't let it chip away at me. I feel like that's one where it's like, we could have just picked that a little better.
Right.
Let's not overreach next time. I don't think it's going to hurt them too much.
You mentioned the Tristana. We also talked about the Elise. Do we expect some, pick-wise, what are we looking at?
I don't want to see the Elise again.
Don't want to see Elise?
Not on Rush. I wasn't convinced by it.
Well, the strength of the champion is early tower dives, because you can drop the aggro and harass from afar, but they pick compositions that have no tower dive potential at all. So, like Janet Cog, really not much gank pressure.
Yeah, if they're going to go with like a really aggressive support, then I'd like to see it.
Exactly.
Right, well, we did see the target bans, the Nidalee and the Lee Sin come through. That leaves the Elise, but still the Evelynn too. So we didn't see Evelynn in that game. Maybe that'll come out. And then you mentioned, Zyrene, the Tristana. So let's one quick look over there on Dignitas. Are they just not utilizing that pick well enough? Or are they going with something else this time around?
Yeah, I feel like they weren't utilizing it that game. They have the chance to once again go back to the drawing board, use it correctly next time. But if they don't, then I still just want to see a different pick there. Maybe a Sivir so they can start those team fights.
All right, looking for some sharper execution this time around. As we send it over to our casters for the call, CLG's Alframu weighs in on this matchup and says Team Dignitas may be able to pull off a few surprises.
In the season, they would run Jarvan top with Morgana, something along those lines where you just one-shot the backline. That was their whole strategy, get their top laner fed, cam for him, etc. And usually they just do that with one champion and revolve it around safe picks in all the other lanes. So they could definitely pull out some cheese against Tip, especially because Tip doesn't have their original mid laner anymore. So they can't really play off of Gate, I wouldn't think, since he doesn't have that much experience in a full best of 5. Maybe it'll be some falter from them here and there.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch for in a best of 5, especially if we get all 5, all the different things the teams end up trying.
He's got to have more confidence after that play.
Yeah.
Game-winning play like that, he's going to feel great headed into game number 2. The other one that I think you can take away from that first game is Helios played a lot better than I thought that he was going to do, especially with Rek'Sai banned. He had a lot bigger impact than I was expecting from him.
All right, well, then people showing up in the quarterfinals. Hadn't seen these teams in 2 weeks, and a lot of players played a lot better than we expected. Here we go, back into the game once again. No Maokai allowed for Impact. Once again, no Kalista for Core JJ. It seems like Impulse trying to make sure their dual lane can get out of the laning phase happy and scaling up.
No surprise here either. The Lee Sin and Nidalee bans worked out pretty well last time. Looks like they will target Rush once again.
Well, the only thing is I wonder if they need to burn a ban on Nidalee. It depends how infatuated they were by Rush's Elise, because Helios could always just first pick that away.
Yeah, as of right now, though, Sivir and Alistar both find themselves still available, and that could be fairly scary.
All right, well, there's Alistar gone. Sivir, of course, could be available if you want to play a team fight comp.
The strange thing is, Sivir fell completely through picks and bans last game.
Yep.
True. Doesn't mean that it's not a really important tool for them to use, though.
Yeah, I think you don't ban away Lee Sin unless you take something else away.
They have to pick this, otherwise I feel like Rush.
Yeah, takes it and wins the game with it.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Now the question is it Elise or Evelynn? Because he had I believe, the option of either and chose Elise first pick last time. And if he decides that one's better, Impact doesn't even wait to lock in the Shen. So gonna go for that one yet again. Of course, Impulse can take their time to pick their jungler here, so if something else is contested, like the Shen, like this Kog'Maw,
yeah,
they could be playing the exact same team comp.
They're well on their way to do so, yeah.
Frigg, I think you mentioned it after last game to me. Apollo on Kog'Maw did more physical damage than Core J did, than anyone else in the game, but it's more physical damage than Triss did, and Kog'Maw does a lot of magic damage within his kit as well. It just went to show how punishing Apollo was in that game on Kog'Maw, so it makes sense that they're locking it in early.
Zeke's Harbinger boosts the AP from your Trinity Force also, so
Extra
value.
6 ability
Super
power.
duper strong.
Now you do 8.06% of your max health.
Broken, freak.
It's not even the right number. It's like 6.06, but you know what I'm going for. All right, well, as we get ourselves further onto this one through picks and bans. Yeah, Impulse not showing any new looks yet. Of course, they can use Cog as a flex pick the whole way through. Gate, I assume, can play AP Cog, so I wouldn't expect to see another pseudo mid laner AD carry grab just yet. Dignitas changing the lineup quite a bit, though, and Braum Lucian comes through.
Wow, what an interesting combo here. They do have some poke from Nidalee and anti-poke now with Braum as well. Maybe they want to try and go fight the siege with Siege.
The old school LeBron lane.
Yeah. Lucian Braum also, the combo not often seen, but it does have that very quick stun proc.
Yeah, a lot of innate synergy in that lane. Even though Lucian's early game has been nerfed, Braum's early game has recently been buffed back up. That's one of the reasons we've seen, along with the poke counter, some of his resurgence. And would we see Apollo's first Leona this split? It was one of his big-time supports in the spring. Yeah, these teams want to go in.
So yeah, different look. Yeah, you're right. He's back on Leona, the champion he almost exclusively played back in spring. So okay, not an Enchantress support this time around. Then not going to be buffing up the Kog'Maw nearly as much. And also a comp like this doesn't look like an AP Cog type composition. Going in this hard feels weird.
Yeah, it's almost certainly an AD Kog'Maw in my opinion. And they could just slot in Azir if they want to with their last pick. Or an Orianna. Either one of those works.
Yeah. We do get a lot of kill pressure, though, switching to the Leona rather than going with the Janna. So I actually would expect more out of Rush this time around on the Elise. There's a lot more opportunities for him. He can go bottom lane, combo with the Leona. He can still go top lane. Shen can set up a guaranteed cocoon to land. And even though Shen doesn't provide a whole bunch of early game damage, Elise brings plenty herself.
Lulu
wow. Okay, so they shift the support role up to Gate for the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it's a little Juggernaut-y, but it also has a tank top laner. So traditionally you'd put the Lulu in the top lane. This one, though, is a little bit lower damage. It's almost like a mid-game power spiking composition right here.
Yeah.
And heavily putting the pressure, onto Apollo in this game.
Well, that's weird, though, because Impulse actually stalled out in the mid-game last time off of a sizable lead. They were up around 2,000 to 3,000 gold in the 20-ish minute mark when they got the first blood, and then failed to get much farther. It's weird they put all their eggs in that basket.
One thing I actually do really like about this Lulu pick, though, is if we're looking at the amount of damage that Dignitas can actually throw onto the target, Kassadin, Gnar, I don't know if that's, and Lucian, I don't know if that's enough to break through a Shen and a mid-Lulu shield. Even if Apollo is completely out of position, they might not be able to kill him.
That's a fair point. Yeah, if the damage is not high, and of course, Team Dignitas ready to get into this game too here with an interesting comp themselves, and we get to see the Nidalee come out from Helios. We can see if he puts on the carry pants this one. Normally was not so farm heavy, but guys at home, please keep sharing your series predictions. Tweet hashtag DIG win or hashtag TIP win to @LevelEsports over on Twitter. We'll update the fan vote once we are back on the Rift. There's the team comps on your screen. We're getting ourselves ready to get into the game. Game 2, Impulse 1, Game 1. It's time for Dignitas to see if they can fire back. It's best of 5.
Very interesting opening here because Impulse are bringing a lot more playmaking ability with swapping their support over to Leona, but they are losing out on late game damage because they don't have the Azir to rely on as well as the Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
So much weight on Apollo's shoulders.
All right, we'll see if the team comp can work out here. Rush back on the Elise. Analysts said just that they weren't completely convinced, but maybe it works out a bit better. Shifter, of course, on the Kassadin, set up to do a lot this game, and he says he's got a lot to prove in the playoffs to bring his team beyond.
Well, I've been in the scene for a long time. I'm pretty used to the best of 5 format, especially like You know, all the times I've been in a relegation, I've been at those high pressure situations. So I wouldn't say I'm nervous, but I think I just, like, I have a lot to prove, I guess, as a player, because I've kind of fallen off the radar as like a top mid laner in NA. So playoffs isn't just an opportunity for me to prove that, you know, Dignitas is the top team in NA. It's just an opportunity for me to prove that I'm still a top mid laner in NA as well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Core JJ caught out.
And the Braum Q misses as well, but looks like there's not quite enough auto attacks down.
Plenty of time for him to go heal, actually, so that will mean nothing for either team. Both teams with defensive wards set up in the meantime as well during the pip stop.
I do want to speak to Shifter's Caston a little bit. Obviously, Caston has been changed as a champion. He's no longer as blatantly overpowered as he was back in Season 3. But it had been one of Shifter's best champions by far back then, because when he was on Coast back in the Challenger Series, they won pretty much every game he played Caston. He had decent enough lane pressure. Shifter's always been really good at not dying in lane, sometimes to his detriment because he gives up CS disadvantages, but his roaming skills on Kassadin were so good that he could almost snowball the majority of games he was in with, and I wonder if he's going to be able to roam this one and help him, and that's pretty much, I feel like, the only way Team Dignitas takes this.
Yeah, I don't think that he is going to be able to, just because Lulu has so much more wave control than Kassadin does early. Gate should be able to take control of this lane, and that means that he should be enabling Rush to make more early game moves as well. Both bottom lanes actually ending up in the bottom lane this time around for standard lane setups, which also could aid Rush in some early moves. Now, the Nidalee Elise matchup is really interesting and definitely depends on which jungler gets the initiative. Either one getting the opener is huge for them. Spear landing or Cocoon landing basically decides the entire skirmish.
And it's much different than the previous matchup, which was Elise versus Echo, because Nidalee's clear speed is somewhat unmatched in the early game. Even though Elise can clear quickly, pre-Runeglaive, I think Nidalee clears faster than Elise. So Rush now a little bit on the back foot as far as clear speed goes, and we'll have to see if Helios can then become the aggressor instead of just playing good defense like he did last game.
So far, so good. Helios is slightly faster on this one. They're going to end their jungle routes on opposite sides of the map. As we talked about, Crumb said, you know, Elise having some gank pressure in her lanes. Well, actually, Lulu and Leona both actually fairly solid in that regard, so we might get to see some of that trademark Rush aggression.
Well, here comes the first jungle invade. Rush going to head down to a bottom lane gank. Highest probability here. Gets in behind them. Remember, the Leona swap was the big change here for Impulse. They want to utilize that CC from the support role.
Ooh, good flash by him. Exhaust still on, though. Goodbye. Nothing else for Core-J to do. And they get the first blood. Goes to Elise. Not a bad target for it. All said and done. First blood, Team Impulse.
Yep, just as we said. Trying to utilize. They made one change in Champion Select.
Yeah, Crumbs also mentioned that these teams are probably going to be a little bit frustrated that they weren't able to get much aggression, maybe playing too passively. You see it from the Champion Select as well as Adrian's flashing in for the point-blank stun on there. Team Impulse is ready to fight this game, and they're wanting to force fights. I love Adrian on Leona. You can tell he's so experienced with the champion. Hasn't played it in competitive in over 4 months, but it's an example right there of what he can do.
You know, it's funny. We talked about the low ward kill stat from Rush, and he says, I don't need to kill wards, I just go where they aren't. That's exactly what happened. Adrian calls out where the river ward was. He just goes through the red buff, shows up unannounced, gets the kill. And if he can do it, then who needs to kill wards?
Meanwhile, Helios did take an extra camp. He was just farming harder. Double Summoner's Bone there for Core-J on the Lucian, though. And it gets scary for him from here. Luckily for him, though, the kill did go over to Rush, so it won't be in his lane immediately. And some extra vision might be able to keep Rush away. Here comes Helios to try and counter game, but not much on the table for him. Let's see if Impulse do go aggressive.
Yeah, I really wonder about the timing of this gank by Helios. Just logically speaking, Apollo hasn't shopped yet, so they know Core-J has an item disadvantage. They have wards in the river, so there's no way that Rush is sneaking around the back again. The only way it's a counter gank is if Rush comes through the lane, and it seems unlikely that Impulse would go aggressive.
Oh, barely dodges the skill shot. Still gets stunned up, though. Ignite is on as well. Apollo running for his life.
Oh, Adrian re-engages. No backup on the way, though, and he just takes a lot of damage for it.
Braum passes setting up. Oh, God, another Q hits Apollo.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they were able to get so much out of that gank, nearly nanny a kill. Apollo really walking up aggressively despite still just sitting on his Dorans and having no jungle backup anywhere. Almost cost him a kill.
Does even out the summoner spells at the very least in the bottom lane. Rush looking for another fight here. Does he step on the trap? Yes, he does. Usually, if I step on a trap like that in the enemy jungle, I start running immediately. Because you never, yeah, because he has no vision. The spear could come out of anywhere. He was in human form as well. No spiderlings to block it. But the spear does not land.
Of interesting note, I don't believe the Hunt debuff shows up unless Nidalee was nearby. Granted, she was shown bottom lane, but I think by having the Hunt debuff, he also reaffirms that Helios in bot lane. They're going to stay safe for now. Bit of damage on a core today, but no really big overextension. Of course, again, it is a flashless Kog'Maw with exhaust is up, though, to keep things safe. But Apollo really just needs to back and buy a Phage machine or something. Rushes around. The E comes in. They want Kiwi Kid. Goes right back out there. Adrian gets stunned up, takes some damage. There's a penalty. They want this fight after all. Teleport comes in, though. Gamsu is going to arrive. Who goes down first? It is not Kiwi Kid. They don't get the damage. They don't get the damage, but there's still time to get to the turret. Impact has the aggro. Gamsu canceled his teleport. Didn't show up after all. I'm not sure he should have canceled.
Yeah,
that definitely would have picked up kills there.
Yeah, that was a very interesting choice right there. They kind of dove really hard. They stick around. No, Helios!
No, Helios! Didn't see that one coming. Cocoon to the death. Input just walk away.
Just walk away sometimes. Sometimes you got to walk away. They had no vision in the brushes. Gamsu will be pushing up the top lane, but that was an ill-advised move.
Yeah, Gamsu canceled it all on his own and went back and watched the rewind.
He had flank position too.
Yeah.
Full health, level 7 Gnar. He hadn't shopped, but neither had Shen or Kog'Maw.
He had a bit of Rage Bar building up as well, but doesn't pull the trigger. And Dignitas do go down, giving up kill in the bottom lane.
Very strange.
Maybe some miscommunication.
Yeah. All right, let's try and figure out here if the teleport cancel was because the fact that Team Impulse got so many turret dives on meant that they were pretty strong coming in.
Okay, so Apollo probably would have died. Rush already used his cocoon, and Apollo doesn't have any summoners.
Thing is, I see Core JJ and Helios being completely out of mana. Team Impulse could have just turned back and 1v4'd the Gnar. Maybe they trade kills, but I feel like that teleport actually would have been near certain death. Either way, that's the actual certain death.
Exactly. That's the play that mattered.
Man, I'm surprised. Yeah, Impulse all at like 1/4 health all stayed in that brush together. And they realized that they weren't really in danger of being there. And the overextension by Helios. Yeah, I mean, very smart. That was an aggressive move that paid off there, being in a forward position. So 2-0 in kills and a nearly 2,000 gold lead. Impulse seemingly relying on a strong mid game, and that early game setting up well for it. Gamsu still playing somewhat aggressively up the top side, even though he had some free time up there. We just saw Impact teleport back to the top lane turret to collect the farm, not fall too far behind.
Oh, Apollo level 6 in the bottom lane too. With that CS advantage and the early sheen once again, Core JJ is going to have a really rough time heads up in this lane. And the constant threat of kill pressure from Adrian is huge. Leona also level 6. Oh, and they've got a pink ward there setting up an easy avenue for Rush. So bottom lane for Dignitas now has to play really defensively, even when Shen Ultimate is not up.
Shifter looking to roam.
And Shadow Dash is already down. There are no escapes left for Impact. Ignite comes in. He's going to go down. A kill goes over to Gamsu. Nicely dove.
There's your fifth Shifter roam.
It's incredibly important that roam worked for Shifter as well. Rush, though, 1v3 kinda.
Ulti in for Kiwi Kid. The stun is dodged by Repel, but still gets hit up by the passive.
Low back
health,
up.
perfect
They can go.
ulti by Adrian, and they get one back. It's actually mid lane turret going down to Gate, and now the push keeps going on. Low health on Adrian. Gate finally showing up. Flashes, gets the wild growth. Adrian did not have to flash out, though. Miscommunication. Helios will walk away.
Didn't tell Adrian that he was on the way. The fight continues, though.
Shen has ulti.
Circle around.
Now Shen is actually alive to use the ulti.
There's the teleport, does get canceled again.
But now they can dive, because it's a 4v2.
That way he should have even pressed the button in the first place, but he's going to cancel right away. Nowhere to go. Helios gets taken out by Gate. Assist goes to the Kog'Maw. Corte for certain dead. Tries to get some damage. Does not quite kill off Apollo. It was close, but a double kill for Gate.
Okay, so first teleport cancel, probably a good idea after reviewing.
Agreed.
Second one, though,
bad idea.
would have stopped that dive.
Yeah, most likely. A full health Gnar under the turret, even if your other two are low, you can defend that 3v4. But he knew there were 4 people coming down there. The Shen ult was guaranteeing it, and then you could tell they didn't even try to hide under the turret because they knew it was certain death. Now Gate has been able to kind of answer Shifter's one roam. We mentioned Shifter needing to get the roam. He was already losing in CS. Now, since he didn't even get the kill, Gates, every time he goes back to that lane, he can instantly shove it in, almost no fear of counterattack. It's looking pretty grim for Team Dignitas here.
Again, worth pointing out that mid lane outer turret went down to Gate. The roam by Shifter got a kill. His roams around the map were fine, but Gate showed up late to that fight to knock down a turret, get further gold for his team. He's very far ahead now, highest CS in the game as well. And, yeah, Gate and this Lulu, the early game pressure working out, winning lane.
Yeah, and with all this weight on Apollo's shoulders as well, 104, not doing too shabby, second highest CS for him as well. Everything going really well for Impulse in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, even though Apollo did get the kill early on in the game with the gank, if you're running a Juggernaut composition and your bottom lane gets summoner spells and a kill early on in the game, that just sets you up for so much success. Also, when you're considering your Lulu, who needs to do pretty well in this team composition in order to provide the right type of shielding, had what was almost a free lane against Shifter's Kassadin.
Yeah.
These things are going very well.
What do you do? What do you do as a brutalizer Lucian against Trinity Force completed Kog'Maw? He activates W and 2 hits and you forces you out of lane.
Yeah, run away.
You're one ult lands on your head and you gotta
like,
run for the hills.
This is what happens at AD carries because BF Sword costs so much money. You just get really bad recalls sometimes. Core's first recall, pickaxe, that's acceptable. So it happens, whatever. His second recall, longsword, and he's like, well, now I'm screwed.
No, his first recall was longsword because he died.
Oh, it was that early?
So he was almost trapped into this build a little bit if he wanted to go that direction.
Well, it is attracting a lot of attention from the junglers, both revisiting the bottom lane, and they should be able to at least clear out pink ward vision in the tri-brush. It's also a little mind game trick that you can have, doubling up pink wards and green wards in the same spot.
Oh, yeah.
If someone clears a pink ward, they rarely think that you have also green warded there. So if you really want vision on a place, drop 2, and people will usually not sweep it as well.
All right. Well, Dragon number 1 goes over to Impulse. Slightly early smite by Rush, but shouldn't be too bad for him. Apollo actually still sitting at 100% kill participation for the series. He's 15 of 15 so far for Team Impulse, highest, pretty good, in the overall series as a whole.
80 carry picking up pink ward even.
Yeah. Making up for Rush.
Somewhat of a rarity, actually, having 80 carries pick up pink wards. Most 80
Always have
carries,
at least one.
most 80 carries have under 10 pink wards purchased on the split in North America.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Even I buy more wards than that.
I mean, they place wards, just pinks, not particularly.
I've seen Sneaky sell his boots to buy a pink ward, so that is commitment.
I remember when Crepa was here last year, he
So
yelled at 80
now that I
not
say
selling
that,
Dorans
I
for
remember
you.
looking at the stat. Now that I say that, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
So I will check after this game or have someone check for me during the game and confirm that stat. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
If it's right, then I'm not sorry.
Sorry, not
What
sorry.
kind of Canadian are you?
All right, Jack.
Sorry.
Well, Team Impulse not feeling sorry about this one, though. They bet in the mid game, and it's actually going quite well for them here. Gate still feeling solid on Pool Party Lulu in the mid lane here. Roles get swapped around, though. Bottom lane outer turret's already dead, so let's go send the Wrecking Ball of Apollo to the top side here. Trinity Force plus some attack speed.
Yeah, it's not just him either. They're sending backup in the form of Rush just in case. Every time this bottom lane pushes out, Rush comes through for a lane gank as well.
He's again going for Rylays. It's a giant spell plus an amp tome.
Yeah, it's that strategy of I bring so much power that we're not afraid of a counter gank. Yes, we don't have a defensive support. We have a low mobility AD carry, but we send so much and front load the power up to the top lane here. They're just going to bully off.
That's a
Dignitas.
Meganar. Nice job.
He's going to get 2 men stunned. Shenalty popped in. Here we go. It's a 4 versus 3 right now. Slow only lands on the Kiwi Kid. Rush has aggro still.
He can't
Rush is
transform.
going to die for this one. Gate, okay, he's fine. He got a summoner heal. Apollo does everything for this team.
The cooldown is so substantial on his transformation there. Can't come out of spider form and go right back into it to repel.
This is such a tanky Team Impulse team. The Shen, the Leona Armored Magic Resist, the shields they can get from Gate, the Cinder Hulk Elise that has an early Giant spell. They just manhandle, brute force that. That was not clean by any sense. They got 3-man Gnar ulted, they ate most of the Nidalee Spears, and they get a kill.
YOLO, you can't do enough damage to us. Quarterfinals the wrong side, and Shifter is just small. He's on a pretty much 0-stack Rod of Ages. Now Impact just gonna, is he taking damage? I don't think he's taking damage. CoreJJ gonna flash the wall. Make sure he goes like far enough down that he can't miss it.
Yeah, to add insult to injury, CoreJJ sitting on 1,700 gold, so definitely not strong enough to fight the level 11 Shen.
Yeah. PS were going to help some, but now Gate actually putting some damage to Shifter.
Impact just brings so much map control to this team.
Yeah.
Constantly swapping back and forth between the side lanes. And Gamsu has had a really difficult time keeping up. Second guessing his teleports.
Yeah.
Not the best communication. Impact not hesitating though, instantly ulting up to top side and teleporting back down bottom to catch the wave.
Yeah. Second time he's done that. It's why top laner Shen still does bring teleport. Just the map mobility matters that much. So solid stuff by the Impulse lineup. Impact's just fine playing a supportive role. Letting someone else deal the damage, and it's working out here. Looking very solid into game 2. Rush even picking up Sightstone. Playing a more vision-focused game. Playing a Center Hulk champion and doing well on it.
Yeah, he builds up this huge health pool really early. With the Cinder Hulk and going straight into a bunch of health items that just looks really intimidating. Sometimes even if you don't have the resistances to back up your health, having that many little bars on your health bar dissuades people from focusing you just because they think it won't be worth their time, even if they can cut through low resistances.
All right, so what's next on the plate for Team Impulse? They've already knocked down all 3 outer turrets by 18 minutes. They're only sitting on 1 dragon. They've got quite a ways to go if they want to keep this lead pushing up. 5,000 lead, 18 minutes in, definitely sizable. But they've really only got 1 late game carry here, and that can always be a risk as you go on.
Yeah, still at this point in the game, though, Lulu is a significant portion of damage. Because she's just maxing out her Q. Does have, oh,
Shifter down quite low, gets away cleanly. Turret does go down, but there's still some damage coming across. Javelin lands. There's the engage bunch onto Apollo. He goes down. They pick up the primary AD carry, and Adrian now playing with defensive CC, but a double kill for CoreJJ.
Yeah, Gate was not there in order to shield.
Uh-oh, he loses move speed, transferring into human form here.
Oh,
shot!
And that's going to hit him too. Helios from downtown lands the Javelin. Good setup for Gamsu. Now Impact is on the right side of this fight.
This is very similar to the turnaround we saw in Game 1. Team Impulse growing a lead, but then Team Dignitas making a play on Team Impulse overextension. Still a lead, though, for Impulse because of how far ahead they were.
3 kills picked up for a tier 2 turret, though. Doesn't feel too bad. Maybe can pick something else up.
Yeah, I mean, watching this one, Gate just so far away from home. Look where he is on the minimap before this fight begins. So yeah, they get the Shen ult, but because they burst him hard enough, the Shen doesn't come into this fight to disrupt anything, and their damage sources are completely gone. Kog'Maw dead, their secondary damage source, Lulu, not there, and Shen can't make it, so a total whitewash there for Team Dignitas.
Kog'Maw without a support champion next to him. Easy pickings there for Team Dignitas. Quick recovery from Impulse, though, because they have such a substantial lead. Plus, they still have 2 of their outer turrets remaining, and it's enough for them to grab the 2nd dragon here, which is important to keep them training dragons this game. When you don't have the Azir late game damage to rely upon, definitely need to keep up the dragon stacking in case you do have to go that late. The other thing, you talk about how tanky this Impulse squad is, it's also a side effect of them keeping the AD carry of the opposing squad down so much. Low damage output. exacerbates that issue.
Double kill helps a fair bit for poor JJ, though.
Yeah,
getting
he's
the
only
Infinity
500
Edge
gold
this
down.
early in.
He's only 500 gold down behind Apollo. Sorry to cut you off, Chad, but certainly QuarterfinalsJ can be a threat. Maybe, actually, I feel like you're unlikely to see Zeke's on Kiwi Kid, but maybe he goes for that after what looks like Aegis as his first major purchase.
It will be late. Same for Adrian, though. Maybe we see it on Gate. Is a mid lane item as Alex.
Alex ran it 3 games in a row in the Challenger Series semifinal.
As shown.
A solid choice.
You know, on Lulu, actually, being a sport champion herself anyway would make a decent amount of sense.
Yeah, any low cooldown mage is going to get stacks really, really fast. She cares about the raw IP, cares about 10% CDR. I don't know, there's a chance we see it. But
the more we talk about it, the more I want it.
I know.
Gate,
it's
do it.
really good. I think it's super strong, actually.
I think it would be perfect here.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice as a mid laner because as a support item, you get the attack damage and ability power boost on yourself and the Link, but that's really just for your Link. But if you do it on a mid laner who already has a lot of AP, you're almost doubling the active power of that item, which is why it's actually a really cool thing to do on the more supportive mid laners like Orianna and Lulu.
I mean, Lulu just seems like the perfect one. All right. Anyways, in the bottom lane, Gamsu doing work on the turret.
And he's almost going to knock it down here. He's actually was solidly winning lane in this matchup last game as well. It just didn't matter because Impulse had so many kills and turrets and whatnot. But Gamsu, again, actually getting a lot of pressure in the matchup. 4 men top lane here. TP is not up for Gamsu, but Impact has the ulti.
Yep, and there's that style with Apollo on the front lines with this Kog'Maw trying to chunk down the turret. He's got Lulu, shield, and ultimate to rely upon. Shen also can be called down. So sitting on the front lines. And Adrian would be the counter engage.
4,000 gold lead for Team Impulse. Bottom and out about to go down, though this gold lead gonna start to get shredded away a little bit, and there's still an outer turret in the mid lane waiting for Team Dignitas so they can get a decent fight in. So the gold can get closer pretty soon. Dragon 5 would not happen until about 39 minutes in this game if they did it on time. That's of course very far away, and that gives plenty of time for this Kassadin and Nidalee to stack up their recently minted Rods of Ages.
Yeah. Once again, Team Impulse on a bit of a lull, but they've already killed 4 turrets. So therefore, they have to be very strategic about the way they move in now. They got to get wards down, seemingly, if they go to invade the enemy jungler to set up for the next plays. Last game as well, Team Impulse tried to do a lot of Baron forces. It somewhat backfired on them. But this game, they have much more initiation, so I think baiting a Baron could very well be a strategy if they get some more pink ward and ward sweeping coverage in there.
Yeah. Again, I still think they're really going to focus on dragons. It's so much easier for them to take those and stack them. Plus, it's a lot easier for them to bait around that area and keep Impact split pushing. As of right now, Dignitas doing a good job of keeping up that vision on Baron.
Yeah, Impulse, dear lord. Press F2, look at the Impulse vision. It's ridiculous. They have like the entire map lit up across the midline. This is ludicrous. What happened to Impulse?
Freak
I've
mind
never
blown
seen these
right
many
now.
wards. I think this is like they're as many as they bought for the entire season. Like,
well, that's definitely
that's slight
definitely
hyperbole.
not true. But in a single game, it would be interesting to check. We'll have to get the numbers on that for sure, at least per minute. The ward pacing, 2 upgraded trinkets in their soul lanes and 2 sight stones on their jungler and support. So really maximizing how many wards people are doing. Definitely 4 people in this game capable of hitting ward cap the entire time, just based on their items.
And I think Apollo's going to do the same route. He has not gone blue trinket because he's Kog'Maw. You might as well just press R instead. This is one of those chambers you can just go for a warding totem. And they could overkill on wards. Only 2 sweepers though. Mid lane under fire. Kiwi Kid able to get away safely. The problem is there's no ranged stuns that aren't Rush's Cocoon. So picking people off requires a pretty big commitment.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's Impulse that are feeling the pressure right now, though. It's true. Dignitas trying to figure out what they can do with this team comp. Yes, they have this Nidalee here, but she's really the only one that wants to poke. And they're really heavily relying on a game-changing ult from Gnar. They need Gamsu to actually win them this fight by getting not only Apollo, but Gate in the same Gnar ultimate. That would delay the ultimate from Gate and give them an opening to try and burst him down, you know, cast it in to get in there. But they have a lot fewer tools, Team Dignitas, this time around.
Gamsu's been doing a lot of work in the split push game. Now, as you mentioned, the team fight's happening and the Dragon coming up, it's time for him to roam down. He does a nice job just zipping down there.
Impulse are actually just waiting for Dig to start this up. They've got the Shen ultimate ready. They can just
Rush would
engage
have
them
to
in the
go.
pit.
There's the Shen ulti in. Can they make this fight happen? Rush wants into this one. 2,000 health on Baron. Dragon Star, and the fight begins. Two-man Glacial Fissure.
Nice kiting by Team Dignitas thus far.
Agent loses a lot of health down to 1K. Does have Solar Flare still.
Gnar ulti, Gnar,
Mega Gnar down.
Mega Gnar running out though, so yes, they were able to use a really good Braum Lucian combo there.
Rush gets scuttled. Now they've got the Kog'Maw poke. We'll see if they can dodge Nidalee. Helios actually low on mana. They've just leveled up. He's got no mana regen because his Rod of Age is not a tier.
Yeah, I didn't really like that Shen ultimate on Rush either there for the initiation, but it's not going to matter here for Impulse. They've got mid lane pushing as well with Gate shoving it.
Yeah, I wonder if they just...
Rush gonna stick around at
They
Dragon.
go to both. They make Dignitas respond. The flash stun, they catch Helios! There's the ulti, what a beautiful pickoff! Apollo gets the kill! Into the back line goes Shifter, but there's not enough damage coming through. He survives with the face, the mountain shield. Another catch on to Gamsu, down to half HP. Rush still around, looking for a bit more. Two-man Gnar ulti buys some time, but Dignitas forced to run away. They lose 2 kills. That is a Dragon or something for Impulse.
I think
they're going straight for Baron.
Yeah, straight for Baron. That initiation was just so cool from Team Impulse. Flash Cocoon into their second range stun on their team, the Leona ult, and just chaining it straight onto Helios. Once that happened, the fight was mostly decided. Great play by Apollo as well to focus damage on.
They are going to lose out on the Dragon here, maybe though, because Gamsu was able to use his teleport to get down here. They will interrupt the Dragon training, but Baron buff is going to be such a big tool for them to push down some of these secondary turrets. Impulse trying to actually catch this wave in the top lane.
I think they get it.
Without even having to go back. They do have teleport still on impact.
Yeah, I mean, they saw Core and Gamsu take down the Dragon right there. They know these guys will not be here in time, home guards or not. So, turret number 5 for Impulse.
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit more about Elise. And people have been discussing, you know, what exactly made her so strong. You know, and of course, in the last patch, she got a whole bunch of different little buffs. But one of the biggest things to me that I realized when I started picking her back up again is one of the previous buffs that she got several patches ago, where the speed, missile speed on her Cocoon was increased from 1450 to 1600. You cannot dodge that unless you're really quick on your flash or you're scripting or something. So the flash and Cocoon here from Rush, as long as you have good aim, it's extremely difficult to dodge those Cocoons now. With that missile speed buff still remaining, plus the addition of all the extra damage buffs that she's recently gotten, and the duration increasing, that initiation there was beautiful from Impulse. Rush and Adrian combining.
And nicely done, Impulse, the mid lane, the mid game power, almost 7,000 gold ahead here. Baron buff on. They should be getting at least one more turret here. It'd be surprising to not see more. Got enough shields to give to the Kog'Maw. Leona may not be able to keep people alive that well, but Face the Mountain helps certainly a little bit. Plus the Age is probably going towards Locket. Provides actually about as much health as the Janna would.
And Team Impulse hitting a pretty powerful point right now. Void Staff obviously on Gate as well. They're going to be trying to siege this up. This is one of the hardest turrets to defend. One hit on that turret, the shields are gone. Also, it opens up for some pretty dangerous flanks. If Rush wanted to go in that way, he can also buddy up with Impact. With that being said, Dignitas is not even trying to defend that turret.
No reason to try here. Inhibitor turret's much more likely to be defended. We're gonna set their defense up. How much damage can they do? Apollo actually going for the enemy champions, but
I mean, they didn't even have Cast in there at the start. They're getting the whole thing right now, and the fight!
And it's gone, and there's the stun, and there's the engage. Cubic buys a bit of time, jumps away, actually will survive for now. And there's a Gnar ulti, they catch Apollo! Is the burst enough? He's trying to get away. Lulu ulti catches herself, actually, not the AD carry, but there's still some follow-through. 1 kill traded on both sides. Shifter gets out, Core JJ does not. And a Glitterlance long range picks up the second kill of the battle. Inhibitor's open, Inhibitor's there.
Wow. In that fight, Adrian stunned Shifter after the ultimate and before he could get off his Force Pulse to follow up the Gnar ultimate. He was on that, knowing what was going to be coming in. Team Impulse with 2 dead on the enemy side are really looking to push this one for a fast win.
It's going to be an Inhibitor and now a Nexus turret going down. They're staying in the 4 versus 3. They're missing Rush, but they don't seem to care. The engage on a Kiwi Kid, but no! Apollo gets the Rampage, but the kill still goes back to the other support. Gate dies for this one, and an over-aggression maybe? Only Helios left alive, 1 versus 2. There's minions here, but there's so many respawning. Apollo's going to die for this one, and Tech's going to be next. And yes, an overdive by Impulse. They should get this kill. Can he dash over the wall? It dashes up now.
Yep.
Gets away from the slow. Good. But he doesn't run as fast as these guys. They've got move blocks too.
Run away from the brush.
Oh, the slow's in.
Yeah, he's going to get the speed boost too.
Yeah, Mercury Tread's reducing the duration of the slow.
He can.
Another
no
wall!
speed boost there.
Dashes up. He can get over this one. He's fine. All right. All things said and done, a 4 for 4. I believe, but many turrets picked up the Inhibitor as well. Impulse, of course, far in the lead.
Base completely broken. Apollo builds from a pickaxe to an Infinity Edge after that fight.
Love it.
So he got a little bit stronger based on the results of this one. Yeah, I mean, this was just Team Dignitas being out of position at the very start. Cashin was hoping for a flank, but no one was there to defend the turret. And here's the interesting thing. Gamsu was hoping for an Gnarl, actually gets a pretty good one. Watch the follow-up. Shifter goes in, and Adrian's like, what you gonna do? Instant stun. Gives Apollo time to flash away and delays enough for the Lulu ult to come in.
That was even the exact Gnar ultimate that I was looking for, onto both Gate and Apollo. But the damage wasn't there to immediately follow up, and Gate was able to get his ultimate off on Apollo, then the Shen ultimate off was on Lulu, so nobody was really in danger there. It's just too little too late for Team Dignitas. That was even with a lot of stun stacking, a lot of crowd control stacking them from Impulse, as the Cocoon and Taunt and Leona all hit at the exact same time on Kiwi Kid, the least ideal target. Whoop. They still came out ahead.
Well, Apollo gets to run fast.
Oh, Shifter! Taking so much damage trying to run away, but the chase is back on. Shenalty comes in, gets a stun onto Gamsu. It's a pretty tanky Nard. Top Flash comes in, doesn't catch much though. Tags Helios. But it doesn't matter, to summon a spell down. But keep in mind, bottom lane Inhibitor is dead. There's minions flooding in, and mid lane itself can now be pressured.
Pulse diving a little bit hard right there. Now see if they can get in to defend, to push this Inhibitor. But I feel like they're far enough away from base and invested so much in that they're probably just going to go prep the objectives.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's up in 30 seconds, so clear some of this blue side and head on over there. Inhibitor will still be down. Super Minions will march into the base and keep Team Dignitas occupied.
All right, so no big rush in this game for Team Impulse. They could have gone really greedy, look for the mid lane. They choose to, as you say, play for the objectives, play for things that are a bit more secure. Dragon 3 on the field in 6 seconds. A couple of recalls come through to buy their last few items, but this might be the attempt at a game-winning push now for Team Impulse. Red respawns. They just stole the blue away. Look at the red now as well. And now Dragon's up.
Yep. Take Dragon, then take Baron after that as well. Pretty easy pickings for Team Impulse. By that time, Shen Ultimate will also be available. So, barring a very big snafu from Impulse, looks like they are looking to make this a 2-0 start to the best of 5. And
It's been a much better game for Team Impulse than game 1. They jumped out to a larger early lead. They picked a less defensive team composition. They also had a solid pick there at the end for Gate. Knowing exactly what Shifter is going to be trying to do with Kassadin. They're exposed it for the lane weaknesses, and they're also really punishing Team Dignitas for their somewhat lack of damage.
It was actually something the analyst desk was looking for as well coming into this game. They wanted a more aggressive support, you know, to work with the Elise pick.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Impulse did. And then they switched the defensive duties over to the mid lane.
All right, well, here's the push right now. They want Baron Nashor. Can they find the pick, though? Kiwi Kid does get taunted up. They just pile the damage into the support. He flashes, jumps away, stays alive. And actually, the support will live, all said and done. The re-engage a bit of slow from Gamsu.
Yeah.
And Dignitas just stopped the Baron.
There's one thing Team Dignitas has done well this game. It has been kiting at the front end of team fights, but it's the re-engage that seems to be crushing them again and again. Rush with some flank position. Here's a re-engage.
And Core JJ slowed down by Chilling Spite, slowed down by Rylays, can't get away. A solo kill for Rush, that could be the game-winning pick. Out goes Shifter, slowed down, runs away, Rift walks as well. So that's gonna leave open space for Baron Nashor, no teleport for Gamsu, no AD carry, no mid laner, it's theirs.
Yeah, so a nice job of Team Impulse not really committing to the Baron, knowing they had a lead, and peeling off the communication, which has been one of the Achilles heels for Team Impulse. Most of the split seems to be pretty clean with Gate in the lineup in these few games. Now that they've had the 2 weeks of prep time with him for scrims. It's looking pretty solid for Team Impulse here.
Even his individual performance
has improved.
Yeah.
That was also one of the things we were looking for coming into this matchup, though. Shifter, one of the least punishing mid laners to play against, if not the least punishing, always, aside from a few games, having a negative CS differential at 10 minutes. It was definitely the case in this game, with Gate having an advantage over Shifter.
We did see Dignitas changing their style up a little bit though. Said, okay, well Shifter, you played a hold the line default mid laner, just fighter guy and playing Victor. Now let's go for Cassie, go for the heavy roamer, go for the big plays.
Yeah.
You know, go for a skirmishing bottom lane as well so they can really scrap and find some picks. That unfortunately did not work here for Team Dignitas, but now the battle will resume. No Louis yet in this fight. The battle begins. Rush knocked around a fair bit. Agent also taking a bit of damage, but still there's plenty of durable tanks to buy some time. Gate has joined the fight. Ulti knocks up a few, and one kill already comes through. The kill goes for Agent. Now one for Apollo as well. The chase down continuing a Shifter. Also going to drop a double kill for the Kog'Maw. 3 picked up. Into the base they go. This should be the game for Team Impulse.
All right, that started off as a 2v5.
Yes,
and they were unpunished. They kill 3, lose none. They're refreshing this inhibitor. They're probably taking 2, and like you said, probably taking a 2-0 lead in the series.
All right, 37 minutes and 30 seconds, a bit faster than the last time around, but it's a much more convincing win, all said and done. 16-9 in kills. The Nexus will fall. 2-0 start for Team Impulse. They are 1 game away from the semifinals.
Close to having 2-3-0 back-to-back playoff openings here for both the EU and North America.
Yeah. If you're going to have 3-0s, today would be the day, though. It's Seed 3 versus Seed 6. It's a bit to be expected as far as the lineups are concerned, the matchups are concerned.
And if you're looking at a team you do not want to play in the first round of the playoffs, it would be Team Impulse. They were basically a game away from being first place in the NALCS and having a bye. There was that huge logjam at the top of the standings. And unfortunately for Team Dignitas, this was their draw as the number 6 seed for Team Impulse. But they still have 1 game. They almost won game 1. This could be a completely different story with a few things breaking the other way, and would be 1-1 heading into the rest of this best of 5.
Absolutely.
But it's 2-0, and now they have to win 3 in a row to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, they have to pull out something different now. They have to go swing for the fences because this is the last chance that they have.
Yeah.
You know, they were able to get their victory over Team Impulse with Gamsu on Hecarim, smashing and just taking over, carrying the game. He can also do that on Jarvan. You know, maybe they throw him on some AD top lane pick that's going to be able to take over, and they focus a lot of resources to try and get him ahead. Or maybe they go with one of those double teleport team compositions that they've also been able to use.
Well, you actually saw Impulse ban Twisted Fate in this game specifically, actually. But you're right, like Gamsu's actually been winning lane. Early game leads have been going back and forth, but Gamsu's been consistently ending up ahead of Impact. So if he can get one of those matches where he can take over the game by himself, then you're right, that might be good for Team Dignitas. We'll see if they can do that and change gears over in game 3. But for now, going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down Team Impulse 2-0 start.
Thank you, gentlemen. That game was a little bit more one-sided, I feel. We saw a much greater lead earlier in the game for Impulse. There was a couple falters. Dignitas almost clawed their way back into it at one point. But I feel some of those, that early lead came from some of the adjustments we saw Tip make in Champion Select.
Yeah, I love the Leona, the aggressive support paired with the Elise. I said, if you're going to pick the Elise, like I didn't want to see it again, but if I was going to see it again, I'd want to see it with that aggressive support. So I like that adaptation. But the thing I really liked about TIP's play was it was a slower game, or not a slower game, but it was still a slow game for TIP's style, but they recognized that the wave clear of Dignitas's comp is pretty much non-existent. The Kassadin pretty much takes that out of the question. So every time they actually took an inhibitor and pushed the base, it was because they had gotten the Baron and they set up for it. Because they recognized it's just a skirmish comp on Dig's side. TIP has Protect the Cog. Go ahead and play around these objectives and then exploit the no wave clear.
Going into this next game, I got quite a few concerns about Dignitas. First off, the blind Kassadin. This is not a champion that you blind pick ever. This is a counter pick champion. I guess they were thinking Gate would just pick Azir or Victor, but pick Lulu. He gets shoved in all day. He will lose the tower first, has a lot of pressure, and then Kassadin jumps into a fight. Polymorph, he's already out of the game. So did not like that pick at all. Another concern was, they first the Gnar into Shen. This is a matchup that Gnar has to win.
Right, and you're seeing Dignitas on your screen here as you raise some of the concerns for them. Down now 0-2, they're looking for that reverse sweep. What do you do when you have, because you have to win this one, right? Essentially, in your heads, this is a one-game series now. It's Dignitas, you have to win this next game.
You got to win 3 in a row now. And it's clear that the Gnar versus Shen, this is a matchup where Gnar builds Black Cleaver and then just bullies Shen, takes the tower first, takes the second tower, and just pressures Shen heavily, punishes him for using the teleports in the bot lane. That did not happen. Not at all. They took the first tower down, but that's because of a Kassadin roam. There was no pressure from the Gnar into Shen. He should be having a CS lead. They cannot play against Shen. They're making these plays in the bottom lane when they know there's teleport, there's Shen ultimate, and they're just completely disregarding it. You need to ban it because otherwise you're going to lose the next
Drop
game.
the Maokai ban, put the Shen right
Yeah.
in that spot. But
One
here's the
less
scary
level.
thing, is this is not a normal TIP. They're warding a little bit more than they were in the regular season. They're playing around Apollo constantly. So even if you ban out this strategy, they can still go back to what they were doing before. So that's actually very scary because you've only got one game left. And if you mess it up one more time, you're out.
Sivir has been left up as well, so they can go back to that. But Dig had gone with the Braum Lucian, super aggressive bot lane. But there was no synergy there. You need the jungler in the bot side to be able to go for it. They got caught from a very overextended gank, which is super predictable, knowing Elise starts in the top side. She just makes her casual way down to the bot lane and gets a free kill, and then it just goes over and over and over. Nidalee should be there. That's the most important lane for you right now, where you're putting all your eggs into, okay, we're hoping this Lucian can, snowball over the cog. Didn't happen at all.
Yeah, and when you play Nidalee, a gank could just be, I show up to the lane, it's now a 3-on-3, and I just poke you guys down and eventually take the turret, and they never did that.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing here where, as you mentioned, Tip is assuming a different playstyle than what is expected. Going into this week, you would have been like, oh, okay, well, they're going to try and get rushed on a super carry. Apollo will play Sivir, most likely, if it's up, and they've completely departed from that. And it seems to be throwing Dignitas for a little bit of a loop here, that they haven't really established what is going to be the winning strategy against this team that is all of a sudden playing a little bit more standard.
And it's not just something that's actually going to throw Dignitas off. If TIP make it further, they are actually showing that they flex more strategies. So Dignitas have to go, all right, let's go back to our strategy here. It's do or die. We have to run what we know how to run. You were talking about running a Hecarim top on the caster desk, I believe, and going to a strategy where Gamsu can carry, shut down the Shen, ban it, get him out of that lane, and get him affecting the map.
You got to remember, though, that Tip has been picking the Cog and Shen pretty early. Those two are flex picks all over. You can have the Kog'Maw in the mid lane, the Shen as a support, so they can just completely change it around. And one pick that has been not played at all has been the Olaf. Everybody's been practicing Olaf. Everyone's going crazy for the Olaf top. Hasn't been played. Not sure why. It does well versus Shen, does well versus Maokai, does well versus Gnar, good versus Elise, Leona, and all this kind of stuff. And if we need Gamsu to carry, I'd like to see him go to that pick.
Yeah, Kobe also mentioned up there on the desk, although it was banned in this most recent game, the TF option for Dignitas. If you are looking at, the effectiveness of the Shen, which is that he can TP twice, essentially, to a lane, and how Impact is able to out-pressure Gamsu in that arena. If you can find another global, if you can get Shifter onto that other global, let him affect the other lanes, that might be, an area of attack. So given that we go back to blue for Tip and Dignitas on red, Tip didn't ban the TF in the first game. That might be available to them this time around.
I think that for Dig to win this third game, they really need to just look for the first game and what happened in this one. The second game, they misplayed the lanes. They didn't account for rush, just flat out lose lane, have poor picks, and then you can't really come back if you have no wave clear to stall the game out. So the first game, they did a much different thing. You know, you go for more late game scaling, you got a lot of team fighting potential, and you have really good pick potential with the Echo Stun, with the Alistar as well. So why not go back to that? Like, you're going to have to do it and just go for a lane swap again. I think the lane swap was really a good thing for them, because what happens is when you create the lane swap scenario, you create usually 2 long lanes, and then everybody can shop and has an influx of wards from the gold, which allows for a lot more safe play. So if you have lane bullies after the lane swap is over, then it becomes very predictable where the junglers are going to go, and you can just maneuver your way around without really worrying about rush ganking your lane.
Dignitas has a lot to consider going into Game 3 here. Team Impulse are just 1 game away from closing out the series and securing their spot in the semifinals. We'll be right back with Game 3 in just a few minutes.
It's time for Dignitas to see if they can fire back. Best of 5. Still some damage coming across. Javelin lands. There's the engage. Bunch onto Apollo. He goes down. They pick up the primary AD carry. The flash stun, they catch Helios. There's the ulti. What a beautiful pickoff. Apollo gets the kill.
Okay. Cast in. It's okay. I'm with you.
We're fine.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They might go me.
They're going to cast in. Bye, UT.
Gate has joined the fight. Ulti knocks up a few, and 1 kill already comes through. The kill goes for Agent. Now 1 for Apollo as well. The chase down continuing a shifter. They are 1 game away from the semifinals.
Welcome back to the North American LCS playoffs. Right now, our quarterfinal series stands at 2 games for Team Impulse, and Team Dignitas have got their backs against the wall. So when we look at going into Game 3, we've talked about the picks. We've really talked about hammered home that the Shen is a big problem for Dignitas and trying to deal with it.
Yeah, ban it out. You're not able to win that lane. Gnar is actually a good matchup into Shen, and Gamsu's still not winning it. He's not taking it to him hard enough. Because Dignitas, they're playing lane bullies, but they aren't getting lane bully type advantages. Yep.
Right, so you drop the Maokai ban, I presume,
Yes,
is what you're going with here.
Well, if you drop that, he's just going to play Maokai with the Kog'Maw. So it's just, there's almost no clear answer
It's one
here.
global less.
It's one global less, right?
Yeah.
So you're hoping that then you can at least just match the TPs in every scenario and you're not getting out pressured.
Yeah.
You know, on the flip side, Tip made some solid adjustments going into Game 2. But they have shown that they're heavily relying on Apollo here, saying we're going to put him on this Kog'Maw, we're going to let him deal the damage. You know, do they shake it up, or is that the point of attack for Dignitas instead of at that Shen?
I think a crucial thing that happened between all these games is that in the second game there was no bans that nobody banned anything that was played against them in the previous game, which just shows a kind of a confidence that's like, yeah, we play what we like and we did not feel fazed by what you played. We're just going to do our thing. Did not have the second game. That's definitely has to change because they cannot play the exact same way for Dig. They could not handle the Shen and the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw is a champion that is, you know, a hyper carry, loads of damage, just upfront burst, long range poke, but he is immobile. So you have to be very coordinated in killing him. There was none of that. Kassadin jumping in at erratic times, trying to 1v1 him. That is not happening in the early game, especially when they have a Lulu and the Shen shields to burn through. Like the Braum really not used, like just standing too far up front, trying to just soak up damage when there is no follow-up damage. So Dig is really not playing to the strength of their composition, especially when it requires them to take down a Kog'Maw through the Shen shield. And last game it was through Shen shield and Janet.
Yeah, and to touch on, you were talking about TIP strategy of having Apollo carry. There's a lot on his shoulders. I say you just go back to that if it's available and they don't ban it out. Because why would you show more strategies in playoffs when this is clearly working for you here and it's going to scare CLG if you walk away with a 3-0 and say, you know what, Doublelift has to watch out. You guys have to practice dive.
Right, so we've shown we can execute on this composition, and we're also going to hold our cards for what else we might have in store.
Exactly, and if you take the composition away, TIP, just personality-wise, they have a lot of dive tendencies. Adrian can play the Leona, so if you take a Kog'Maw away from him, they're just going to run 3 Bash Brothers at you.
All right, well, we're going to send it back over to our casters to get us into Game 3. On the way, Rush explains how the team's language barriers have hampered Tip's synergy.
사실 의사소통 문제가 제일 커요. 예를 들면은 탑이랑 정글은 서로 한국어로 되게 디테일 있게 얘기할 수 있어서 막 미리 막 상황을 막 3분 전부터 만들어 놓을 수 있는데 막 미드나 바텀 같은 경우는 제가 영어로 소통해야 돼서 막 그런 디테일까지는 안 되고 막 그때 즉흥적으로 결정되는 게 많아서 그렇게 느껴지는 것 같아요.
That's true. It can be really difficult to, have to plan all of your things out. And we've talked about how good Russian Impact synergy looks, and yeah, being able to premeditate all your ganks and talk in better detail is definitely valuable.
Yeah, I mean, I try and communicate with people in Spanish. I can understand it's a lot easier, but when I try and come up with a sentence,
I occasionally listen to the French cast and try to pick my high school French back up, and I'm like, I missed most of what you just said, but I trust you said smart things. We are into the game though. Here we go. Team Impulse looking to make it 3-0. Team Dignitas looking to make a comeback. We've seen in the wildcard regions, many teams started out 0-2 and actually took at least 1, maybe even 3 games, in the case of Japan back. Comebacks are certainly possible, but as the bans do not change up at all so far in this series, we'll see what the strategies do.
Yeah, well, they have switched sides back. This time they still don't want to give Rush Italy, which I respect that. It's a smart choice, but the Maokai ban impacts great Maokai, but he's also a great Shen. So there's no full reason for Team Impulse to switch this up. The only thing would be Team Dignitas taking Kog'Maw.
I don't see how Dignitas think they're going to win this one differently than they did the previous 2 games. They've been getting outclassed pretty much in every single role. And they haven't switched up anything, so Impulse can just play the exact same thing. And as they said, not have to show a different strategy. Helios does get his Rek'Sai this time around. That is one.
Yeah. They added the Twisted Fate ban in that had pulled into Game 2. And
kept that one ever since game 1.
It's most likely going to be two different things, for sure.
Well, they're going to steal away Kog'Maw.
Yeah. I think we expected that. That seemed to be a pretty likely scenario. Team Dignitas hoping they can play the comp themselves. With Janna being open, Janna is great into Leona, in my opinion. I think it's great into Alistar as well. So, Zyrene said Bash Brothers, Impulse, 3 melee champions in a way.
2.5?
2.5. Up to 3.
We'll go 2.5.
Fair enough. But yeah, Bash Brothers, they are lower damage to the spectrum. Shen and Alistar probably the 2 least damage melee champions in those roles.
Yeah, I don't know about Bash Brothers.
All right,
Shen
that's
and
a
Alistar.
fair point.
They're definitely tanks.
Yeah.
Tank Brothers just doesn't sound as cool.
No, it does not sound as cool.
Super Tank Brothers, the new sequel.
Tank Trio.
Tank Trio, okay. Got some alliteration there.
Well, that definitely does signal that Impulse are going to need some more damage from Gate this time. And
Yeah.
I'd expect them not to go back to the Lulu. I'm very curious what Apollo will play if he does go for the Sivir and they try and just rush down this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I wonder if Team Dignitas is going more disengaged as
Oh,
well.
yes! There it is. Back against the wall.
Wild card.
Pull it out. Yeah, exactly.
Gangplank locked in. The Thresh for Cubikid as well. A lot of playmaking available. Now Team Impulse have to pick their last few champions.
Yeah, I mean, they still have to pick their mid laner blind. So expect a generic mid laner from Gate, probably the Orianna or the Azir, 2 things we've seen him have some success on in the past. And the main question will be what Apollo ends up playing. Will he just go for Sivir because that's what he did more than any other player played any other champion, 11 Sivir games and 18 games for Apollo, or does he go something different?
It is one of those options, Jat. We'll see which one ends up being. I think you're right about a lot of these, though. Azir being hovered in. Apollo, if he wants to do damage, Vayne is an option. Jinx is an option as the 2 highest damage AD carries remaining. I think it's actually moving with the Tristana. It is. So, still a fair bit of mid-game power with that pickup.
Yeah, they can definitely burn down some turrets. You know, with the amount of global pressure advantage that Impact has had over Gamsu, being able to have a Tristana means that if you get that small opening, you can take an objective extremely quickly. Thing is, Gangplank here, wildcard as you said, into the mix. He's got a semi-global influence with his ultimate, plus he can apply a lot of pressure to tanks with his barrel chains, being able to do a large chunk of damage, cutting through armor. The thing is, you know, getting to be able to use those barrels effectively does definitely take some time. Gamsu is a very good player, so I do have confidence that he's been able to get used to the rework.
Camp's going to be rich this game.
Feels like a poke comp that they just pulled together at the last second, too.
Really slick.
AP Kog'Maw had been the norm until recently, and threw us for a little bit of loop. Team Dignitas may have seen it coming, but Kog'Maw, Corki are the 2 you most normally see paired together if you're running the double poke, just like that. And the Gangplank does kind of fit in that mold well. If he gets AD, full AD Gangplank, those parlays crush you later in the game.
And even though he can't stop the teleports of Impact, he's got a global of his own, so he can, in a way, match Stand United in his own version as Gangplank, as well as just teleporting himself. So this could be very interesting for Team Dignitas. I'm also curious what build Gamsu goes for. Keep in mind, with a Trinity Force, a parlayed barrel has like 700-ish base damage that you can't crit anyway. So I wonder if he builds more damage or not, or just goes tank from after the Triforce. It'll be fun to watch for as the teams load into the game. Take a minute to update your vote over on Twitter. Send hashtag TIP winner, hashtag DIG win to @Elevable Esports. I have a feeling the toy Gangplank will be maybe a vote upper here for the guys, the Dignitas fans. We're getting ourselves into the game. Can Dignitas pull it back if they lose? This is the end of their season. Team Impulse to win. Can keep it on towards the semifinals.
I like the direction they're going, putting more faith in Gamsu, giving him the ability to carry here. See if he can utilize this Gangplank to take over. But I do worry about Shifter on this AP Cog mid. It's going to take a while for him to become effective. They're versus a Tristana who's going to knock down outer turrets very quickly. And it will be up to Dignitas to wave clear. Buy themselves some time.
What is worth noting is the 2 times Shifter has played AP Kog'Maw this year, even though he has lost lane, they have won both of those games. So Shifter CS-wise, loses lane on most champions he plays. You may as well give yourself an incredible late-game scaling champion who can then execute with safe positioning. Those are things that Shifter is strong at, and it does fit the poke style Dignitas may be able to play.
Yeah, and just the way Kog'Maw even scales up, like if it's kind of a rumble mold where you just need that one item in level 11 and you're fine, and that's Shifter's not going to miss a bunch of XP. So I agree with you, Jad. I think the AP Cog can work very well. The poke comp could be quite strong.
Yeah. The only real peel they have, though, be some Thresh movement here. I mean, Helios can try and play defensively with Rek'Sai, but the Alistar, Elise, Shen coming for you can be difficult to avoid.
Yep.
So
no cleanse on Kog'Maw, gonna make it hard. We might see Kiwi have to go Mikhails as a result. And here we get ourselves into the mix. Interesting, yeah, a barrel start for the Gangplank. Auto attack the monster, trigger the thing.
Yeah, and we saw this last game as well. Helios actually smites the Krug from over the wall to get the every 6th hit stun in the jungle. Since Gamsu is tanking early for him anyway, it just speeds up both of the process pretty well. He gets the jungle buff he wants, helps his duo lane clear, doesn't take damage, and then will take even less damage later in the jungle because of the stun he gets from the Krug.
That's pretty solid here. So pretty fast jungle. You can see that Gamsu and Helios will practice this, and they are well on their way. 3 camps already taken down as Team Impulse just starting theirs. So
no, they're even up 3 camps
I mean,
apiece.
in total, but Wolves are like still getting killed as these guys are like leaving the
well,
place.
the duo lane is just on the other side of the map.
Oh
for,
yeah, you're right. I'm
Impulse.
super dumb. Okay, I miscounted. Good call. Good correction.
Don't be so hard on yourself, freak.
No, I was wrong.
Honest
I
mistake.
deserve. Or was it a dishonest mistake? Maybe I was trolling you guys the whole
So
time.
it does open up this weak side end for Dignitas up here. Adrian's getting in here. Is level 2 on the Alistar. Decent disruption available for him. And Helios going to try and solo as Gamsu runs to try and get lane experience.
Oh, can you get a full reset on it?
It's changed targets 2 times.
Right. One more reset and it would break, but just headbutt him again. It'll be real dangerous.
Kiwi Kid Blue got it.
All right, there's the smite though, used on blue buff, just to I guess make sure it doesn't get taken away. No smite benefit for him, no mana pool, but we are on to the lane matchup here. Gamsu in the 2-on-2 alongside Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, let's see how Impulse handled the reverse situation. Last time, in the first game, it was Core JJ had the Tristana, and they were not able to take down the turret before swapping back. So when it was Apollo on Kog'Maw, Corky very similar with a level 6 poke ability. When he swapped back, he had a big advantage in the lane. Shifter, taking a lot of damage under turret, though.
Nicely played by Gate. Once again, he pushes the first few waves in, feels safe, gets a lot of pressure down. And you're seeing him play almost every single time, very far up in the matchup, hoping to, as you were talking about the pregame, Kobe, allow Rush to play around the map and get Gate to respond first.
Yeah, and as Rush just went through mid lane, Dignitas saw his exit path and triple pinged out. They know he's on this top side of the map. Since he hasn't shown in that ward up top ganking, they would assume that he's either farming one of these 2 quadrants of the jungle on this side. There goes the ward over the Raptor Bush side, and Rush knows he's been spotted as well since the buff is procced. Everybody aware of the situation.
All right, so 2-on-2 Gangplank versus 1-on-1 Corky. Gold-wise, top lane's pretty close to the same. 80 carries actually significant lead for Core JJ here. We've seen Apollo miss quite a few.
Yeah, the early CSing with Tristana a little bit difficult.
I think
it's interesting. He should be able to. Yeah, he should be able to free farm from this point as long as Adrian shows. There we go. Having your support bud in lane is helpful.
Plays him backward. Kiwi was not going to get him into turret range, so no surprises there.
But
Not
he has
too many
been
barrel tricks.
He has been 1v2 for a lot of this because Adrian was doing the jungle harassment. So it was almost as if Team Impulse was trading a little bit of farm on Apollo, which is surprising since he's been the main carry for them 2 games in a row, albeit on a different champion, for the farm on Rush. We'll see now if Rush can push his advantage on Elise as we approach the mid game.
Ooh, the hook lands, but the Pulverize is going to buy enough time for not a lot of follow-up damage. And actually, Kiwi taking a fair chunk there. Multiple auto attacks on top of the explosive charge, and now onto the turret they go.
Still pre-7 minutes, so auto attack's not the most threatening thing right now. Char's going to be quite a bit more, though.
Apollo wants to burn down this turret as quickly as possible. Even though Gamsu is a little bit behind, fairly even in gold with Impact here, he's getting a lot of extra gold just because he's Gangplank and he's plundering from the minions with his parlay.
57 bonus so far.
And especially since, as we just saw there, you can set off the barrel and get that bonus on every minion that dies to the barrel explosion. There will be a gold discrepancy, even though the numbers are very close.
All right, here's the play. Hook's got to land. They can't catch up Apollo. He's going to blow up a barrel pretty soon. No, Apollo last hits it, and he knocks in Kiwi Kid. A lot of damage there. Shenalty popped. He jumps in on towards Gamsu. The taunt out of the turret, not going to be enough damage, though.
Yeah, he's going to lose out on a lot top because Corky's been pressuring, and Shen has been at his turret this entire time. That was it's a very big wave.
That is a huge wave.
But can they shove him off the turret here? Like, it could be equalized if they can shove him out of experience range.
Yeah, Team Impulse needs to make something positive happen here. I'd say it was kind of an unneeded teleport, but now he teleports back to get... He actually didn't get the wave. The wave was pretty much dead to the turret already, and they haven't yet secured the turret on the bottom side. They
and he didn't
losing out minorly on these trades.
It's not done yet here. Rush comes in to finish the job. This turret very low. Good defensive ward there from Gamsu. Does see it.
No summoners on Kiwi Kid, but a heal. That's not the AD carry. No heal.
He's done. Kiwi Kid, one hit to go. There's the repel. There's the auto attack. First blood for Rush.
And the turret now. Look out, Gamsu.
Look out. They don't actually finish the turret up. They're just going to go towards him. Head up pulverized orange is used, but it's not going to be K. Gangplank going down. Apollo.
Impact's getting Nova on the other side.
Oh my gosh, but it's not really enough. Corky can't do enough damage. He loses a lot of health in that one.
Doesn't have flash, though.
Oh, and Rek'Sai shooting him from below.
But Helios is low as well. A failed dive by Team Dignitas, outplayed by Impact, it seems. And the Shen should be totally fine here.
So, a very long series of events. Team Impulse comes out way ahead.
Way ahead.
But that's mainly with some outplays on all opposite sides. Impact going back and forth, lending a hand everywhere and not getting significantly punished. Meanwhile, all the help he gave bottom gives him a turret and 2 kills.
Elise is just so much better than Rek'Sai in these turret diving scenarios. Helios not able to make it happen, ended up on the wrong side of the turret as well. Meanwhile, Rush was able to not only get the kill, but also allow the extra kill onto Gamsu. Yeah, here is Helios. See, he can't stay in there. Not only is he melee, but...
Core just stopped attacking. Helios was taking the turret, and Core didn't hit him.
Oh my god.
And then he taunts it afterwards.
Huge misplay.
That's what you don't want to have happen when you're 1 game from elimination. That's the thing that can put you over the edge mentally and just have you collapse. They're already down 2,500 gold now against a team who's already beaten them twice. That one hurts.
The champions are not an excuse for that play. That was just rough.
Helios did the smite, knock up, didn't even swing for an auto attack. Maybe he was afraid of a taunt, but I think it was down at that time. And yeah, Core JJ really just had to hit him.
Yep.
And it was the kill.
Block out the guy and he goes down.
Right click.
All right, life is okay then for Team Impulse. 2,000 gold lead for them. Mid lane pressured pretty heavily. 7 minion lead for Gate. About what you expect for a Kog'Maw lane here. The rest of the team able to keep playing aggressively. Bottom lane outer turret's dead, so the whole team roams up here. 4 men on top of the blue buff to deny this from Shifter. 2-man knock if they really want this fight. A fire back on the Adrian who pops his own ulti. Spite takes away the blue buff, and now the battle push is on. Kiwi gonna get dropped out. Gate gets the kill here. All 5 members in the bottom lane, Team Impulse, making it happen.
Even though Impact Shen is 0-0-1, he's had an impact on every single facet of this game. Setting up the kills bottom, Gamsu's there, it's a 5v4, it allows them to steal blue buff, force another kill, and get a dragon. This is turning into a very large Impulse advantage.
Definitely is, Jat. 200 health, there's the Q from Elise, there's the pickup here. 2,500 gold, dragon number 1, feels pretty good for all the Team Impulse players here. 1 game to go to meet CLG in the semifinals. 3-0 start could feel quite nice. Watch that fight one more time.
Yeah, so this is the benefits of Alistar Ultimate. He's free to go on the front lines. Pops his ult right after he gets his combo off. That bought enough time for them to take the blue. Shen teleport does come in as well. Not even necessary. Kiwi Kid going down, and Impulse on their way to closing this out, heading to the semifinals. already in their sights, and they have not had to show much. Completely ignoring Sivir the entire time.
Yeah.
Just repeat pickups of Shen and Elise. Gate has definitely showed up.
No ultimate for Adrian, though. That's trouble.
Takes a whole bunch of damage. One hit away from dead. There's a push on it. Oh, no!
Oh!
Big one! Barely gets the rocket out in time. Exhaust or not. No trade kill available. Nice pickup for Dignitas, showing signs of life.
Yeah, Helios ganking the right lane here. If someone's going to have a mid-game snowball, it's going to be Core JJ. He has a CS and
what a
level
good juke
advantage.
right there.
I think a Spiderling tanked the
Was it
anyway?
point blank right in front of his face?
Yeah, because I didn't see the hook go anywhere.
Yeah.
Noble effort.
Noble effort.
Flashing into the cocoon.
Yeah, but honestly, Core JJ is going to be the one that has to take him back in the mid-game here. He's going to have a pretty big advantage on Apollo, who's gone Avarice Blade on Trist, especially if he gets Trinity Force with his level advantage.
Yeah.
And they really, really need that because every other lane is flailing right now.
See if they can salvage this one. Level 8 Gangplank Troll trying to scale up is going, of course, for Trinity Force. I think you need Sheen and level 9 to one-shot Cassius, but when that happens, you get a whole lot of gold income from minion waves. And that could be Gamsu really opening this up. It'll be hard for Impact to deny barrels, and you can really have a huge push lead in the Gangplank matchup coming mid-game. And we'll see if the texture of the game changes because of that.
It's just, when you're facing a frontline like Shen and Alistar as the Gangplank, it's fairly difficult to set up the barrel chain for the teamfight scenario.
Yeah, it moves a lot.
So we'll see how he executes, but yes, he will have a good income as far as the mid-game is concerned, plundering away versus Shen, but see if he's able to translate it into teamfight effectiveness.
Azir soldiers do count as attacks on barrels. If you summon two
Yeah.
soldiers, you can kill it from outside of parlay range, because you can hit it at 2 HP. So Gate actually has some interesting gameplay around the barrels to completely deny them. It's a minor point.
Yeah, the other thing is you got to get used to shooting your parlay as it's ticking down. There is travel time there that a melee champion can kill the barrel before you. A couple of nuances.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Another one of interesting note, if you cast a barrel at max range and just walk up in Q, you'll blow it up. It ticks down fast enough that you can't screw that up at max range. Impact in the battle with Gamsu gets away from the barrel, but the explosion gives him the fiery blade to fire back. Gamsu still trying to farm up, but he's under turret at half HP.
Yeah, this Sunfire Cape versus Phage seems a little slanted right now in the favor of Impact. He's been able to stack armor early in these lanes and at least neutralize, if not push Gamsu in a little bit.
But keep in mind the rest of the team is magic-based. Shifter, though, cocooned in the back lines. Gonna get a lantern to stay safe. But mid lane outer goes down, well pressured out. Gate gonna have his team the second turret kill of the game. TP back to the top for Gangplank, and this should actually start being a lot more farm.
Yeah, and that kind of goes to show how Team Dignitas is losing out very heavily on the map pressure advantage. 14 minutes in, having to burn your teleport to get back top lane in a 1v1. They really need that added pressure for teleport. Yes, Gangplank can assist with an ultimate, but it's just not the same as teleporting in versus what Impact can offer.
He's phoning it in. He's not actually there in the lane with you. Adrian gets the flash, and Tristana half a screen away.
Ooh.
Apollo didn't even have to show himself.
I'm surprised he even flashed. You
So
can
much for his
orange out of
summer
the
spells.
knockup.
There's just so much map pressure when you have a Shen plus the Azir in the mid lane, able to take that mid turret and set up his own outpost. Impulse can close on all three sides with the turret pushing presence of Tristana and Shen down bottom, ultimate ready. They're basically covering all of their bases. Dignitas trying to huddle together here.
Damage on the QB Kid, down to half HP. Rush chasing him down with the Cinder Hook. Oh, misses the combo. Adrian not going to feel good about that one. Exhausted to Core JJ. Kill still comes through. Shenalty onto Adrian as well. And they're still looking for someone to knock down. They've already picked up one. Helios may be the second. Explosive charges on. Double kill, actually. The kills just keep going over to Rush. Yeah, a couple of trades back. Nice done by Shifter. Picks up another one. Core JJ helping out. And now Impact on the wrong side of this fight. Adrian in the wrong spot as well. Still a kill picked up, though. Now onto Shifter they go. Soldiers come around, more damage coming through. Will they get Impact in time? Maybe the passive does
Get
it.
him!
Summoner healed, he stays alive! Wow!
Gate
7 of 3 in
has
kills.
heal on Azir, and it saves him at the end right there. Impulse with a boldly aggressive play right there. It's coming out.
It's just not the same. Gangplank ultimate.
It's not the same as having a real person there.
You gotta be there. They will get at least an answer down bottom lane, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that happens here. They start the fight, actually, with the numbers advantage, 3v2. Rek'Sai comes in and equalizes it, but yeah, one Shen can come up, Gangplank cannot answer because this was a very chaotic fight. Team Impulse is in between turrets, so there's really no retreat by the time Shifter comes in here, and it's game on. Shifter does a good job securing a couple of kills and getting a big amount of gold for JJ as well. The strong members of Team Dignitas need to show up, but there's a Shen here, and Gate is able to get kills as a beneficiary.
And as we just saw, that was all of the mobility summoners from Dignitas carries burned to get those kills. The Ghost, the Flash from Shifter, and the Flash from Core JJ.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah,
not a
Core
good
JJ
thing.
knows summoners. Get the lantern, he wants it.
Core JJ, okay, he gets out of the lantern, gets out, but there's the two-man pulverize. Follow-up damage isn't there. Good play back up. But Gate is here. The knockback catches the AD carry clean in the jaw, and now Kiwi Kid's also going to go down here. Rocket jump in. Rush with his 5th kill of the game on this Elise, taking over. Team Impulse very far ahead.
I'm liking this Rylai's more and more out of Rush as we see these fights extend on because he's just landing a ranged Q with these things, and there is no escape after that. It's comboing into the cocoon so well. Obviously, that is what we expected, but because they're forcing these extended skirmishes, it's not so much about the quick spell rotation, it's about the longer fight, and it's just growing this lead more and more.
Once again, lack of coordination here from Dignitas. Gamsu nowhere to be found. Didn't even ultimate in that last fight. Does get the turret up top, but that's very little in the way of an answer here for Team Dignitas, and Impulse are looking to make this a pretty clean 3-0.
That would be a really nice thing for Impulse, who only fall to the very, very end of the split, a single game loss to Team Liquid. Otherwise, they would have been coming into the series on a 9-game winning streak or more, but still pretty solid here, looking to take down Team Dignitas.
For Team Dignitas, though, they do have the double Trinity Force and Luden's Echo Spike coming in for them. So Gamsu's got his Trinity Force, Core JJ does as well. They at least have the items now that they were building towards. The problem is they're so far behind right now, even with those item spikes. They're just, Impulse just have so much more money. It outweighs the power.
So long road ahead then for Team Dignitas to catch up. It's actually Trinity Force, not Sheen, that's required for the caster to get one shot by Barrel. So now Gamsu actually gets money coming in. All right, might get a bit better for him.
5 kills on the Rush's Elise, by the way, as well.
Riley's Sightstone really tanky, really scary. Top lane outer goes down. The Pistana Demolition works out. This will be answered though. Core JJ has Trinity Force, so right, these single item spike champions all have their single item spikes right now. I don't know if Team Dignitas wants to fight a 6,000 gold deficit team fight though. That might make things really difficult.
Well, in each of the two
Gamsu's
games,
cornered here, and they do not have any vision inside their red jungle.
Man, that was a big barrel. Yeah, a lot of Gangplanks put the barrel inside brushes, so if anyone walks close, it's a free detonate. But in both of these games this series, there has been a decent-sized misstep by Team Impulse in the mid-game that has allowed Dignitas a little bit of a bridge back into the game. It actually gave Team Dignitas a lead in Game 1. It wasn't enough to bring them back to even in Game 2, and this may be their largest deficit of the series at 19 minutes here, so even if Team Impulse makes a mistake, they may need multiple of those things. Or it's the question of, has Team Impulse cleaned up their play enough to not make that mid-game mistake, and can they just close this one decisively?
Well, they have extensive warding on the red quadrant, and Baron is about to come up for Impulse. They've already headed over to the area as well. Will they go for a bait or try and kill it on spawn on 20 minutes here? Looks like they are going to try and kill it on 20 minutes. Comes up and it goes down. Shifter going to try and check with his ultimate, but the rest of Team Dignitas lagging behind.
Rek'Sai and Thresh for bot lane. Shifter defends. Dead. There it is. Wow. Took 16 seconds. Baron Nashor's gone. Team Impulse so far ahead now.
Nashor's tooth used against him. Gate able to burn him down.
The ultimate revenge. Yeah, Azir, one of the best Baron killers in the game, especially having Nashor's for that extra DPS. Multiple soldiers hit.
Emphasis on the D.
All right, cresting into 21 minutes into this one. 7,500 gold. Impulse look like they're only one team fight away from getting into the semifinals here in North America. They've been in the semis last time around, but they unfortunately failed and got 4th place in the spring split. They may just improve upon it this time around, coming in as a 3rd seed. Mid lane under fire. Gate playing the pressure game. Knocking down the 2nd turret now in the mid lane.
This is a gargantuan lead. They may actually just consider doing a turret dive. They have a team comp to do so. Having Alistar, probably the best guy if you ever want to dive an inhibitor turret.
You don't even need a whole comp. Just you got Alistar, check. We can do turret.
Right. Those turrets have 85% armor penetration, so the only way you can actually tank it is with straight damage reduction or just a boatload of health like a Mundo. Alistar's pretty much the best at it, but they're not even having to dive right now. Gangplank still split pushing. You need him there. They're giving away an inhibitor.
He's not going to be there at all. Team thinking off the side. You know what? We can't defend this even with Gangplank. I assume is the call there, so screw it. Let him get a little bit more money. I don't know, but that was the choice made right here.
Yep.
And now bottom lane easily under fire. Impact did teleport to get himself back to the left-hand side. Of course, he's got the ulti still to defend his team. And bot lane tier 2 goes down. Impulse with their 6th turret kill here. They're getting some farm onto Gamsu. He's going towards what looks like Maw Mortius. The farm is not enough. It's just the base falling over and over and over again. Impulse getting farther ahead.
Maybe the dive here. I mean, they don't have to dive if they can just sit down.
What even stops them there? Okay, Gangplank ulti buys some time.
They got Adrian's ultimate out and hooked him back in.
They do hook him in, but there's a flash. Oh, God. Kiwi Kid's already dead. Exhausted the back line to get one kill back, though. Shifter picks one up, but Helios pretty low on this one. One more hit will do it. Double kill for Gate. Now rushing the wrong side. Flashes. Dodges the rocket. Oh my God, they got Shifter. And they take him down. Now can he get much more? CoreJJ wants in. He gets a lot of kills picked up. Actually, it's a 4-for-3 and advantage to Team Dignitas.
Because the Alistar ultimate started so early, it ran off while it was in turret range, and it killed him off before Impact was able to arrive at the fight. This is the one time Dignitas had a numbers advantage in the entire game. They do get the cleanup of kills, though.
Thing is, even with the numbers advantage, Team Impulse didn't have to dive into the base. This is the 10K gold advantage greed. You get a little bit of money, you just want more. So Gate, I want to watch him in this fight. He's going for it. So yes, as you mentioned, Adrian, damage reduction runs out. That's the reason Shen wasn't able to shield him enough there. And Rush just, he's up.
He's thinking about it.
He's in. But there's no retreat here. Gate, it bounced so far because it pushed him up against the wall. It had to push him to the other side of the wall, which is actually too far. It put Shifter in position to do more damage. They couldn't follow up.
It caused
on the
Rush
wall.
to miss his cocoon as well, and Rush takes a lot of damage on it.
All right.
Hilarious series of events, but in the end, Impulse still with a massive lead and control over the entire map. This dragon should be number 3 for them, no questions asked.
Wildman inhibitor threat at about 1/3 health. Dragon number 3, similarly at 1/3 health. Now at 0 health. Yep, that'll do it. The intense play-by-play of dragon fights.
Yeah, how much of the turret did they actually kill up in that lane as well? It's not regenning that quickly, obviously. That turret's at 800 health right now. Yeah. So that's a Trist.
Pretty much one full charge explosive.
Yeah.
You count the 4 auto attacks.
Or just one or two autos and Gate pressing W on it could do it.
Another engage. They catch on a Kiwi Kid. Aggro, though, goes on to someone who is not the Alistar, though. They nearly pick up Impact, who pops his ulti, but can't save the Tristana. Gangplank's doing so much damage. It's second kill in the last 5 minutes here. The chase on Adrian, trying to run away. Barrows hits him. That's going to be one picked up, I assume. Pulverize and a headbutt, not going to be enough. Gamsu on a killing spree. And it's Infinity Edge. Gangplank going to do so much work.
Another mistake. Well, he doesn't have it Infinity Edge yet. Another mistake from Impulse. And this is giving a huge amount of gold back to a team with AP Kog'Maw. Never want to count those out.
You just can't count them out. AP Kog'Maw is too strong. And we said Team Impulse is making one mistake in the first 2 games. Well, this is kind of their second mistake if you consider it. The same mistake on the same objective twice. They overpush. Turret aggro is improperly traded. Apollo takes a bunch of damage right there from Gangplank.
Impact annihilated by the inhibitor turret. Then it swapped over to Apollo as well, and Gangplank made short work of him. Plus the entire Alistar ultimate mitigated no damage at all. There was nothing on him. Impulse cannot afford many more of those. Maybe two, maybe one more.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of money. Maybe they can afford to do that one more time, but.
Well, Gamsu's already plundered more than 1,000 gold from Parlay here. So he's got 2 upgrades on his ulti already. I'm gonna actually check the tooltip. It's everything except Death's Daughter. That's weird, actually. I thought everyone actually normally went Death's Daughter first, but he got the increased fire rate and the Raise Morale move speed buff.
I've seen a lot of people highly valuing the Raise Morale, actually.
I guess it is guaranteed value if they run away.
Or their team fight.
And here comes Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and
Speaking of which,
suddenly Impulse are finding out that, you know, even with Alistar on the dive, they're really not making it that successful.
Doesn't matter if you have Alistar if he's not the one taking the turret.
Yep.
And his ultimate is running the entire
he
time
uses
as well,
it
so
early.
then he doesn't get to.
Yeah. All right, well, 2 items for both AD carries, though, i.e. Shiv versus Trinity Force Ruin King. And keep in mind, Corki is actually a pretty solid damage dealer, so Dignitas suffering a gold deficit, but fighting like they don't have one here.
their inhibitors respawn as well.
Yep.
The main challenge will be whether or not they can contain this Baron that is spawning right now. Obviously, they got it right at 20 minutes, so it's coming up again at 27. This time, AP Kog'Maw can be a little bit more prepared. They shouldn't be caught off guard by a Baron this time, but they still have relatively poor Baron in their own jungle, or coverage of vision in their own jungle, but they have wards towards the Baron pit, which will buy them a little bit of time.
Gamsu given pretty good harassment for his impact as well.
Ulti popped to buy some time. Of course, it does reveal, so Impulse going to run away and not.
Really early Shen out there by Impact. He's had some bad experiences this game with the target dying and not making it in, so he's, I guess, just guaranteeing that he's in the fight. But they lose the in-fight impact of that ultimate.
And they do. So, Team Impulse looking maybe back to the mid lane, but it's AP Kog'Maw. It's pretty hard to deal with. Their last attempt at Baron, they had to abort right away. Trade ultis to the top laners. And they didn't even get to keep a pink ward in the pit, so they can't even remove all the vision anymore. Impulse realized that they cannot faithfully go for Baron again. We've got plenty of time to go until Dragon number 4. It's going to respawn around 31 minutes in, I believe. Nope, close. Not 30 and a half. Impulse once again sweeping away mid. And the siege has slowed down here. Dignitas needs to make the miracle recovery, though. This would be the last game of the year for them if they do not win this.
Looking for the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
For Team Dignitas.
A lot of gold in the inventory right now. There's a lot of items that need to get purchased. Yep, there you go. Gamsu now gets...
How about that wave clear? Gets a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that Gangplank's income ramps up so quickly in the mid game that once he gets these 2 items, he quickly gets to a full build.
Yeah.
I was watching Quas's stream a couple days ago. He ended up with 4 Infinity Edges at 42 minutes into the game and maxed out with 6 items. Didn't know what else to build, so he just kept buying them.
That's the cool thing is you actually build just raw attack damage on him.
Yep.
You already get the armor pen from the
I mean,
barrel
you've got
explosion.
crit chance on him and attack damage.
Just care more about that. You don't really see the static shift builds anymore because you'd rather have the barrel explosion than the lightning. So it's probably, I would guess actually it's Bloodthirster second, more so than Infinity Edge.
Fun fact, he crit with his barrel explosions for 2,600 damage.
Sounds about right.
My goodness.
So they have the Gangplank and the AP Kog'Maw.
Hey, there you go.
Hey.
The problem is trying to get one of those explosions to land on Impulse. But if he does, it absolutely demolishes them.
Yeah.
He's gotten a few off by smartly placing them in rushes as Team Impulse has been trying to siege turrets.
Let's see the outplay here.
Branduin's and Sunfire.
Shen's already used the taunt, so out he
And
goes.
I wanted to see that fight. Come on.
Take a while.
Impact felt like he had the upper hand.
Impact had cavalry, so that's not really fair. He knew that he had an entire team coming.
Gamsu would win the 1v1. I'm actually pretty certain of that.
I mean, that move right there by Impact influences the map pressure for this Dragon. He has been in most of the important places for Team Impulse this game.
Yeah.
4 Dragon starts that count for 5th. However, of teams to lose with 5 dragons, AP Kog'Maw has been on the other side of that 2 times, and the only 2 times that team couldn't pick up a dragon of their own. So it's actually not as important as it would normally be for Team Dignitas to get a dragon, just because of how ridiculous Shifter can scale on AP Kog'Maw. No lead is really ever safe against a late game AP Kog'Maw.
Absolutely not. 3 items now on the AD carry of Team Dignitas as well, meaning for the time being, CoreJJ is actually more threatening than Apollo until that Bloodthirster gets completed. And even then it's debatable. Still more damage coming through on this Gangplank, sitting on 300 gold. We've got a while to go till the upgrades further, but it just gets scarier and scarier and scarier. This Gangplank can also use those barrels as wards. They last 1 minute and reveal a little bit of area around them. So Dignitas have stopped the siege value because they can wave clear. They seem to be stopping Baron really easily with all the ward coverage they're getting and all the scariness they have. And the team fights themselves. You got Kog'Maw and AD Gangplank. Like, those are hard to deal with champions here. So Impulse need to figure out the right way to close this game out, it seems.
The wave clear is just so good for Team Dignitas. Gamsu clears it with 1 barrel. Corki can clear well. Shifter can clear well. Baron is absolutely required to get anywhere with the siege. Maybe even a Banner of Command, but they're nowhere close to that because it looks like going Zeke's Harbinger on Adrian.
Heck, the Banner of it just dies to a barrel explosion practically. Even that would
yeah, because that's the physical damage.
Yeah.
So that'll stop.
If he crits it, it actually kills the minion outright. If he doesn't crit it, like, goes to half. We're seeing 600 damage, not counting barrel explosion. So to champions, it's an 860 damage barrel before crit. Oh, nicely timed by Impact. Set up 2. There it is. 488 with all his armor, with everything else.
218 armor.
And I believe that wasn't a crit because the minions went for 600.
Yeah, wait till he gets 4 Infinity Edge.
Yeah! Hey man, this is the tons of damage build. You have my 2 favorite items. Trinity Force and Infinity Edge. I couldn't be happier. Alright, Bunny Fufu.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
It better be Cottontail. Impact doing a really good job of last hitting those barrels away. But you only get to make that mistake about twice and you just lose. Keep in mind, the passive from Gangplank also deals true damage and scales with attack damage. So he can just, like, he does win the 1v1 against Impact.
It does make you nervous trying to defuse that bomb when you have a split second before it explodes in your hands. The red wire progression
of this series even. I mean, Team Impulse jumps out to leads, then they make some mistakes.
They're just waiting for their dragon stacking. Basically what they want to do is chain their neutral objectives, grab the 5th dragon into a Baron for the final push because they've messed up their dives 2 times in a row. I was saying they could afford to do it 1 more time, but they don't think they can even afford to do it 1 more time. They're not taking that risk.
I'd be hesitant.
And Shifter and Gamsu definitely making them second guess themselves, so they're going to wait it out.
Yeah, you give up Baron if you die too badly, so. Alright, defensive for Impulse. Just keeping the war control up, playing around the dragon, as you said, Kobe. And really, Team Dignitas is getting farm in a whole lot of places. Minion lead for their top laner and their AD carry here.
How many chances will they get?
One interesting point, though, is the fact that I feel like Kiwi Kid should have made the dip to switch to coin at some point, because the gold income, by just running between every single wave that like loses minions, he would have had probably 600-700 gold from Ancient Coin. He's only got 300 from his Relic Shield.
Yeah, especially if he's not going to upgrade to pace them out for the active shield.
Well,
but at the same time,
even if you do go with the active shield, that's not going to save you from the dive. I feel like the move speed for both carries is so valuable. The cooldown on Talisman active being so low provides a lot of disengage for Kog'Maw and Corki.
Would have got the Locket Shield for Kiwi Kid, unlocking a more selfish build of Helios. We're not seeing that same Zeke's builds from the first game. I'm sad. I love that item. And here we go, actually. Rush.
The Baron threat saves Rush.
He didn't even have Smite there. We saw Death Daughter was there, so fully upgraded Cannon Barrage for Gangplank here. And here's once again a battle against Impact. Another Baron. There's the Q. 666 damage.
You chase him down.
More crits. I mean, Impact cannot win this fight, and he's out of energy.
Into a wall.
Yeah, he can run at least. There's no gameplay called to help chase. We're really seeing though the tools that Team Dignitas has to stop Team Impulse from closing this game. They're pushing them easily off of Baron. They're even pushing them off of the waves. There's been an exposed inhibitor for the last 15 minutes pretty much, and it's been untouched.
This is huge for Team Dignitas, being able to clear out the true side in Baron Pit and finally establish some
rush it
of their
right now
own
if they commit.
hordes.
Oh, and they're going to go for this one. Blade of the Ruin King is up, plus Crit Blink is here, so this is going to be a lot of damage. Impact teleports in. A knockup actually onto some pretty important people.
That was just the biggest bluff in the world by Impact. His support was so far behind. Team Dignitas had the window to burst down that Baron, but they did not have the vision to know it.
Flashlight catches Rush, but he has nowhere to jump. He's going to go right back down, slow in the box. The catch! Onto Gate! Gate knocks him in. He flashes out. He stays safe. Impact burns the TP. Burns the ulti, rather. Into the front line they go. And they've picked off Shifter. They've picked off Gamsu. Two of the biggest carry threats are gone. Corte J the third is down. That might be the game.
Unbelievable right there. Team Dignitas holds out so well, but it's a fight that they pick yet again that could be their undoing.
The double summoner spending there from Gate, getting himself out, and the re-engage from Adrian. Team Impulse looks like they will be able to close out the third game. Not so cleanly, though.
Not so cleanly, but it was all Impulse wanted, just a fight of 5v5 on open ground. No turrets to defend you this time around, and the battle works out. A 3-for-0 to end it. That's going to be the game. Rush, 7-2-8 the scoreline for him. 3-0, Team Impulse into the semifinals.
Big win for them as they try and move towards Worlds as well, locking themselves down at least a top 4 spot, and they'll definitely be going to Madison Square Garden as well. All without Xiao. Gate filling in very well, being able to escape in that last fight. But definite red flags coming up in this series. Not able to close the game in decisive fashion. A lot of big mistakes, and ultimately, it had to be, in most games, Team Dignitas initiating onto them, and then having Team Impulse win the fight, which is not the way they like to play.
Game 2 is the only super convincing game there from Impulse, where they had engage tools. They had the Leona come out from Adrian, and he landed a lot of really good engages. Rush had some great cocoons as well. Elise all 3 games. Impact playing Shen all 3 games. It felt like Impulse were trying to hide as many strategies as possible. Play the same style if you can each single game. If they deny champions, well, I guess pick something else, but if they don't, just play the same comp.
Yeah, and ultimately they were never tested. Because they didn't lose a game. They were tested within the game, but the 3-0 is a very clean victory. It's also a fairly disheartening way to lose for Team Dignitas. They had come so far from the promotion tournament into the playoffs with a chance to go to Madison Square Garden, and they were somewhat their own undoing. When they had the game even or equalized, they would overcommit, and they were the ones being punished for that as well. Unfortunate ending to Team Dignitas' season.
All right, well, they end their season now, but we've got more to talk about because we've got Riv on the blue side for a word with Team Impulse's victorious jungler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Rush here on stage, victorious after winning their game. Fantastic play all around, and also joined by Sunny as well for translation. Rush, the last 12 of your 13 games are wins. The second half of the split was amazing for you guys. What was the preparation like coming into quarterfinals?
러시 선수 일단 축하드리고요. 이번에 이제 마지막 13개 경기 중에 12개를 정말 파죽지세로 이기셨는데 어떻게 이번 8강 준비하셨는지 조금 설명해 주세요.
사실 준비할 때 이번 패치 사실 룬글레이브가 엄청 핫했잖아요. 그래서 룬글레이브 챔피언 위주로 많이 연습했어요. 왜냐면 저번 플레이오프 때 제가 제뿔과인 메타를 많이 못 따라가서 고생했었는데 이번에는 룬글레이브를 살 수 있는 챔피언 위주로 연습을 했어요.
그 저번 때 있었던 아이템이 뭐예요?
저번에 플레이오프 했을 때 신더르크가 약간 제가 잘 못 써서.
네. So Runeglaive items were generally really hot this meta. So I prepared a lot of champions that could use Runeglaive items. Last split I couldn't really use champions that took advantage of the Cinderhulk buff, but this split I was able to do that.
Well, you did it fantastically. Everyone saw that was your kind of weak point, but you played those champions very well this split. My second question, Rush, Gate came in very late into the season. How is the team doing now, and do you guys still have the potential to take Gate and the team all the way to Worlds?
게이 선수가 조금 늦게 팀에 조인했잖아요. 그런데 그 게이 선수가 잘 하고 있는지 또 그 롤드컵에 가는 거에 대해서 어떻게 전망하고 계시는지.
사실 게이트가 어떻게 보면 신인이니까 경험이 없어서 보이스를 쓰면서 하는 게임에 되게 약해요. 그러니까 자기가 집중을 못하는 문제가 있는데 스크림에서 그런 문제가 발견될 때마다 하나하나씩 고치다 보니까 오늘 이렇게 3대0으로 이길 수 있었고 앞으로도 더 잘해질 거라고 생각해요.
So he's new to the team, so he can't really focus to the voice comms. But I think he's progressing or getting better at that.
And what are you doing to help Gate, if anything, right now? Are you kind of letting him do his own thing?
게이 선수한테 어떤 조언해 주시는지.
게이트가 약간 신인으로서 많이 부담감 느끼고 실수하는 것에 대해서 되게 스트레스 받고 그럴까봐 나도 처음에 엄청 못했고 지금 못해도 상관없으니까 그냥 앞으로 똑같은 실수하지 말라 이런 식으로 부담감을 많이 줄여주고 있어요.
So he has a lot of pressure on his back as he's new to the team. So I tell him that I also went through the same thing when I joined the team, and I'm always trying to be encouraging.
Always good to have that big brother around. Final question, Rush. Counter Logic Gaming next week. A very strong team. They've gotten themselves a pass so they can watch you play and the other teams now to be even stronger. How do you feel about the matchup versus Counter Logic Gaming in the semifinals?
그러니까 CLG전에서 사실 되게 오늘 기분이 좋은 게 상대 쪽에서 리신 니달리를 계속 배내줘서 제 리신 니달리가 얼마나 강력한지 보여주지 않은 CLG가 더 무서워할 것 같아요.
So this game was really good that the other team constantly banned my Nidalee and Lee Sin. So I can show to CLG how strong my Nidalee and Lee Sin are. So hopefully that'll affect their pick and ban.
Well, congratulations on the win and best of luck continuing on in the playoffs. Now we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day.
We will go to them in a second. We're going to talk with these guys real quick, though, as these guys are great analysts as well, so you're not entirely wrong. Tell me about your final thoughts on how Impulse Dignitas played, as we are going to eventually send it over the dash, too.
Yeah, well, looking forward for Team Impulse as they move up in the playoffs, teams have to be thinking about what they're going to do to answer this much map control. Impact over Gamsu had a whole bunch of influence on the early stages of the game, even with the teleport plus the Shen ultimate. I'm very curious to see what Zion will run into this Shen, because he can run Olaf straight into the Shen, and I feel like he'll be able to keep up the pressure there and take away a lot of the cross-map plays that Impulse were going for, and force Impulse into more diverse strategies, so they have to show more than they've showed here today.
Yeah, and even though these games were close within the game, Team Impulse really never had to adapt to anything. So the amount of scouting that CLG can get on them is very minimal. It excites me for that series, because even going back to the spring, when we're saying, can Rush adapt to this new meta, it looked like he could. In the quarterfinal matchup, he crushed with Cinderhulk Rek'Sai and Cinderhulk Vi. We're thinking everything was golden. Then they collapsed in the semifinals. So they also have to prove themselves when they get challenged.
And personally, I'm actually very excited for the bottom lane matchup in next week's match, because when Apollo got Kog'Maw, he missed out on a single kill. That was a Rush solo kill in the end game. 96% kill participation, highest damage in the game, both times on that Kog'Maw. Up against Doublelift, who's one of the best AD carries in North America and has been for a very long time. I think that's, oddly enough, a very big matchup for
It's actually a pretty good point, because a lot of people are saying, oh, Apollo only plays Sivir. That's why he always has this great kill participant. That's why he always has, all the assists and everything, because Sivir, all you have to do is pop your ultimate. But he did this on Kog'Maw, so impressive.
All right, so an impressive game by Team Impulse, 3-0 for both of our LCS series today. And to wrap up our day's coverage, let's throw it over to the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll do some looking forward in just a minute ourselves. I do want to do a recap of this series, though. Get your guys' thoughts, as they just did, on how this series played out for both teams.
Well, I feel like it was just mostly pure pressure of the bot lane. Leave top alone, leave mid alone, and just sit bot lane with your Shen pressure, and Dig had no answers to it. 3 games in a row, Shen just constantly TPing bot lane, ulting bot lane, goes back to lane, does the exact same thing, and is unpunished. Even in the very late game, Gangplank cannot punish the Shen, he just runs away.
Yeah, it was pretty much the same as games 1 and 2. They just seemed paralyzed, like they weren't doing anything. They were slowly just losing the game, rolling over. They tried some things.
Well, they did adjust, so that's the thing. Yeah. It's not that they didn't try anything.
No,
they brought out the Gangplank. They went with the AP Gangplank.
I like the Gangplank.
Yeah, they brought out the AP Kog'Maw mid, taking that away, trying to go late. Unfortunately, the lead was just too big.
It's still the Shen is just stopping you from making any aggressive moves in the bot lane, and they're not going towards the Shen. But even if they did, Rush has such great synergy with Impact that he can call if he thinks somebody's up there, and he'd be out there in an instant. So it was really just testing parts of Dignitas's composition and their players, and they just didn't seem up to the task all 3 games.
All right, well, we'll look forward to that CLG series in just a moment. There was one man that stood out from today's action and grabbed our Player of the Series honors from Team Impulse's top lane. It's Impact. Now, he showed up on Shen, and regardless of the lane matchup, continued to be a global presence and created opportunities for his team everywhere.
I mean, there's not much to say. This is how you play Shen. Instead of using the ultimate defensively, which I don't think he really did many times. Like, I'm sure he did it a couple times because 3 games of Shen.
There's like a lost team
most
fight.
of the ults were just used for somebody to go into somewhere. Like, okay, dive. Like, set the play on the bot lane. Shen just goes in constantly. And
you were mentioning during game the fact that every single one of his ults netted a positive in some way. Whether it ended up just being a turret take, a kill, whatever it was, they were always like proactive ults that the team was using to gain advantages.
And I think it's just a testament to how practiced the Shen is, because we saw him lane into the Nara twice, and Gamsu did misplay it here and there, but he played the Shen lanes very well, whether it was against Gangplank, Tristana, Corki, Nara. He was laning excellently in all of those games, and Shen's laning phase is his weakest part, and he bypassed it excellently.
Yep, exactly. Able to lane against the AD carries, almost killed Lucian at one point, forced a flash by himself. And the way that he's able to keep his cooldowns, know that I'm going to go top with this, and I'm going to come back with the TP because the lane will be pushed right at the time that we're done with this fight. So just really good presence of mind all across the map and awareness there on his Shen. And that's something you should be banning in the future.
Well, I was going to say, funnily enough, though, the threat of his Maokai was enough to keep the Shen on the table, right? So that's when you talk about looking forward with that Lee Sin, Nidalee ban and the Maokai, like, you got to be, who are you giving up, right, to let that Shen onto the ban list?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable playing different things, more variant things into a Maokai than I do a Shen.
Okay.
Just because Shen gets advantages from going to other lanes, and he can do it more frequently.
Right. Well, we'll see if other teams decide to switch it up when it comes to playing against that Shen. We're going to pull up the bracket and see how it's filling out. Team Impulse have secured their spot in the semifinal and will face off against number 2 seed Counterlogic Gaming next week. That means that Team Dignitas's postseason is over, and they have lost their shot at Worlds for this year. Tomorrow, we'll be able to add the results of our second quarterfinal, 4th seed Gravity versus the defending champions, TSM. That coverage will begin immediately following the conclusion of the European quarterfinal series between Unicorns of Love and Roccat. That gets underway at 8 a.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Now, I do want to take a moment to look ahead to those series. Both the one tomorrow here in NA, which is between Gravity and TSM. Let's start there. Do we think Gravity, as they dropped from that first place slot to 4th rather drastically there at the end of the split, are they going to show up and give TSM a run for their money?
Yes. I think so.
I don't know.
Granted, they did fall off towards the end quite hard, but I do think that's maybe a little bit of the winning fumes getting to their head and getting a little cocky on there. But they have enough time to prepare and realize that they got to go back to what they were doing in the middle of the split. They're playing pretty well with the vision control. The Sightstone Nidalee, quite liked it.
Nidalee.
And TSM was struggling as well a lot. So I think that if both teams try to get back to the form that they had achieved in this split, Gravity was at a higher form.
All right, so returning back to form, Gravity nets higher.
I feel, though, that TSM has been preparing a lot for this matchup. They're actually just taking a good hard look at Gravity. Think of the times that they've matched up against each other. Keen played an Urgot in the mid. Bjergsen immediately picks it up in solo queue, not just knowing how to play against it, but play it himself. Then next time he plays the Urgot, he goes 0-9 against him. So Bjergsen comes out in the better. Then a Jarvan gets played into his AP Ezreal. Now Bjergsen is spamming Jarvan in solo queue, learning how to play that champion and play against it. And I feel like the edge that Gravity has had in the mid lane, the one where they're saying, oh, he has this counter pick where Keen can get the advantage on you there, they're not even going to get it in Champion Select because they are blue side 4 times, I believe. So TSM...
Three times.
3 times blue side. In a
Right.
best of 3, you have to lose 3 times.
Right. Yep. Oh, we'll see. That series will prove to be very interesting. Now, keying off of today's matchup, Tip going up against CLG. Thoughts on that matchup? As Tip didn't really, we mentioned multiple times, didn't really have to show a whole lot of strategy, to get through this best of 5. Or, diverse strategies is what I mean. They showed strategy, not very many of them.
I am really looking forward to that one, specifically because I know for a fact that Zion can punish somebody that's just going to constantly leave lane. So he's going to be able to take the tower and take a pick that can really bully a lane, such as the Olaf, the Fizz, the Gnar, and play it a little bit better. And who knows what other picks are out there that can just be full-on lane bullies. I mean, Riven, we know he can play Riven. Is he going to pull it out
Still waiting on that one.
somewhere?
Waiting on that one.
One day.
Come on, Zion.
Or more Dankplank.
Yeah,
oh my
or
God.
Dankplank.
But also, it's going to be CLG. Do they have to show a new strategy? Because they've just been plugging and playing different champions that do the same thing. So over time, I want to see how that series develops, because there's going to be a meta inside that series. I assume Shen will be contested at some point, and then who has the counter to who. So that red side, blue side is really going to mean a lot in that series.
Yeah, a lot of excitement still to come, to be sure. Now, as promised earlier in the show, we're going to put Zyrene in the hot seat to field some of your questions, and we've got a couple of doozies. I hope you brought your A game. You ready?
I hope so.
You look terrified. All right, our first comes from Seizure Puppy. I have 2 weddings to attend this weekend. Can you give me some tips on how to light up the dance floor?
2 weddings. First off, congratulations to both of your friends. So when it comes to dancing, I don't know a whole lot about it. I actually just kind of flail around and find the least awkward feeling sensation.
Okay.
But I know that you should move your feet, move your hips, and move your shoulders and arms. Get this all moving.
So move your body. You should move.
But that's the thing, is a lot of people stay stiff and they don't move things.
Okay.
So people are like, that guy can move. Yes, because you are in fact moving. So do that. Do not stand still. Do not pin your arms against your sides. That's the worst thing in the world to do. So yes.
It's got to be fluid, is what you're saying.
Feet, hips, shoulders, and arms.
Fluidity. I like it. I like it. What about you, Crumbs? You fancy yourself a dancer?
Oh, I like dancing.
Oh, there you have it. Do you have any, have any tips?
Well, personally, I'm not the kind of person that would just dance by myself.
Okay.
So I wouldn't know.
Oh, also.
Zyrene's always off in the corner having his own private dance party.
I was off in the corner for that.
You
They put
really
me
were.
in the corner for
you
that.
were just like,
I'm
but it didn't matter to you. Didn't matter to you.
Yeah. Other thing too is haters gonna hate. So just do your own thing. Don't worry about it.
There you go. Confidence is key. Next up, Rakashak says, we see the meta go through cycles. What should we expect next on the road to Worlds?
I think we're actually seeing a lot of development in terms of top lane getting TP priority with jungle synergy. And as this new patch that'll be coming out that favors juggernauts, bruisers in the top lane, and making sure that they can actually just destroy their opponent. Like, the whole concept of a juggernaut is they do a lot of damage and they're tanky, but they don't have that many gap closers. So they're a destructive force when they make it to you.
Right.
But I feel like that is going to be a little overtuned when it first happens. See what happens if it gets patched in time for Worlds. I know the new Hydra item and these things that are on the horizon seem very powerful. Darius, Garen, all these different changes coming out. So as they get tuned, I think that's going to start coming into the meta. And if you can dominate a top laner, you get TP priority.
I think if there is one thing we can expect for Worlds, it's Orianna and Corki being the best 2 picks.
As always.
No doubt.
As always,
Put your money
without
on
fail,
it.
it will return to Orianna and
It might
Corki.
actually. Sivir's getting a little hit, so Corki, I mean, perfectly balanced champion. He never gets touched. He's good.
I know, right? He's a solid champion. All right, next up we have Mike Wazowski. He says, which player do you think has had the most surprising performance this split, positive or negative?
I'll actually do both.
Okay.
So for positive, I'm actually going to say Phoenix here, because this is a guy that they barely made playoffs with Liquid, and then he came out and he started being the Phoenix that everybody was talking about in scrims. And now he seems like number 1, number 2 mid laner in NA. That's a huge improvement there. So I'm very surprised by Phoenix's performance carrying Team Liquid a bit. Person that I'm negatively surprised by is Trashy. I watched this guy all throughout Challenger. I thought he was going to be a really good jungler when he came in, had a little bit of a break, visa issues, came back, and then he just didn't seem like himself all throughout. He was not applying pressure, and he really fell off and just abandoned his jungle style.
Anyone that's particularly surprised you, Crumbs?
Rush, to be honest. Just seeing a solo queue player and just being able to consistently we're always talking about, can he adapt? Yeah, I find that he has been able to adapt constantly. And the ability, the resilience to just always pick Lee Sin. I think it's a great pick, and it's just a confident pick. You need to be good at the champion. You need to know what to do, and he does it every time.
Yeah, there's almost something really cool about the fact that he can be stubborn in the Lee Sin pick, right? He has adapted in other areas,
I like it.
but he can also just be like, no, I'm going to continue to play this champion that I like. I don't care what the meta says. I'm going to play this champion. I'm going to kick your ass with it.
Ding, ding.
Yeah, right? All right, next up we have Battle Tutorial. It says, which of the other casters or pro players would you bring with you on a deserted island?
Would I bring with me?
Yes.
Oh, I wouldn't bring anybody because that's just mean. Why would I take you to a desert island? If I liked you, I wouldn't take you with me.
Okay, so you're going to choose someone you dislike?
Yeah, I would take Dash.
I quit.
No.
I'm done.
I probably actually would take you because I know that you're extremely fit. You'd be able to climb trees, get me coconuts and stuff like that.
So I'd be your errand boy? I'm your servant?
No, he's a leader. He's a leader, and he would do this for his underlings, right? He would do it for his desk.
Oh my God! You're not making a very good case for it.
I know.
It sounds like this could be a lot of work if I come. I don't know if I
He
want
wants you as his coconut boy. That's what you're going to do.
Yeah,
Nobody ever said
Christ.
being on a desert island was fun.
That's true. No one ever did that. Next up, at Not Riot Twiff says, what can a jungler do to get back into the game when he's being heavily counter jungled? I feel like this is going to be a question both of you can answer.
Yeah, I actually got some advice from Crumbs because my original advice was ward up, make sure that you are contacting your laners and saying, if this guy shows up, then we're going to be able to collapse on him. Prime them for the opportunity. Don't be like, oh my God, he's here, and then pinging them in the moment. You have to prime them, ward your entrances, ward a side of your jungle, and make sure that it's safe.
Yeah, and another part about it was that as soon as you're starting to get counter jungle and you know that you cannot fight the other guy, just leave. Go do something else. Because if you just stick around, he's getting the experience, he's getting the gold, and you're just sitting there watching. Like, you're doing nothing. So either you go to his side of the jungle because you know he's not there. There's not enough time to do all 4 sides of the map to actually get...
Something's available.
Yeah, something's available.
And the worst thing to do is to let it happen. Because when that happens, you're being pressured. Apply pressure to the pressure, or else you're slowly bleeding out over time. If he's on your right side of the jungle, go to his left side, go to his top side, go to the opposite side of him, and ward up there. Get out, clear your left side. Then you know where his movements are, keep track on him, and just avoid him for a bit, gank some lanes, see what you can do.
I think it's just kind of a key principle in League of Legends that if pressure is being implied in one area by a team, that means that there is something else available, right?
Yeah.
You have to concede something to apply pressure something else. So it's your job as the person being pressured to find that thing.
It's very interesting because the pressure is you either hit them head to head and beat them in a pressure battle, or you go around them and you make sure it's like, okay, we're taking dragon, well, we're going to middle, right? Those types of things, and recognizing that as a shot caller is very key, especially in the moment when you have the pressure on.
All right, and finally, at Renegade Crumbs asks, well, do you want to take this one maybe?
Yeah, Zyrene, I was going to ask, who do you think is the better actor and rapper between Ludacris and Ice Cube? Both have seemed to have a very
illustrious career
in both children's movies and rapping. So what's your take on it?
Oh, man. I'm going to go Ice Cube on this one.
Why?
Oh.
Because I know him more. Like, I know Ludacris
from... You're friends with the Ice Cube?
Do you know him from his...
he's in my freezer. You know, I use ice cubes all the time. No, I'm more familiar with Ice Cube than I am Ludacris.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm not a big rap fan, so I can't answer this question with great expertise in that. But in terms of better actor, it's still probably going to go with Ice Cube.
Yeah, Crumbs. You posed the question, so I must assume that you have a belief when it comes to this.
Oh, well, personally, I would side more towards Ludacris as opposed to Ice Cube. You know, I think that a large part of his career came from the NWE days, but Ludacris now is more of an entrepreneur as well, which doesn't fall into the category of actor or rapper, but the hits that he had with Snoop Dogg back in the day really are the things that solidified him.
So do you think it is that his rapping career kind of which part of it is his acting career, his rapping career is what actually puts him over the edge?
It's both, really. The intertwining of both.
I like it. Okay. Well, we're getting into the weeds with that one. Thank you, both of you, for taking the time to answer these questions. You know, that is going to do it for our show today. We, of course, want to thank you, Crumbs, for joining us on the Analyst Desk and sharing all of your insight.
Special thanks from Riv for filling in for him.
Yeah, special thanks to Riv. Riv was a little terrified that he was going to have to be on the desk all day. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The beginning of the North American LCS quarterfinals are here. Team Impulse versus Team Dignitas. The shutdown via Shifter. The chase on in. That's the ace for Team Dignitas. Could be Mara too. Adra's doing some damage. She's stealing it again with Autodex. Here comes the Echo. One in from Shen. This should be enough. There's the game. Team Impulse take game one. Cross javelin lands. There's the engage. Bond shot to Apollo. He goes down. They pick up the primary AD carry. The flash stun. They catch Helios. There's the ulti. What a beautiful pickup. Apollo gets the kill. They are one game away from the semifinals. Can Dignitas pull it back if they lose? This is the end of their season. The kills just keep going over Rush. Yeah, a couple of trades back. Nice to Shifter picks up another one. Core JJ helping out. The wrong side flashes. Dodges the rocket. Oh my god, they got Shifter. 3-0. Team Impulse into the semifinals.